now. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Tech Talk with Mark Edworthy, Tan, Tran, and myself. Today we are going off of Tan. He has suggested a few things, so we're taking his lead on whatever it is that he's planned to do today. Like I've always said, if you're interested in joining the conversation, click on the link below. You're more than welcome. So with that, I'm handing it over to Tran.
Okay, so I mentioned in the chat room that I wanted to try two things. So today was the first thing. Today was the Minds Town Hall session that Mark has attended this morning, and I managed to peek in and out for a little bit. So let's have a chat about, get some opinion feedback, and what do we think about that. But before we do that, I want us to try this group watch party tool. The point of these watch party tools is that you can play a video on it and share with your group, and then the video will play synchronized on each of the participants, right? So it's all synchronized. So in normal Jitsi, when you share a video from your end, yours might play a few seconds before the rest of us, right? And with some tools like this, hopefully the video play will synchronize, and then we can better talk about it as we're watching, right? So this is only not for like movie watching, group movie watching, but also for video sharing in a group meeting, right?
All right.
So that's the idea. And so in the chat room, this first tool I found here is called Cost Me. I sent the link to the room that I created. Apparently that doesn't need you to sign up or sign in at all, so it's kind of anonymous, just like Jitsi. I hope. So let's try it out. You guys click on the link in the room, see if you can join it without having to sign in. Yeah.
Click to launch.
Did it just be set? Okay, I see 2 anonymous unicorns just joined.
All right, so let me switch.
Okay, on there I have nothing.
Share.
Let me
switch.
Let me paste the Minds Town Hall video playback to the share. See. Roger, also check streams again.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Just pasted the Minds Town Hall post. Is it coming up on you guys' end?
Yeah, I can see it.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna start playing. Let's see if we can hear the synchronized audio.
If you don't mind, just telling people that this is going on. So yeah, we'll just run through a quick deck, but we like to leave most of the time for Q&A just to make sure we answer all your questions. So I'll just zoom through this, and yeah, we'll save most of the time for Q&A at the end.
Okay, I just paused it. Do you guys hear echo on your end?
I don't
hear.
We
were playing it because you were playing it loud, and I'm also hearing the actual coverage.
Oh, I see. I'm hearing echo on my side, so it's probably only on the sharers.
Now, before you do that, let me try to mute my mic so that it only shows or hears that audio, because my OBS could be causing the audio too.
I see. Okay, let's try that.
So
you do it. Okay.
Let me get it.
So quick agenda. So we'll just, just quick intro. I'm going to hand it over to Ryan in a second just to talk a little bit about the product and some of the updates we've been making, and some of the feedback we've been listening to from some of the community.
Did you mute yourself?
Nick's going to talk a little bit about things we've been doing on the admin and customer support side and some of the improvements there. I'll talk a little bit about just some infrastructure stuff that we did in the last quarter to make mines work better.
Let me try to mute myself.
Yeah, lastly, just kind of talking about some of the community initiatives that Bashi has been working on, and myself, and just ways that you can communicate with mines in the future, and then we'll leave the rest for
all right. I muted myself.
Q&A. So,
Yeah, I'm having issues right now reaching.
Okay, what happened, guys?
I'm still on it. I'm just having issues with reaching
yeah,
my
click
mic.
of echo on there, but that's
You heard an echo too?
yeah, that's probably
Okay, and then suddenly the browser shut down. Did you do anything, Roger?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I mean it might not be. Let's try one more. Might not be an ideal tool then.
How much have you reviewed this so far?
Sorry?
How far? How much experience have you had with this?
How much? Virtually nothing. I've just been playing around with it in the past day or so. I mean, right now in this guest room, all of us can control. This is basically a browser that is being shared through all the participants, and so anybody can click on anything. You're doing it right, Mark?
Yeah. Okay, so it's a remote desktop or something.
Yeah, it's like an embedded browser.
This is actually
if
pretty
you don't
cool.
mind, just telling people that this is going on. So yeah, we'll just run through a quick deck, but we like to leave most of the time for Q&A just to make sure we answer all your questions. So I'll just zoom through this, and yeah, we'll save most of the time for Q&A.
So everybody can hear the echo?
No,
quick agenda. So we'll just just quick intro.
No, I don't.
I'm gonna hand it over to Ryan in a second. Just to talk a
okay.
little
Roger
bit
doesn't hear
about
the echo,
the
so
product.
could be
Yeah, I don't.
on your microphone.
I don't hear an echo at all.
What about Mark?
Oh, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark says
Mark,
he
you hear an
hears.
echo?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mark and I hear the echo of the replay. So it could be your OBS or your microphone capturing. You're not on. You're on speaker, right?
Right.
You're not on the headset. Okay.
Now
But did you mute yourself while this thing was playing?
the thing I was referring to was the actual computer hitting the freaking symbol down there for the speakers, and then going into my mic and muting it. But it's
no. I mean mute yourself on the Jitsi.
Yeah, I'm muted on the Jitsi.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm muted on the Jitsi. Well,
You
now
were,
I'm
right?
not, but
Right,
I was muted on the Jitsi, and I'm muted in OBS for the mic. So if it's coming from me, it's coming from my computer. And
Okay.
right now, I'm having issues.
What have you turned down your speaker volume a bit, just so that you
That's
can
the
only...
problem. I can't get into
Oh.
it for some reason. It's like not letting
Oh,
me.
I see.
It's not letting me open up the menu down on the bottom.
Yeah.
I can do the calendar and the time. I can do the new menu for Windows security and stuff like that.
Mm.
But for some,
Well, I was hoping if this works out well going forward, we can use this as a video sharing, right? Whenever we want to share a YouTube video and stuff like that. we can share on here so that everybody can watch it synchronized and be able to comment it on proper time.
What,
But if it doesn't work out with the echoing,
you can use what we already got. We can use Jitsi or Skype or platforms that we already used to do that.
well, on Jitsi, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, on Jitsi, the video sharing is just it's lagging for the other participants other than the sharer. Right?
Now let me look at these room settings too.
Okay.
Okay. Right there.
What's nice about this tool is that you don't have to sign up.
Now see, we don't need webcams and microphones on this platform, so that
Oh
can be,
yeah. Okay, try that. Try turning
so
that
that can be
microphone off.
disabled.
Yeah, you can do that. Try it. Do it.
All right. So let's give it another try real quick. See what happens.
Okay.
And some of the updates we've been making, and some of the feedback we've been listening to from
That
some of our
work?
community. Nick's going to talk a little bit about things we've been doing on the admin and customer support side and some of the improvements there. I'll talk a little bit about just some infrastructure stuff that we did in the last
Can you
quarter.
mute
to make
your
things work better.
speaker
And,
for a few
yeah,
seconds?
lastly, just
Roger?
kind of talking about some of the community initiatives that Bashi has been
Right
working
now,
on.
the best I can do is
And
turn the
myself,
audio down.
and just ways that you can communicate with minds.
Oh, what happened there? It just went off.
Yeah, I had nothing to
But,
do with that.
and we've demonstrated that I've got some concerns over this.
Okay. What is it?
Just review the terms of service agreement, and they don't determine what is a user.
What do you mean? They don't specify what is the user?
I know. Service users. I'm just first time I've read the terms of services, so I'm just going through that myself now.
Hold on, my Skype's open. That could be an issue too.
Okay.
Yeah, Skype. That's crazy.
Okay, let's scrutinize the terms of service.
There, go over the I concur. Let's scrutinize. That's your job, Mark. Let's
Yeah,
get
that's
to
right.
it, because you're the one that knows this stuff the best. So let's find out.
Oh, you don't have to share. Wait, you don't have to share the Cosme window on Jitsi because everybody can see it. Right?
Yeah, I know, but
Everybody can see it on their own. Now,
what that means.
you can share your Cosme window on your OBS stream, but you don't have to share it on Jitsi, right? Because all of us are able to load it. I wonder if that's causing the duplicate
No,
audio.
I could drop the Jitsi, but that means we'd have to sign in after we try it.
No. I mean, stop the sharing of the Cosme window on your Jitsi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but
Just put it on your stream. You know, capture it on your stream so the stream can see it.
Okay. So
People on Jitsi don't have to see it.
let me go to Cosme. Okay.
I'm gonna paste the stream again.
And bam. Okay. So do the stream again. See if you hear an echo.
Yep. Okay, is it loaded? As soon as it's loaded, somebody click play.
I thought you could. Aren't you supposed to do it? Okay. This is weird.
If you don't mind, just telling people that
Ah,
this is going on.
no echo. That was
yeah,
the
we'll
problem,
just run through a
Roger.
quick
That
deck,
was the
but
problem.
we like to leave most of the time for Q&A just to make sure we
Bingo,
answer
we found the
all your
problem.
questions. So I'll just zoom through this, and yeah, we'll.
Okay, so is it good? So it was because you were sharing the Cosme window on Jitsi that everybody else is hearing double audio, because it's playing on the Jitsi shared session as well as on our local,
Yeah. So,
right?
So the best thing that we do would be to you transfer everything on the window capture to.
Yeah. You just capture it on your OBS stream, but you don't need to share it on Jitsi.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're ready to talk about. We can use this tool to review the Minds Town Hall video and then comment on it.
Okay.
But first, let's let Mark. Let's go through the terms of service on Cosme to see what are.
One more practical question. At the moment, apart from the occasional video that you play, and therefore you have a secondary platform to play, what will be the use case for this? So,
Group movie what?
Movie night.
Movie night. Yep.
okay.
Movie night. Yep.
Man, I can tell you're tired, man. Just from seeing it in your eyes, man, you are wiped.
We can make this Tech Talk session quick, right? We just review this tool, review Minds Town Hall, and we'll end.
I think we should play
So,
the town hall.
I think this has got a very limited use case in our situation.
I think the main use case is the watch party thing. I'm just trying to get us to use this for like a novel use case where we're sharing video on group on a live or on online meetings.
There
Right?
he is. He came back.
What happened?
He was
Mark,
having
did
a
you come
little.
back?
He's having a little difficulty there. He's back. We got him. Thank goodness.
You dropped out, Mark? What happened?
Yeah. It just died on me for a second.
It looks better actually when you went in and came back out. It kind of improved it. It's weird. It really is. It actually looks better. I think if you want to, we could go through and just watch the video and then have the commentary and everything.
Okay,
afterwards.
anybody? Yeah, let's do it. And anybody of us can. Or do you want to talk about like potential issue?
No.
This video's an hour and a half.
Is it an hour? Hour and a half?
It is.
He's already been there, so like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got to review it again anyway, a bit later, just to create my own post on this.
Poor guy.
So, which I was going to do tomorrow, which I am going to do tomorrow.
All right, so let's help you do your work here.
Yeah, let's get your feedback on it. I mean everything.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have to. Okay, let's any other highlights, any other shows that stood out for you, and then we can like fast forward into that to that time, right? For me, that the multi-tenant thing seems pretty interesting, right? And I was wondering if they were going to offer, how they're gonna offer it as like is this like something that the pro subscribers will have access to, or it'll be a totally different feed.
You're gonna have to be a bit more specific on the actual thing you're talking about.
Well, you know that multi-tenant service where you can create your own. You basically create your own network of
Okay.
mines,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then you will have the choice of participating in the larger mines network, similar to what Mastodon is with Activity Pub,
Yeah.
uh, right? So you have a little mine. You'll have Roger Hanson's network, a mines network, with his own members, his own group of cohorts
Yeah, he's
interacting within that own network, but then you will be able to be able to be publish all of that activities out into the entire mine network,
to the Fedverse
to,
is what it
to the
is.
to the mines Fediverse. So this is like this is a mines verse. I think that's what they would call it.
It's called the Mind's Pornography
Sorry. All
Corner.
the
I'm gonna start posting shitloads of Pornhub, and see how many people will react.
Was it, like nobody was interested in. I was. Nobody asked questions about that. Did they?
I just
it's still work in progress, isn't it? I've
Well,
been
yeah.
following various GitLab tickets for over 2-3 months now, maybe
Right.
longer
Right.
on this.
But apparently that's going to be the major revenue drive for them.
As long as they can get enough customers.
Yeah, I just hope that
excuse.
for sure it's going to be a fee-based thing.
that's why they're
I-
wanting to charge $500 now for the plus or pro package instead of what they had before. I'd almost bet nobody in Plus gets that.
Right. Even if it's pro, then it'll be a good thing. I just hope it doesn't get charged more than what pro membership is.
Yeah.
The electric nodes thing has been a concept that I've had since 2017, 2018.
Right.
They've
This is like the new incarnation of the node concept. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they haven't done anything very much on it up till now, or up till the last couple of months. I did actually write up a GitLab ticket in relation to this today. What is it? Mines number 4483, in which I stated that the developers.mines.com, the so-called mines document site, still states that still has got a section in it stating at this time it is not advisable to run mines in production. However, it is possible as long as you are aware of the risks. So I've opened up a GitLab ticket because that statement hasn't changed in several years now. So I opened up created a new GitLab ticket today saying, considering the upcoming network servers, node servers, this statement can be considered as being no longer relevant. So I suggested that they should amend that statement and also do a review of the developers.mines.com platform.
Sure.
Bring it in line with the planned services.
By the way, Roger, where are you streaming this? On Rumble?
I'm streaming it on Rumble, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to find you on here. I'm not seeing.
I've got the streams posted in the chat room. You just gotta scroll
Oh,
up.
I see. Okay.
Or the stream, I should say. It'll take you straight to it if you click on it.
Okay, I see.
I've gotten sophisticated in my old age. I've learned to share. I've learned to share both the Jitsi and the Rumble link, just so people know.
Sophisticated in your old age.
It's from hanging out with smart people.
Crap. Interesting. Rumble. How come it's restricted? It says it's restricted.
Are you signed into a regular account?
I am signed into Rumble. That's what's interesting about it.
Yeah, I've got your face plastered right up on there, man. I mean, it's showing me right now, real time.
I'm not able to view
in?
the live stream. I'm signed in. Yes.
You're signed in, and you can't.
I'm signed in. Did you put anything special on this thing?
I've got you right here. You're giggling like a schoolgirl. Everything.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't care about the live stream itself. I'm just not able to access your live stream.
Are you hitting the Jitsi or are you hitting the live stream?
I'm trying to test your live stream on Rumble. I'm not able to view it. This is what I'm getting.
Yeah, screen share. Let me see.
I put the screenshot on the chat.
Okay. Let me see.
Mark, try clicking on the Rumble link that he posted, see if you can view it.
Huh. This video is restricted, private. Really?
Yeah.
That's offline. This sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, are you streaming it all this time?
Yeah.
At least you're recording.
I've been streaming, so I don't understand how that is. No, see, I've got to go in and change those settings.
What? Why do you have to do that for every stream?
There we go. That's crazy. That just started too. So.
Okay, good. Now I can see it. Good.
That is.
See?
Glad you said something.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good,
so.
we test this thing.
Now.
Good. All right.
Let me come back here, get it put back on there, and there we go.
Yeah, good.
All right. So
now.
Don't worry, everything is still recorded. Everything's still
It's
streamed.
okay.
It's just,
I mean, I think it's streaming. It's just not accessible, and so it should still be there.
well, it's good to know that it was doing that because I've also added the Jitsi link on there. So if anybody wants to join, they can click on the Jitsi right there while the stream's going on. So I wonder how long it's been doing that.
For all your stream.
I don't know, man. Now,
So, I mean, you've been doing this with old John.
yeah. I mean, he's been watching it too, so I don't.
I think it only started happening recently. 'Cause I was able to view your live streams.
Yeah.
So got 3 people watching. Does it count yourself as a viewer?
Yeah. It counts
Okay.
me. Now I've got the document that Mark had posted on there. So
Okay.
this is the updated Mindsdoc platform to reflect new update services.
Not bad.
So I can scroll down on it, I guess.
Yeah, there's nothing really in there. Much more. Just that one point.
Please review. Oh, that Mark Edworthy, he's back at it again.
Who said that?
Nobody, I did.
Okay, all right. I thought somebody in the mine staff commented that.
Okay, so what part? 5 hours ago. There we go.
Like it's the top of lines over the things.
But so Mark, you created this after the town hall?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Mindstock platform and needed some work on it, and I know he asked me to touch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the staff will be one of the last things in the staff mind. After
Well, nobody has done this anyway, so
after all, we know that in the past the staff will do something and then ignore another part of that job, and then
Kind of
I
gear.
have only done this myself, but only on a test environment that I play around, not production.
Now, you guys want to explain a little bit what production means? Production system or
Yeah,
requirements
I
and
mean,
stuff.
production. So there are different environments, right? We have software, we have development environment where the developers set it up to do their developing, their dev work with. That's one environment, and then the QA people, the testers, they set up their test environment and install configured lines on that to do their testing. And
Okay.
then and then production is when it's deployed for all users, for people to use.
Yeah.
Like if I were to take the code base of mine, build it and deploy it into my own website, and let people log in and use mine as like a little social network of my own. It will have the Minds branding, but at least it'll run on my website. So that will be like a production.
Okay.
Also remember that another stage in Einstein development, there's the canary mode as well. It's like part of production.
Okay.
Canary is like beta type of environment.
Yeah,
not production.
Another
Yeah, I mean within the testing environment, you have alpha and beta. Alpha testing environment is for like internal testing for people within the organization. They will test the features and stuff like that. And then beta is when it's being opened up to a wider community outside of the organization.
That's what Duguid was saying whenever he mentioned that he wanted them to send him some stuff to work on, as experimental, but they haven't been sending any to him, so.
Okay.
That is, I was going to say that's one definition of a release cycle. Not everybody going with that sort of thing, because in some cases alpha might be considered as the first early release of a software.
Well, early release to me would be like a beta. But alpha is like it's not like it's half functional. There's most likely a lot of bugs in it.
Beta, it's very subjective, because again, I add the other criteria of release candidate, into that picture.
Yeah, release candidate, early release. To me, it's like synonymous to the beta stage of the software development.
Some people's views, the alpha is the sort of immediate first draft of a piece of software, and then beta is the actual development. So alpha, I see it a lot in sort of early release games situations where the developers or the production house will call this an alpha because it's a very early sort of development, very early draft of the software, and then it will then once they've got customers' feedback, users' feedbacks, and the bugs are being reviewed and stuff, then it goes into beta.
Yeah.
Now, do you notice that, like, after he started talking this stuff, he just automatically got amped up? Like, he did a complete turnaround. He's on fire now.
Yeah.
Look at that.
All sharp and alert right now.
Yeah, he was all tired and worn out, and now all of a sudden he's just burning it, dude. He's
Mark lives on tech stuff. He feeds on tech. That's his fuel. Anyway, okay.
you want to.
Anything else? I mean, I've mentioned what seems most attractive to me.
So, I mean, what else was interesting that was even mentioned? You know what I mean? It's like, I personally, I know they didn't even mention the stuff I'm interested in, so I'm not even gonna bring any of that up.
Well, what are the stuff you're interested in? The mines.
Monetization.
I think they did bring it up. Did you watch the stream?
No, I'm probably not gonna watch it. I mean, it's worthless information for me.
How do you know if they have bought?
That's right. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
if you're going to critique, if you're going to criticize it, then you should watch.
It's because it's just worthless information. I mean, it's like, why would you watch something to just torture yourself? You know what I'm saying? It's just insane. Like,
But how do you know unless you're going to watch it?
I just need $2.50, dude. That's all I need. You know, I need $2.50, and I get $100, and I can cash out and be done with it. And that's the only thing. It was like last night, Dan was on there, and he mentioned a comment in the what is that, Dolphin Help and Support, and
Canary, man.
or Canary, yeah, and he put the ticket up there where what's his face made it.
That's
and,
the one that Mark logged.
You know, no, it was his ticket.
Yeah.
Though. He
Mark
responded
logged
to
it.
He responded
Mark-
to it. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mark logged it, and the other Mark.
Yeah. And he turned around, man, and he starts talking crazy shit about having to wait a year before you can frickin' get your money back from monetization. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's just like a straight asshole, dude. I mean,
But no. Well, that's the. But did you see his response this morning?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he was looking into it, and he'll get back to you by the end of the week or next week.
He still doesn't.
This
take
is
away.
about
Still
not
doesn't take away about what he said on that ticket. You know what I mean? Okay, he
Well,
said it today.
he doesn't retract what he said up there. He's just saying, okay, this might not be something that they want to do in the system level, but they might be able to accommodate you with some other alternative solution.
Well, I mean,
I took his reply in the ticket to be more of a brainstorming sort of thing, rather than an actual.
Yeah.
Actual, we will do this. Sort of
Yeah.
you know, well, I mean,
Well, he did say he promised to look into it.
you know, and the bad part about it was it's like this wasn't even just a conversation of me running my mouth, which I know I do, you know, but it was even freaking between Mark Ottman or Bill Ottman. Bill Ottman said he has no problem with it. You know what I mean? So this guy's arrogant.
Obviously, Bill Ottman doesn't have the final say.
I really think that's all they allow him to do is just sit down with a laptop in the conference room and play on his video games, and he's not allowed to do anything.
But that's a good thing he did. I mean, it might be the CEO, but he deferred the decision to the proper people. I mean, Ryan's the product manager, so he makes the call on that kind of stuff.
if Bill has a full understanding of the implications of these things, I've seen this before with Bill. He will state something and don't won't realise the full implications, and then has to backtrack because or not say anything, just forget about it. Either backtrack and forget about it, just because he does not know does not realise the full implications.
Makes sense.
Jump head first then into this without
Now,
thinking.
did they even mention the fact that like there's people who cross the threshold of $100 and still haven't gotten paid?
Yeah, I brought it up, and Basti said, show her an example of somebody who has that problem. It might be an anomaly, and Astro Rod said that it might be a Stripe issue.
I mean, if she wants an example, tell her to go into the help and support. It's there.
It's because the Stripe issue that's not relevant. Mine's is provided the service, therefore it's mine's issue.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, you're right, Mark. Stripe issue is a Minds issue. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
that's true.
And that whole thing with Bashy, I mean, all she has to do is go in there and help and support, and that's an example. I mean, that means that she's not even keeping tab on that stuff, you know? I mean...
Well, maybe somebody else is in charge of help and support.
I don't know. I mean, it's like when you have help in there or ask for help, like, isn't that her job to respond to you and help you out with getting a ticket and stuff like that made?
Well, that's part of the Minds Town Hall today. They unveiled the new tool that they're using, like the chat tool they were using for help and support instead of the old ticketing system.
Yeah.
Well, kind of give a little bit more information on that if you can. I mean, that's actually sounds like good stuff to talk about right there.
Well, it's on the main site now. There's like the chat bubble at the bottom right corner of your of the page, right?
Yeah.
That gets you talking to some bot. On the other side, that will probably lock an issue for you instead of you going into this, lock it.
I open it. I've noticed this every time I open it up. There's a simple statement saying, "We are away at the moment."
Yeah. We are away at the moment. I said, hey, actually, I said, hey, one day, and then 3 days later, they heyed back. So they actually do respond.
That's their early development of the robot program that they want. You know,
No, I think they're using some other tool, some third-party tool.
Actually, Bill came. I was discussing something with Bill several months ago now, and he invited me to be a member of this chat room, then be a moderator or something. But I said, well, yeah, that's a good idea considering what I'm already doing. But he hasn't come back to me since.
You need to tell them you need a paycheck. Okay, you're doing a lot of volunteer work, man. It's time to get paid. Like, honestly, out of everybody, you two need to freaking have a job because you're doing most of the freaking grunt work.
I don't want the job. I got my own full-time job.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like freaking. That's one thing I can understand if you don't take it, because like it's that volunteer shit's for the birds. It's like
I chatted to Bill about this chat groups thing back in June, the start of June.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing's what's now is November.
I mean, I like the platform, and I do stuff in little bits and pieces here to help it, but but my subscription to the Plus thing there is part of it, and so I pitch in once in a while to help out with questions and a log tickets, just like Mark does. But Uh, only on my spare time.
I mean, that's the benefits of it, you know. But
Yeah.
that way you don't have to be obligated to crazy stuff.
The only reason I go into GitLab these days is to write up a new ticket or reply to a ticket or something. I use GitLab for other things, but not as much as I use it just for mining purposes.
That has
Oh,
to be a
you
nightmare.
use GitLab for your own things too, Mark?
Mainly just to catch up on tickets and information about different software.
Okay. Oh, okay.
See,
That's good.
That's what I was saying about Mark. He's probably the only person I know that goes into GitLab for entertainment purposes.
That is some sick idea of entertainment.
And it's just like there's nobody else I know who does that, at all.
Nobody else reads the terms and conditions of service for enjoyment either.
Yeah.
Most people watch TV, watch Netflix, I don't know, play cricket, play football. I look at
Right.
service for entertainment.
Sounds pretty.
God.
Sounds pretty gloomy, to be honest. No wonder you got all you got all your. It seems like you're pulling your hair out every day.
Like he's starting to remind me of that one guy off of The Big Bang Theory. You know, what's his face? The one that sits at the edge of the couch and he freaking says nobody can sit in his spot. Have you ever watched The Big Bang Theory?
Hey.
He's like a brainiac. Instead of him wanting to go to the DMV to do the driver's test.
The Brainiac guy, isn't it Sheldon?
Yeah, Sheldon. Yeah.
Sheldon, right?
That's who it was. He the more I get to know Mark, the more I think of Sheldon for some reason. It just keeps clicking in.
Right.
Yeah, when it comes to that, that's the stuff that I've really noticed on that. And I'm like the message from last night, that was kind of weird when it comes to that. And I understand, that Mark or Bill Altman might not have been up to date on all that stuff, but still, I mean, that's pretty freaking crazy the way he responded like that.
She shouldn't be not being up to date with this. He's the CEO. Why
Yeah.
should he be up to date on these things?
Right. He's a
His job.
low level.
That's what
details.
I think. I think he's like remedial is what it is. Like he's too busy running around playing golf and stuff, and his brother is the one sitting there taking care of all the business. And now that it's interfering with his golf time, it's time to freaking start selling shares of it off to people who's willing to donate money. And if
you all know that social media industry isn't really overly profitable unless you add in third-party external advertisements. I mean, look at YouTube. YouTube has allegedly been losing money left, right, and centre for decades. Allegedly.
Well, they're honestly thinning the herd, though. That's why all this monetization limitations went in, and they've actually dropped down on it for some mysterious reason. You know what I mean? They're not making money, but for some reason they need to lower the subscriptions down to like 500 subscribers before you can make money on them for monetization. So from 10,000 they've dropped down to 500.
that's why you see YouTube have added these ad blocker anti-advertising blocking mechanisms and increasing the premium services because they realise that they need to make money.
Now that
Uh,
brings up a good topic right there too. What do you think about that, Tan? About
Wait, what?
YouTube is making it to where you can't watch their videos if you have ad blockers. So they're basically forcing you to discontinue with the ad blockers and watch videos.
Yeah, I was reading something about this the other day. There's an argument, and it's hopefully
Wait.
it goes.
So you mean the YouTube videos that are playing, and then suddenly in after 5 minutes it shows an ad?
Yeah.
There are some tools that can block that.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, Warden ad blocker. But there's an interesting situation going on at the moment, and I'm hoping they will go to court. In the EU, there's people arguing that by YouTube checking your machine for any ad blocking technology, they could be violating the EU EEA GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations, because they are monitoring your machine without your consent.
Okay.
The scary part about that is too, I mean, that means they've also been doing it for a while now without your consent, because they just don't
Okay.
automatically start doing it. So
This ad blocking thing has only been experimented since I think March this year, June this year. Maybe.
Who creates? I mean, I've never used it. So it works well.
It can do. Yeah, you block it.
let's see.
But it's not like it's curious how it works, because this is the video stream that is being played, sent to your browser. It's not like a pop-up or anything that you can block.
I have a AdBlock Plus on my browser, and I've been using it for like 2-3 years now. I mean, that's one reason why my YouTube videos don't get very many views, because they cut back on the amount of views that you get if you're using ad blockers. And I had to make the choice. Either I wanted to have a lot of suspicious activity on my freaking profile because of these supposed advertisers and get more views, or use the ad blocker and get less views. So I went ahead and chose the ad blocker plus option. I mean, I just don't want to take the risk of people freaking having access to something just because I was watching an advertisement on YouTube. So and people don't believe that happens, but it does. It happens all the time. You can sit and watch a freaking commercial on a YouTube channel, and all of a sudden you got stuff happening on your computer.
Okay.
But I can show it to you if you want to see it. I don't know have you ever seen AdBlocker Plus?
I have never seen ad blocker working on YouTube videos.
Here, I'll show it to you. Let me go ahead and give you a screen share real quick.
Okay.
So here we go. Let me switch it over to the thing so that it doesn't show that. And I'll click here. And you see this right here?
Okay. Wait, you're still on Rumble.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah, you see this option that's falling down to the side? Okay, let me see if I can go ahead and go to the website. Okay, you see up here, you can't even see my mouse, can you?
Wait, I'm still seeing your Rumble.
Yeah, that's. I have it set up to where you can't see my mouse and stuff like that on my OBS. I was able to finally figure that out.
Wait, no, on the same window that you have the Rumble there,
Yeah.
open up a new tab and go to YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. I've
Yeah.
I've, I've turned.
Wait. Are you talking about YouTube or Rumble? Or does that block work for both of them?
Up here on top. Up here on top, right where my address is. You see?
Okay.
See up here?
Yes, I do.
See
Yes,
that
yes.
red dot right there?
Yes.
That red dot is ABP. That's Ad Blocker Plus.
Okay.
Okay. So it shows. No wonder I wasn't on live. It shows right here where the ad blocker is. When I click on that, can you see the drop down right there?
I see the pop up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do. And then this website, rumble.com, I can turn this off or turn it back on.
Okay. Well, when you turn it on, how does it work? So Rumble's gonna play video for a few seconds, and then it's gonna play an ad. What does your ad blocker do? It fast forward to after the ad?
No, it plays straight through as if there's nothing wrong with the with the video. It's just completely taken out, and those numbers.
I see. So it keeps playing through and never gets to the ad.
Right, and the number right there that says 5 on it is the amount of ads that were blocked off of it.
Oh, that's cool.
That's how it works. I'm gonna end this screen share.
I mean, it's interesting. Curious how it works underneath the cover.
Yeah.
And they keep feeding the incorrect data to the server, saying that I'm only been playing for 1 minute. Don't send me the block ad. Don't send me the ad.
Yeah.
Or is it something like that?
Every time I've used it, I mean, I've had a few issues where I had to refresh the ad blocker, but let me see here. Got to get back over here and go here. Yeah.
The other day when, or the other week when the ad blocking you blocked was stopping was stopped functioning from YouTube. This other tool actually rather than actually just skips the advert, it actually plays the advert, but only the first something like half a second worth of the advert.
Yeah. Now, for me, I use Ad Blocker Plus. Don't screw around with all that other stuff.
Do you pay for that?
You get it for free. If you want to pay for it, you can, and you can also. They call them donations. So,
I see.
But I've tried those other ones too, and they're just ridiculous. Like Oh, go ahead.
Do they have to update this plugin often? Because I mean, YouTube or Rumble is gonna be able to see how this guy work and work around it.
I hope the Rumble sees it as a stupid mistake that YouTube's making.
And again, this point of being able to view what's actually installed on your own browser or on your machine could be a violation of UEA law regulations. Could be.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
At least monitoring what you've got on your machine without your prior consent, because at the moment you can go into YouTube as an anonymous.
Yeah.
Without
they wouldn't
to the terms of services, and they still using this method to detect if those users are using some advertising blocking mechanism,
Right.
and because they've not agreed to the terms of service, that therefore YouTube hasn't um, received the consent. That could be a violation of EU, EEA, and possibly even Californian consumer protection rules.
Well, what about YouTube's terms of service? Is that when you use the service, you agree not to block their advertising?
Yeah.
You agree to use their frameworks and the services as is.
Yeah. No.
So arguably, if you block an advert, then you're not using the services as is. Therefore,
Mhm.
violating the terms of services.
Yes.
Now, you could see it like this. YouTube could easily just refuse services to providers in Europe and California. You know what I mean? And then everybody from those areas would end up having to use VPN and stuff like that. So,
Right.
And somebody forgets about YouTube. YouTube's got offices all over the world.
But I don't understand how maybe I don't understand how they're detecting that you using ad blocker is violating GDPR.
Because if they are monitoring what you've got on your machine, on your own device,
Maybe they're not doing that. Maybe they have their own way. You mean their client can communicate to the server. This is
Well,
YouTube client application.
both of you have to remember who owns YouTube.
Google.
YouTube
Okay.
LLC is a subsidiary of Google LLC, which is a subsidiary of Alphabet Inc.
Okay. Now, the other thing you got to also think about too is how far into bed are they with Microsoft? Because now Microsoft is
That's not relevant. That's not relevant when it comes to
Right.
already written laws, already implemented laws.
Well, what about just installing Windows? I mean, has anybody gone over the agreements for just the installation of Windows onto your computer?
Yes.
What are you getting at? What are you getting at?
Consent. Yeah, but in this case, you're giving them consent to do whatever you give them consent to do.
Yeah.
Well, see, when you're installing Windows, you have bought a license. You have bought a license to use Windows, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you bought and agreed to a license.
You bought and agreed to a service. Now, it's like a different. Is it any different to YouTube where you're using the service as a free?
If you've signed into the account, if you create a young Google YouTube account and then sign into that, and then accessing the content from the signed in account, yes, there's no difference. But if you let's say accessing the non-signed in publicly available YouTube,
Right.
and we're doing this, you haven't agreed to any terms of services. Therefore,
Right.
the violation, or it's a potential violation.
See, I've never even thought about that because
That's a
it's
good
been
point.
so long since I've done it without signing in. But
Yeah.
yeah, I get where he's coming from.
Yeah. YouTube does allow you to view their videos without signing in, unlike some other, like Rumble. Actually, Rumble you could think.
Yeah, you just can't comment and stuff like that. You have to have
Yeah,
an account to make a comment.
Yeah.
But
Much like that's done recently.
I'm okay with them being able to view it without making comments because most people who make comments are just trolls and
So, so Mark's point about not having to log into YouTube and then using ad blocker, it might be a valid GDPR violation. But then, has anybody taken up on them on it?
I
Challenge
did
them.
about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, that there is a complete that somebody wrote about it, and I believe that they've made a complaint to the EU data, or whatever the EU's information communication office, or information commissioner office role is. Not sure what the EU calls it, but in the UK we call it the information commission office.
All right, Wells guy. Anything else in the town hall that you feel like talk about?
Just
I always like to try to review. As you know, I always create a post out of it anyway, out of the video anyway, and I always try to review the tunnel a second time. So I will watch it live as it's going, but usually I wait a day later, then release a post myself, and then we review the content. So I've got it a bit more fresh in my mind.
I still need $2.50, so you guys are gonna have to pull together and give some clout. Tell Bill Altman to send me $2.50 through my account so I can cash out. I need your help.
You should pay attention to the canary chat.
If I do that, I'm gonna start saying bad things about people. And
right. Well, you gotta refrain from
it's
the amount
hard.
of.
It's really hard. It's hard to do.
For an old man like you, like you used to be more tempered.
Yeah,
now.
I know.
It's not like you're 25 anymore. Right?
That's right. Hey, I'll tell you what. I know 25-year-olds who's still afraid of me, man. They're like, don't mess with him. He's a grumpy old man. But yeah,
I mean,
I sent you what the staff replied to you. I mean, spoken to you privately or communicated with you privately
No.
about what.
they don't. Talk
other
to
than
me.
Bashy.
They don't talk
Yeah.
to me. They've got me on mute. They don't want nothing to do with me. I called frickin' Ryan an asshole, and he never even responded to that, dude. Come on. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, you call him an asshole. What do you expect him to say? You like start a cat fight with you? I mean, best response is silence in that situation. I would think.
Yeah, it just, when I read that ticket, I was like, that's horrible. And it wasn't really even about me. It was about freaking, what's his face? Ozoami or whatever his name is. He's on my, I follow him.
Ozamina.
Osamina. Yeah, I follow that person on mine, you know, and freaking, it's just, his first time, I think he actually brought it up again. You know, and then hearing that ticket, I just responded.
This is why I don't like looking at or bringing in individual cases into public. If you ever notice, when I've been asked to refer something to a staff member or review a issue in relation to a specific account, I will I try to say as little as possible in public. I will refer it to a staff member and then leave it in their hands.
That's why you're the smart one.
It's not really my sort of place to actually say anything. I will review the issue, and if I agree that there's a problem with procedure or there's been a failure in procedure, then I will refer it to a staff member.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the ticket the Mark created. So,
well, he did a good job on the ticket.
Generally, when it comes to specific individuals' cases, so let's say I've had people saying, well, this account of mine has been banned and the staff are not replying to me. So what I will do is I'll create a screenshot of the discussion between me and that individual, and then refer that discussion to a staff member, and then that's my job done. I'm not interested in the hate crime. I've just done my task.
Right.
It's good that you do stuff like that because we need Tron in place. He defends the server. Or the
What?
user.
No, man.
He's
he defends the user.
Yeah. the user, not the server.
I believe is correct at the time.
Who said that? I can't believe that. Who said that?
Let's say if there's an issue at mine's procedure, then I will comment on that. If there is an issue with a specific issue related to a user's grievance that's got no real merit, I will criticise that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to be the first one to say I appreciate you for sitting in that freaking town hall meeting because that has got to be probably the worst thing you could do when it comes to.
But I mean, a lot of people in that town hall are pretty appreciative of what the Mind guys are doing. But
yeah,
so.
No, I mean, just having to sit there while they go through all the technical stuff. I mean, I'm serious about that. I really give you, my thumbs up on that. That takes a lot because
I personally encourage the staff to do these town hall meetings because back in 2018, 2019, they started on a couple. Actually, I think it could have been 2017. They started on number 2, 3, D4, and then we and a number of other community members created the Minds Community Open Source Initiative, and we tried to have a meeting once a public meeting once a month where we would invite a staff member or a couple of staff members into those meetings. It wasn't actually every month. It was in the 3 years we were running, we had something like in the 2 years that we were running, we had something like 14 public meetings. But yeah, how we did those was to actually review content use, review.
Oh, he got taken out. Poor guy.
Man, I think something's wrong with Jitsi today. I got kicked out a couple of times too.
Yeah, I know. It just keeps happening. Having those flares and stuff start up, so.
Flare? Cloud flare? I think Jitsi's having trouble today.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I was serious about that, man. I give you thumbs up. That's actually probably one of the hardest things to have to do is sit in one of those conferences because it could just as easily be sitting at a table putting up with that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's horrible. I mean, really. Imagine being in a conference room.
Fan, how often do you have sort of board meetings in your place of work where you're just sitting around half the morning just listening and nodding your head? I've been quite a few of them in the past.
I have meetings every day, pretty often there, and most of them are online meetings. But people participate, they interact, I talk. It's not like it's not very often that I sit there for the whole hour and not say anything. So I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'd be falling asleep. Like everybody nudge me, wake up, Roger, wake up. He did it again. They'd have to make me SEO so that freaking they wouldn't have to, or CEO so that they wouldn't have to fire me. You know, put me up there where I can fall asleep.
No, technically the CEO can be fired in mines. Mines is controlled by board of directors, and if they wish to fire the CEO, even though the CEO has got a directorship anyway.
I don't think any. I don't think the board of directors can have enough vote to vote out Bill. I think his dad is one of the directors.
Yeah, I was.
He's one of the directors.
I mean,
consider the makeup of the board of directors. It's not going to happen.
Not likely.
I mean, think about it though. Look at what happened, man. I mean, it's like Ryan came in and just kind of swooped down and put Bill Altman in his place. Said, "Whoa, we ain't gonna do that." Bill didn't even respond to it. You know what I mean? So maybe he has been voted out of office. They just let him sit there and look pretty for the audience. You know.
I don't know if you noticed, but when it comes to text-based communications, Bill's not the greatest.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like Zuckerman, you know.
That's the spoken word thing, but when it comes to actual text messaging, yeah.
So he's basically Donald Trump.
I don't know. He's probably not even a fan.
Huh?
Everything got quiet when I said the name Donald Trump. You notice that nobody wanted to say nothing. It's like, oh
Did you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But yeah, I think it would be beneficial if, you know, they would actually get together and come up with a game plan on what they want to do with this stuff. Because, like, it's, first of all, it's insane. Like, I don't understand how their money is supposed to be so great if freaking this many people are losing out on monetization, you know, because I'm gonna tell you right now, affiliate isn't gonna fill the bill. I mean,
that's why they're coming up with this network idea.
I would need to work the network idea. It's an old idea anyway, just being rehashed into something a bit more manageable, useful, appropriate even. But I would like to see some actual physical numbers in relation to these withdrawal issues.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the moment it looks like it's just a couple community members, just only a handful of community members of that.
Yeah, it's Roger, and then there's one other guy there, and I thought I was reading somewhere in one of the rooms that some guy, was it Moose? No, it wasn't Moose. It was somebody else. It says they've already reached over the 100 mark, and they did not get anything. They did not get a payout.
Yeah, that's up farther. That's about a week ago.
No, longer than that.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I just can't remember who said it.
I would need to know more about the case. But again, like I said, you're talking about 3 individuals coming out of what is claimed to be a 5 million user base social media platform.
Yeah.
3 out of 5 million is good numbers, I would say. The situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so this Cost Me tool seems like a bit buggy, or maybe that's the way they designed. But apparently, it blanks out your video if you're inactive after some time. It's
Yeah.
kind of not good.
They probably want you to buy a.
It's like reset your share to blank screen.
Now, I have a screen share I can share with you on the conversation if you guys want to see it.
I don't know if you guys are still. I think Roger's still in there. I don't know. Oh, no, Mark is still in there. Roger's already left.
What are you talking about? Me. Oh, I'm muted. Oh, crap.
You're muted, man.
This whole time I was talking. No, I did a screen share for you. This is Astro Rod. He's the one you're talking about.
Oh, Astro Rod is the one that said it, and he's the one that said it in Canary that it might be a issue with the Stripe.
Yeah. I can scroll down on that part, but I just wanted to bring it up.
Wait. Can you screenshot? Where does it say he's got over 100? Can you screenshot and put it in the chat, in your chat room?
Yeah, I could.
Wasn't Astro Rod just to take a benefit Stripe?
Now.
Yeah. Yes.
Therefore, that's a bit meaningless because there's a suspicion that's the speculation. Until we see some GitLab ticket or some confirmation from a staff member, that's just speculation.
Roger? Where do you? I'm not seeing where he said he went over 100.
That conversation was a while back though.
There was no payout for December. So Astro Rod is the one that said it.
Yeah.
But he didn't name any name. Okay.
This individual has being critical of the withdrawal purposes on several previous occasions. They've had issues.
Okay. But then in the end, yesterday this morning, he said it might be a Stripe.
Again, speculation. And irrelevant of that, even if it is a Stripe issue, it's still a minds issue as far as.
Yeah,
and then.
I mean, so we don't know the people had overreached the 100 mark. Otherwise, if it was us, we would lock a ticket.
And he also said that he invited a new user, and after 7 days free trial, the money wasn't debited, and attempts to do it again via the unlock button just opens up the Minds Plus post. And that was one that I didn't see right there. So.
Sorry, say that again.
It's interesting. Now, Mark came in.
I totally lost what you were just saying.
With Astro Rod, I believe it was. He said that he had crossed the threshold, and that was a while back. So, the stuff that I'm bringing up right there was new stuff. And Ozomina. She's the one that, or he is, whichever one, is the one who mentioned the new stuff. So now he said for some of y'all at the edge, I think there's something we can do that's easier / faster than changing the core threshold system.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He said.
Now, see, that's the thing, though. Where does he come up with this idea that if he's only going to be doing referrals, anybody's ever going to make $100? I mean, it's insane to think that. All right, I was lucky enough out of freaking 2 years.
That is speculation. Just because it's hard doesn't mean it's not possible.
I mean, dude, I got one person to come on here off of referrals, okay? And like this Super Boost or Super Minds, nobody's ever sent me a Super Minds, man. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? That shit doesn't happen.
You never got a Super Mind? I got a couple.
I haven't got one.
I even got some.
Yeah,
I even got some with the U.S. dollar.
See, you're lucky.
Yeah, I guess so. It's meaningless. It's like chump change.
Well, no, I mean, it all comes down to what I said when we first started Minds Roundtable, you know. I wanted you to start it up because people like Oriental people, you know. Put an Oriental person on there and people will send them money and stuff because they love Oriental people. It's
No,
just,
man.
it's so true. Like the thumbnails I have on you, I put a thumbnail of you on the front of a video, man, and I get like 15 views from the get-go on the first day.
Oh, so you're just using me then? Huh?
No, I'd never say that.
Yeah, caught you there, man.
but no, I mean, there's a few issues that like they don't want to recognize. Like, I don't get where they keep getting on these videos and saying, well, if they got freaking problems with Minds, they need to freaking come up with references. And, well, you know, if you go in and check your help support and read those tickets that are being sent to you, like in the last 2 weeks, do you realize how many tickets you guys have sent out?
Well, they had that stat. They reported it in the town hall.
You know? It was insane. Every time I turn around, there was a notification on Minds Canary this week. Every time I turn around.
That's not a ticket, so that's just...
That's not a ticket.
Yeah.
So I've said my piece.
This month so far, I've been fairly quiet getting up. I've only with today's tickets, I've only released 2 tickets so far this month.
That's because everybody's getting ignored. You know.
No, I always this one club tickets, public club tickets. I always write about things that are generally write about things that affect the platform rather than my specific account. So that can be viewed by anybody.
I mean, if you want, I could actually post that ticket that you made out and let them see the response that Ryan had for it. If you guys want to do that before we get off here, because I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's just one of many tickets I've created.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any point. I mean, not a technical thing that we should talk on.
I mean, if you want
Tech talk.
some juicy tickets.
Well, today is a big day when it comes to Minds, though. So it's not like we're not doing something important, you know. I mean, this roundtable, it was a big deal because it's something that rotates around Minds.com, you know. So we've done everybody else, so why not do something on Minds? Let people know what's going on here, you know, stuff like that.
Wait. Today's not roundtable.
Well, today was. This morning, wasn't it?
Oh,
the town hall, you mean?
Oh, town hall, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, roundtable is our thing.
Yeah, sorry.
But you can sell it. You can sell it to Minds for millions of dollars. That's
No.
not there.
But they did the town hall today, so it's not like we didn't, you know, do something good and bring it up. It was.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably the first ones to even talk about it, so that's kind of cool. Probably the only ones that will talk about it, to be honest.
Anything else jump out on you? I mean, this is to help you do your write-up too, Mark. Right? Anything else jump up on you?
I presume you've seen my previous meeting posts. That I've released. It's just this video reference to their video and just a small brief description at the start.
Oh no, who just got dropped again?
See,
oh, Mark.
that's the man trying to hold him down. He's back. It's the
It's
man.
Jitsi, man. Is Jitsi using Cloudflare?
Mhm. Clout flare. So, you want to finish up on what you were saying there? I know it was important.
Totally lost my thread.
Yeah.
Well, I was just asking you what else jumped out in your mind about today's town hall, and you saying about in the past your write-ups have been short, brief.
Yeah, nothing really jumps out at me at the moment. Like I said, I want to re-review the video, which I'll do tomorrow anyway.
All right.
But because of the situation of it being live, it's quite often difficult to get your thoughts together whilst it's going out live. So it's always I always find it useful to review the content afterwards.
Yeah.
Well,
Any
I trust your feedback on that. So whenever you write those reports out, remember to try to be as precise as you can, because
Yeah,
I mean,
I tend to.
I'd listen to what you have to write about rather than listen to these guys. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just don't trust a word that comes out of their mouth.
it sounds like Rogers want a Cole's Notes version of the.
No, I mean, seriously.
You might have
I
to
mean,
write a longer write-up this time than the previous past.
I trust Mark's input more than I do the rest of them. I mean, and I used to joke about Bill Altman, but it's getting to the point now where I'm finally figuring out he's not the big dog. He's not the one calling the shots. It's Ryan. Ryan's the big dog. He's the one.
I think you might be mistaken there.
You don't think it's Ryan?
I mean, Bill controls the company, but he lets people give free reins to people in making decisions. That's good.
I
think that's a mark of a good leader.
I don't.
You don't control everything everybody else does.
I just don't believe it. Sorry. It's like, I just don't. I think that, Ryan is the secret overlord who says,
and he's only been working for Mines for 2 years now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Compared to Mines, to Bill, generally speaking, they've got a pretty good team underneath them. Bill's got a pretty good, as a pretty good team, especially when I create GitLab tickets and then one staff member might come up in with some advice, and another staff member may provide further information. And in some tickets, we can have an interesting discussion about the purpose of a service or purpose of a function, if that function needs improving. So it's not always Bill taking the.
Sorry.
It's not always the case that Bill takes the lead in these things. He will refer these discussions to other more experienced people.
So you mean when you say experience, you're talking about Ryan's more experienced than Bill?
Yeah, I'm talking about, let's say, in some circumstances. Yeah, I'm talking about development situations where Ben may have a sound development idea in reply to a ticket I've created, and Bill may have a slightly different idea on this.
Yeah.
Some of the staff may have a different idea on this. Again, I've discussed a lot of ideas with various staff members in the private as well. So yeah, as like any sort of team, you get people with different ideas, and it's good that mine's just got this sort of I don't know, almost democratic sort of concept.
Well, I'm glad
Wait,
that.
well, Roger, you want to have a quick view of the their network thing? Maybe you can use it.
What? What do you mean
Go
now?
go
Yeah, go
go go,
ahead.
go back to Cosme. I'm gonna play that second.
Okay. Go back to. Go back to what?
Cosme.
Oh, okay. Cosme.
Is it playing for you?
Hold
Should
on a
be
minute.
playing.
Hold on a minute. I've got to get back on the right spot, so it's. Alright, here we go. Okay, so I'm here.
Okay, is it playing for you? I'm
It's-
playing it at the section where he's demonstrating the network thing.
Okay.
Okay, fast forward a little bit.
Oh, you all were asking, like, is this a revenue stream? And Jack answered that a little bit there. But I guess to dive in a little bit more, yes, this will be sort of like a paid subscription product for businesses.
Oh, he did say it's a paid
and
subscription.
there's
service.
a couple of different tiers. So, like, have a couple of different, like, levels of customers we have in mind. Some of them are like media companies, and where, you know, we expect their usage to be pretty high. And it really does come down to how much usage there is, because that's what ends up costing us. But we'll also have in mind sort of a product. Okay, thanks for pulling this up, Jack. This is our networks page. These are like our different tiers.
Are you playing it on
like
the stream as
entry
well,
level
Roger?
tiers. We call
Yeah.
it team, but it really could be even also an individual. So if
Yeah,
you
I'm
just
playing
wanted to publish on the decentralized social web, you know, you wanted to have your own identity. You wanted to, you know, show up as, let's say, if I wanted to show up as, you know, Ryan at
So this
Ryan.
they're talking about these subscription levels for
identity, my
network.
address on the decentralized social web. I
Right.
could just spin up
Yeah.
a small team size that would be plenty to support me.
Did you
and publish
catch
from
the
that.
beginning of that though? He
Yeah,
says
and
it's
that's
for-
why. So this is pretty similar to what
Okay, let's
we.
pause it. Which one are you talking about?
He said this is set up for businesses. So,
Yeah.
Actually, you can look at it in two different ways.
Right.
He's talking about the enterprise level thing. So if you wanted to host it on a server that is provided by Minds, and with the infrastructure provided by Minds, it's how much it's suggesting there, or how much it's going to be. But you can also self-host it yourself, which is
Right.
yeah.
being a source product. You can self-host it, and then you take control of all the infrastructure.
If you don't mind, just telling people.
Yeah, this thing is going.
Obviously, you get less support from. I don't know if they're going to be what sort of support contracts they are going to allow with the enterprise thing. But being an open source project anyway with GitLab facilities, if let's say me or you decide to self-host it and we come up with a problem, we can always create GitLab tickets anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
And see,
There might be-
the thing is I just want $2.50, you know, to get my money back, and after that,
Yeah.
I
This-
mean, and it doesn't matter about other people giving me money, okay? what it comes down to is the fact that they owe me $2.50. Not the people that watch my videos or you or anybody else. They owe me $2.
Again, I think it's unwise. It's unwise for us to comment on that because that's a internal issue between you, the customer.
Exactly.
Finds the-
Exactly. But I'm
Well, so
still
they-
saying that's the reason why I have an issue with that, you know. And then, like, they want you to go and pay for more service where you're going to end up dealing with stuff like that again. Okay? And it's okay for people to send you money and it goes straight into your Stripe account. That's fine. Okay, I understand that whole concept. But this is monetization money that they owe me and they don't want to pay me. Just like with the people who freaking have crossed the $100 threshold and still haven't gotten their money. You know, what's the deal with that? Why is it they don't want to pay their debts? Instead, they want to come up with ways to where they don't have to pay
that should
people.
be a private conversation. That should be
Yeah.
a private conversation between you and them on that specific
Yeah,
case.
I mean, it's a good question. You know,
So,
I mean, it's a good question.
They won't let you get near them now, Roger.
You know, and that's what it is. It's shut everybody down who talks about it. Nobody is getting responses, whatever. It's just ignore them.
Well, I mean, the Astro guy that said it went over. It's his prerogative to complain to.
You know.
yeah, if you believe that there is a failure in procedure or if they violate the terms of service agreement, then I suggest that you speak to them. Failing that, and if you want to push it further,
This is pretty similar
speak to a
to
legal representative. Yeah, speak to a legal representative.
Mm-hmm. I ain't doing that for $97.
Sorry,
Are you going to move further comment on that one, really?
sorry. Go ahead.
All right, we're
I fat
waiting.
finger the click.
Go ahead and do it. Hit play.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. So I mean, it's just that's pretty much it. Other than that, you know, they talk about that, and then they went to that support stuff where they reported the case. Oh, yeah. I wanted to see what they said they switched over to. Okay, here we go. Zendesk was switched over with what is it? Cute chat. What?
What?
What do they call it?
Cute.
Chat Woot. Chat Woot
Chat
is
Woot.
what they are switching over in terms of handling support requests.
Oh yeah.
The Zendesk thing is actually quite interesting, actually. I think it was something like 2 years ago. Bill came to me asking me if there was any support, helping source support projects that would be useful for the requirements. So I mentioned there were quite a few, which he sort of slightly disagreed with me on, because he was looking at it in a very narrow sort of viewpoint of my view. I asked them to create a list of functionalities that they would be looking for, and then that was the last I heard about the support, the new support platform. And
Looks like they decided to go with Chatwood.
Until about 5 months later, when they released Zendesk project.
Yeah.
Zendesk live.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
Yeah.
there was limited full thought about.
if you don't mind, just telling people.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go back.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay, so I mean, so you had some suggestion, and then, but in the end, they went with Chatwood.
No, what I suggested was to them was they create a list at the time. I create a list of what functionality they were looking for, and then come back to me because Bill just came to me and said, "Do you know of any open source supports trouble ticket bug ticketing platforms?" And I could think of quite a few. Um, and a lot of them revolve around full-blown customer relationship management systems. But I believe that he was looking at the. He didn't at the time. He didn't really think about what they were looking for, and he was looking at the issue of the sort of facilities from a very sort of narrow perspective.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't really think about what they wanted. I mean, it's like
Hey Roger, here's a suggestion. Why don't you pop up that chat box and make a complaint or ask a question about your $28?
I've mentioned it before.
yeah,
I assume you haven't used it,
I I've actually sent in a ticket saying that.
Roger. Are
Freaking,
you out?
yeah, no, I'm. Oh,
You muted.
I keep muting. Sorry,
Yeah.
but yeah, I've actually brought it up before. I mean, it was brought up a while back. You know.
Have you created any Zendesk?
Right.
Yeah, I've done one ticket and no response. So I've.
How did you create the ticket?
And that was about 3 months ago. But right around the time when no, it was whenever it wasn't 3 months ago. It was right after the monetization thing
Right.
started
It was
happening.
September.
Yeah, it was
September.
October.
was it October? Yeah.
No, I think it was September 21, wasn't it?
It was right there at the time, you know, and it was like I sent one thing in the support thing too for a weird thing that happened yesterday. They gave me $2 and they took it off of my account, dropped me back down. I was right at like $99.60 something cents. And then they dropped it back down to $97.65. So.
Well, in that case, I would suggest if you follow up your last ticket or create a new ticket, asking why this happened.
I really don't want to have anything to do with money when it comes to mines again. You know what I mean? If I actually can get my money from them, that's fine. But if I can't, then I just don't want to do anything money related with this platform anymore. Just to be honest, I mean.
I would still suggest that you follow up your previous ticket anyway.
You know, my Mines Plus will end in September, I think it is, of next year, or somewhere around there. Isn't it a year or 6 months?
Yeah.
It's a year. Yeah.
Year.
And after that, that'll be the end of Mines Plus. So, I mean, that's basically the way it is. And the reason why I need to do that is because, you know, I can't be freaking running around acting like a crazy man over stupid shit. And that's really what this will turn me into if I let it. I'm not going to participate in that kind of craziness. So,
I wonder when they start this network, whether if somebody paid to get their own network, would they be able to add a member to their own network
but that comes out of your pocket, right?
without the member having to pay mine to join, right?
Now that
So
comes out of your own pocket, right? Like they give you the network, but everything else
yeah,
you
no,
pay
you
for.
have to pay. You have to pay for this. It'll be like a new subscription that you have to pay. Probably like a
I mean
$500.
everything, like the maintenance and setting it up, and then
No, they will take care of that for you. Everything
Yeah,
will be like a one click.
as long
So,
as as long as you go down the enterprise route, then yeah, they'll pay for everything. But if you um, go for the self-hosting um, point, then obviously that's down to you to deal with your needs.
right.
so
I don't know if they will offer the self-hosting. I think first thing they will do is that cloud.
But
yeah.
well, they've been providing self-hosting ever since mine became a thing. It's part of their open source remit.
Well, yeah. So I mean now, you can do that now without that network.
Yeah.
Now they're just putting a price tag on it, basically.
No, but now they're just offering cloud hosting with the single with a simple one click simple
Oh.
setup.
So you get cloud hosting, and then what's after that? I mean, is there in between? Like, that you said there was a few tiers, right? Like, what's after the
Yeah.
basic? Now that was $50 right there, wasn't it?
$50 a month, yeah,
And then $50 a month. Wow.
month.
They better offer more when it comes to freaking revenue than what they've been offering, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah,
And they don't really have the clout to support that. Like it takes freaking me almost 6 months to get $100 off of busting my ass.
According to the one of the statements on one of the slides or somewhere I saw just now, it suggests that Minds Pro will be dropped at some point in the next couple
being
of
replaced with that.
years. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I doubt that's
Sure.
even going to be good, because they don't really have the pool. Like, I mean, people on mines do not. I mean, dude, I was doing freaking 9 posts a day, all right, for 6 months straight, and my subscribers went up to like 405. That was
Okay.
it. You know what I'm saying? And that's within a year of 6 months of doing that, and then still posting one video every single day up to this point. I haven't missed. Well, in the last month, I've stopped. So, being fair there, but up to that point, there was a video posted every day. So I covered at least 8 months.
You say your videos posted every day. How have you marketed that content, and have you added extra text to those posts?
I've done all that. I've actually, dude.
I mean, as an example, Bill loves to talk about Boost as being the major sort of marketing
Yeah.
method on mines. But I've always said if you can put your posts in relevant groups as well.
They
That's
don't offer anything to that. Right now, you got a gallery. That's what you do.
Yeah, but I don't know if you've seen some of my posts. If they're relevant to the Minds platform itself, I will stick in the Minds user. I will replicate the post in the Minds user group and the Minds community open source initiative.
If you remember correctly, just until here recently, you couldn't freaking post Minds Plus stuff on your groups. Now you could switch it over and share it into the group after you make the Minds Plus post, and
Jack made an interesting point today, which I thought about before. He was talking about that Minds Plus is a good way of gaining attention. But if you want wide coverage of the user base, it may not Minds Plus posts might not be clickable because there's a paywall.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want all users to be able to see your content, then Mind Plus is not a good solution for that.
Well, the weird part about it is I keep hearing everybody say that you get more views in the regular platform, but I'm not seeing that in my analytics. I actually lost like 83% of views because I've been posting on regular platform compared to what I got when I was doing Minds Plus.
Again, this needs a much more rigid sort of formulaic study done. Just because you've gained some views on one post and not gained the views on another post doesn't mean that because one's plus and one's minus, that may not have any relevance to it.
Well, I mean, what's changed? I stopped posting on Minds Plus.
The content,
It's the same stuff.
method of you marketing it, the wording that you added.
It's the same stuff, man.
All kinds of things.
I mean,
Always the same
all these
stuff.
streams right here that I've been doing right here, while I've been doing them, every single one of my gaming videos have been posting. Up until about maybe 2 weeks ago, there's been a stream or a post that was made with uploads every day, okay, on Minds Plus.
Every time you post a video, do you add context-based content to it?
I put the name in it and I freaking do the tags.
A description?
No, I don't do that.
No.
Most people that get that big money on here don't do that either. They don't even have a name on their posts.
If you notice, for all of my posts, I always create a title, I always create descriptions, and generally speaking, I always add extra references to the content.
But I put the name on there. I put the name and I tag it with SEO and stuff. But that's mandatory. So
maybe come up with some creative descriptions for each post. Improves it.
I've gone through all that before. I mean, you know, everybody's big about saying that, but it seems funny that whenever I don't do that and I post shit on YouTube, my channel doesn't get blocked or kicked.
Yeah.
I don't even have a copyright infringement, okay? Yet, freaking, you turn around and you look at
if you don't mind,
Jaffe.
just telling people that this is going on.
You know, you look at Jaffe and his stuff is getting kicked off these platforms.
I see in the news feed all the time posts that just contain an image or a video, nothing more, no text in it. And if you keep on scrolling for the news feed and you see 50 of these non-descriptive posts, video or image content, so what is the incentive of me clicking on that?
It's because freaking you're interested. I mean, I've got to make a pretty little freaking description of what it is that I'm posting so that you'll become interested. I mean, it's got a thumbnail sitting there right in front of your face. Okay, look at it. You know, it's just like they're sitting there talking about copying and pasting stuff. Okay, I do a daily, or I used to do a daily reading.
Post an image. If you don't post an image alone, then that's not good for accessibility. What if you are partially?
I don't post videos or images because that's just memes and spam. And see, that's just wasting my time. A lot of people get away with that. Like they can get on Minds and all they do all day long is just post nothing but memes, and they post nothing but freaking AI freaking pictures and shit like that, and they get the views. But then
sometimes I might have a 15-minute video that I want to create a post out of. But I might spend the next 30, 40, 50 an hour just come up with a description for it.
You know,
Any references?
yeah. And you know, I know that a lot of people believe that stuff, but like you've got a lot of more important shit to do when it comes to videos than sitting there trying to make a description out for every single video you got. It's the truth, man.
I'd say it's just as important. It's just as important.
You know, I'll put my schedule on there on some places, but I'm not. You know, let them know when I'm posting and stuff.
Being able to market your content prior to the user clicking on the video is just as important as actually clicking on the video.
I put a lot of time in my editing, okay? If people don't want to watch my video because I don't have pretty words written in the description and they don't want to see an edited video, then that's on them. I mean, I really don't want them watching my stuff if they're that kind of a person, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been working my butt off in the last freaking year to just make good content, you know?
Have any questions?
So
in the world of in the retail world, there's no such as a.
I'm doing pretty good on views, just so you know. I mean, it's my views. I had Moose look at my views whenever I was sharing it on there. And he said, "Hell, you're doing better than I am."
Although I'm not a great big channel, I'm not very tech-minded. I just want to write blogs and talk with people. So everything you're saying sounds pretty awesome, but I don't understand half of it. What are we doing for the average person like me? By way of media, what are y'all doing for the average person like me to help us grow our channel or utilize minds more efficiently for bloggers like myself that have nothing to do with all this mumbo jumbo that makes no sense?
Well, I mean,
yeah, I saw your question earlier too, pretty specifically about blogging and like using metadata and showing up in search. Was that kind of what was top of mind?
All right, guys, it's coming up to the hour.
I noticed if I Google one of my blogs, it won't show up. Brave or anything else, like so there's no way to drive traffic to mines externally through blogging or anything like that.
Just go back to
yeah. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to the content and everything, there's just some things that I have learned, and like he's sitting there talking about quality and stuff like that or Jack is, you know, on his thing, and what's he determining as quality? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
He's not really elaborating on that too much. You know what I mean? Is he thinking that freaking people who take pictures all day and freaking create UI photos, is that quality to him? You know?
That would be my argument. Is quality about somebody who's actually spent hours researching the subject matter, or is quality just a snappy, quick image?
You know, I mean, I really don't know what he's referring to when he says quality content. I mean, that would be the one thing that I'd really like to know, and he doesn't. You know.
Quality is a subjective term.
So
quality can mean different things to different people.
Oh, Tan's over there experimenting.
Nah, I'm just playing.
So we are coming to the end of the hour. You want to get some sleep, Mark?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I've been on for something else now.
You need some sleep. And
I think you too.
I'm done. I should have been asleep a long time ago. Today was a weird day. It was a really weird day. So
let's talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that. What went down with you and Carmen? But
yeah.
Well, maybe.
Well, needless to say, I'm I'm shutting down some of my streams, and as well as shutting down some of my streams, I will not be having a co-host. So,
Right. Right.
you know, the history thing, I've said it on my streams before, but when I do history, I want history. I don't want to hear about freaking Lost Island of freaking Atlantis, and stuff like that. I want it to pertain to Atlantis, and that's it. That's what it is. So, I'd
All right.
rather stuff like that. So.
I want to call you on some of the stuff that you talked about, but let's do it
Another time.
Yeah, tomorrow in the round table where anything goes, but today is just tech
TikTok. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, as the host, you should be taking control. You should be taking.
That's what I'm doing.
That's right.
That's what I'm doing, and it's getting taken care of right now. So, it's been getting out of hand for a while, so it's gotta come to an end.
All right. Let's both of you get some sleep, and we'll regroup tomorrow.
Okay. I will see you guys later.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay.
See you guys.
Yeah. There we go. Now.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Old Men Talking. I'm your host, Karma Love. I'm here today, of course, with Old John as well as Roger, and we are joined by Bob Dub. So, welcome, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Karma.
Alrighty. So today, what is the topic, guys? What specifically are we going to focus on? Does anyone have something that they would like to focus on? Last week, I felt like we went a little bit all over the place, so I'd prefer to kind of stick to, I don't know if this is okay with everyone, just maybe changes or just currency where we're at now, different accomplishments that have been achieved later in life, stuff like that. But anything that anyone would like to bring to the topic or to the conversation, please feel free.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, be great. I thought of a subject for a future one. I said to Roger earlier, but if we could just stick to the one you said for now. That sounds good.
Well, if you'd like to start with what you already spoke on before, what was the subject specifically?
I am really going to in depth. I just had the idea for it for a future. I wasn't meant for today. I just had the idea. It was just about people. Like when I was younger, you could read people, so to speak, and now you can't do that anymore. Everyone's got their guards down. You can't see what the real them anymore. And I would just want to say about that. Maybe we can talk about it in the future. Your idea is great. Maybe we should stick with that for now and have this one for future one.
Or collaborate, because it definitely sounds interesting. I'd actually like to hear more about that if you'd like to start and just lead in with some things that you've maybe seen, because that, I feel as though that kind of signifies certain changes that have happened. Well, we'll say prospectively, just from transitioning towards different times, where we've been and where we are as far as concerned to where we're going. So, maybe you should. What different things have you observed?
Well, I just remember it started off a conversation with an old girlfriend's father. Where he was really sound guy, really deep guy. You got really long conversations with him, and he said about it, and I thought, oh my God, you're right. You're so right. He just said, when we were young, he said, you see a person in the street, you could read them. You know what they were like, if they're good, bad, whatever. You could just tell, just read them. He said, now you can't. It's just everyone's got their walls now, and you said you just can't do it. And I think it's getting worse, because now, because I spoke about this quickly, Rogers, before you came online, now you've got you got personas. You've got everyone trying to be a mimic their TikTok favorite characters they see, and yeah, but that's more like a physical thing, I suppose. But spiritually, I don't know if it's spiritual or what it is. It's just that I just notice it now. You just can't read people anymore. Just cannot do it. Whereas you used to be able to. When I was young, you could, and now just can't. I don't know the reason behind it. I don't know if it's probably down to society's changes. I would think the way that people now are brought up and stuff to maybe suppress themselves, their feelings from being maybe like people take the mickey out of them and stuff like that if they show their certain feelings a certain way. I don't know. I don't really know the root of it, why it is it. I don't know, but it does sort of interest me. You know?
Perhaps a collaboration of everything. If you look at it from a generalized perspective, within society, there's been so many changes implemented with between like different things where we'll transition to more of a technological standpoint. And if you think
Yeah.
about the thing like with television, you mentioned TikTok, but like even just in general with like the stuff that we listen to as far as our music, our different type of peer groups. I also we understand how our experiences kind of breed our expectations. We kind of guard things based off of how what we're used to. So if
Yeah.
something, even if we're going into a new experience, but something seems familiar, usually we kind of equate it to being similar. And then sometimes we'll bring past responses into the present. And then if you've done anything once and maybe you were not that good at it, the more you do it, the more often you encounter it, you tend to get better. So let's say that even on a negative standpoint, unfortunately, if you usually go into a certain type of situation a certain way, and then once you start seeing reminders or anything to where it makes you feel like, okay, this is similar, it when it comes to putting your guard up, maybe you didn't have it up as much before, so you put it up a little bit more. And then the more you engage with certain type of situations, um you put it up even further. Just is it perhaps, do you think maybe people are learning from past experiences, or not, even if it's not necessarily learning, because sometimes when you learn and you're growing, you realize that putting your guard up is the opposite of what should be done. You should be more so focused on actually being more welcome and more open. So do you feel like maybe it's like not trickery or sorcery, but like perhaps implement it in order for people to have these type of responses, in order for it to make it easier for a certain type of agenda to be carried out?
Well, I'm not sure. I was just thinking about my own experiences. It just sort of come back to me. When I was young, I was engaged to a girl, and she two-timed me 2 weeks later after we got engaged. And so it obviously really hurt, as you'd imagine. And I know that from that day onwards, I sort of suppressed emotions from that, you know. So that's sort of me then sort of putting a guard up, I would say, in a certain situation, in that situation, like with loved ones and stuff. Because I still don't really show my emotions now that much after all this time. This was like, oh my God, 33 years ago this happened. It's still like, it affects me now, if you know what I mean. I'm still not, I should be more open, yes, but you can't. When you've been hurt, you just, you know, the
How
right thing
long
to
were
do is
you
face
guys
it.
how long were you together before you got engaged?
About a year.
And
Was
prior to that, you had no knowledge of her doing this type of any type of activity
No,
in
she
which.
didn't do it before. It happened after we got engaged, yeah. So,
Oh,
yeah, my best mate as well made it worse.
wait, what?
No,
Are you kidding me?
no, best mate. So I'm still friends with him now, funny enough. We got over it because it wasn't, we got it over past that, you know. Friends over
What
40
about the
years.
girl? Are you associated with her?
No, well, I'm friends with her on Facebook now, but not, we don't speak or anything like that. I know, you know what I mean? we were both very young, you know. I put down to past mistakes. Both of us, we were very young and stuff. But I didn't realise till now, just as much. Because my partner says to me, "You don't show your emotions enough," and I just think, and I just never thought anything of it. And I just thinking, my God, this is probably why, you know. And I'm looking back on it from this one incident, 30 odd years ago, and yet it sort of builds the person that you are today. You know, maybe in a bad way or maybe in a good way. Sometimes, who knows? But
Do you
yeah,
feel
it's
as
just
though
me.
they explained to you?
Say again.
I was just gonna ask, do you feel as though if she explained to you what happened or her mindset or just how things were, like, do you feel as though that might offer some type of closure or clear understanding?
I don't know, you know. We actually went back together after it, but it just wasn't right. A few months later, we split up. I can't really remember now. It's so long ago.
Yeah.
No, I'm over it all now. You know what I mean? I'm not. It don't hurt. Doesn't hurt me anymore. Anything like that. The reason I mention it is just it's because it's affected the way maybe that I've gone from that moment on. It doesn't hurt me anymore. It doesn't like bother me anymore and stuff. You know, in that sense. But just maybe it affected the way I am now. So
What about you guys, Bob Dub or Roger? What are your experiences with your ability to be able to see people for who they are through the mask or veil that they may wear?
I was wondering, you know, as you guys were talking, and I think that part of it is that you do lose your innocence as life goes along and you get hurt, is you realize that things aren't as good as you thought they were. And more people let you down as you go along. And so that sort of like taking everything at face value goes away, because you realize that good people do bad things and make bad mistakes. And so even though like your first impression of them is one thing, your experience tells you that you can't necessarily trust that first impression to last, because people do things that like you would never in a million years have thought that person would do that thing. I don't know, maybe I'm saying it's self-doubt. Maybe I'm saying a bit of self-doubt creeps into what you thought was your skill and your ability to judge people. You realize, oh, yeah, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was.
I don't know, when it comes to me, like Bob Dub mentioned innocence, you know, and I think that's really something that a lot of people don't really think about either. Like, when did you lose your innocence? You know, I mean, not too many people really reflect on their lives and think about that stuff. So, like, for me, I remember when I used to live in a small town. It wasn't even a town. It was called Higley, Arizona, and I used to sit out on the back porch. And the cool thing about living in the desert is you could look out and see all the lights in the distance. And I was living in the desert, which would be country here, you know, but and the only thing I wanted to do is I wanted to go where those lights were, you know what I mean, and be a part of the city and freaking see all this new stuff. And when I finally got that, I realized, man, I lost something by doing that, you know, because when I was living out there in the desert, man, I was innocent, you know. That's where my innocence was, and I really feel that's when I lost it, because I was introduced to a new world that taught me that, like you guys said, bad things happen, you know. And not only do other people do it, but I do it myself, and that's when it's really something that kicks in. And like especially with relationships, like I couldn't tell you. Well, I could, but it would take forever to go through all the bad relationships I've been in, you know. So, but I can relate to all that. So, That's all I got on that part. So that's it.
I also think that is a part of it, is that our parents and our parents' parents and forever that we can think of, that there was one relationship. They got together, then they were 16, and that was it until they died. Those guys, it wasn't like us. We've been in this relationship and then it's ended, and this relationship and then it's ended, and this relationship and then it's ended. They had like 50 solid years, one relationship. And so there was no complications. It was, with us, we've been in and out and in and out and we're the first generation that did it, We're the divorced generation. And I wonder if part of the sort of societal collapse that we're seeing is being part of this, that allowing divorce, allowing broken relationships.
It's funny because I just recently saw something that was talking about, and it was more fixated from like a standpoint of like the melanin community, of the idealistic or idealism and the glorification of baby moms and baby dads. And it was just talking about how such a negative connotation on relationships have been derived, and how we have to go back to having values and having morals, because we're attempting to, and I'm a very big advocate on having committed connections. And that's why I really I don't stand for fake for too long. I can take people for as they present themselves, but being who I am and what I stand on within myself, it's only but so long I'll allow anything or anyone to deceive me and continue to get away with it, at least get comfortable with doing so. But when we're talking about having a genuine connection, and we're talking about there were, and I'm not going to mention names because I feel like that helps them more than it hurts them, but the people that they were speaking about, they were talking about how, well, it's okay, you just can find you someone to have a child with. The thing about it is, I was married prior to now. I was married for a long time. I got married in 2012, and my divorce just finalized last year. So I was married for an increased amount of time. And in my relationship, I stood on staying committed. My vows were my vows for a reason. I took an oath to stand by that man. The problem was that that man did not take his vows as seriously as I took my vows. There were always room for tweaking, and they were not going to. There's no there's certain definitions to loyalty, and then being committed means this, and then, well, I always kind of was thinking about practicing this religion, things that should have been disclosed prior to me having multiple children and not being in a relationship, not as a bother, but definitely was never a goal. But now people have made it to where it does not matter if I have kids by this person, just let me just have the kids. And that's the continued narrative. Like, as long as I have the children, what difference does it make if I'm present in the home? What difference does it make if I'm an active father, an active mother? And it's become so unfortunately, it's devouring. It's because it's devouring our soul, it's devouring our consciousness, it's devouring our connections. It's having us to feel as though this type of situationship is okay. And then you'll have music that glorifies it, people of high stature glorifying it, and they'll make it seem as though, well, as long as, like we said, as long as the kids get here. And I mean, it's not any separation. Like the people that I was listening to speak the podcast was focusing, yes, more so on the melanin community because it's more dominant. But I don't like to have that separation as if, like, in the Caucasian community, it's such a higher standard and everyone's sticking together and being loyal to their spouse and staying in one relationship, because it's not like that anywhere right now. Right now, the dominant focus is having the kids, and we'll work on it. But the problem is there is such a strain in single households. I recognize this within myself personally. When I was married, I never had to raise my voice. It was always he. I was never having to be a disciplinary. And when at all, and it was my job to kind of kiss the booze after they would get yelled at or disciplined. My then husband would say, "Okay, now go see your mom. She has hugs for you." And that's how it was. He would tell them what they needed to hear and how stuff needed to be done, and then they would come cuddle with me, and then life went on. And it worked. It worked because I don't like to yell. I don't like to have to get upset. I get bothered, and what I notice is, especially in recent days, like what I connect to, those things that are usually easily angered and very very mild tempered, that when I allow them too close to me, that kind of it seeps into what I do here and how I am. And I don't like to get short with my children. I mean, if you're short with your children, okay, that's something you fix. Do not project it on me and think as though I'd like to exhibit the same, because we operate more on a team function and we have to. But when I discipline my kids or yell at them on me, they're great. Thank God that they were raised the way they were and their foundation has been laid. And it's very difficult for outside forces to penetrate us. Even if we have relapse or we have step backs, we always stay grounded on what it is. So they'll want to cuddle right after because that's what their mentality is. Mom may have yelled at me, but yeah, I love you. They'll come and they apologize when they're wrong. Mommy, I apologize. I was wrong. I don't know many children that I know when I was a kid, when I got yelled at, my mom's mean. Oh man, mom, you're being mean to me. And a lot of times, but they'll reason with me. They're like, no, we did this. They understand. They say, we did this. We should not have done this. And if we would have not done this, you would not have yelled at me like this. You would not have said this. And for that, I am so grateful. But in the same reality, I still recognize how when if a guy is talking to me, they'll be like, yeah, you want to play basketball. They'll want to like welcome them into our peer group, welcome into our cipher, because I understand they miss that connection, they miss that having that male figure. But it's to the point now how we're talking about being unable to read people. I'm not. I can still read people. I know when I'm being lied to, even if I continue with the lie to make someone feel like they're getting over on me. But my biggest thing is, why would I like my children to grow up around someone who feels as though lying to get over on people is acceptable? Why would I rather them have their mom like, once that's the foundation of any type of connection, there is no connection. You're already giving way to falter. You're already giving way to weakness. But people are lying to hide themselves because they don't like that person in the mirror. That person that's looking back at them, their actions, the stuff that they do, whatever excuse we'd like to make as to why we do what we do. Oh, I had a tough life. Oh, this is how I was brought up. Eventually, our life becomes our responsibility. We're not allowed to blame the things that we went through as a child on the reason we act as we do as an adult, especially if we're conscious of them. See, if it's been oppressed and yet to be uncovered, then that's something different, because we don't know, or suppressed. We don't know that we don't remember. We're not recalling, oh yeah, we went through this. Oh yeah, this happened. Da, da, da. So we're just doing things and we're unsure why. Once we're sure why we're doing things and we know, oh, we're acting this way because of this situation, and we see that those situations are completely different, like, I'm racist because my mom and dad were racist. So it's okay for me to be racist because that's how I was raised. You're almost 60. It's not okay. At some point in life, you should have been able to say, I mean, or it's just you're racist. We're not going to blame mommy and daddy at 60. At my age, I'm not blaming, in 30s, I'm not blaming my mom and my dad for the way I respond to things. That's not even fair, because it's now my choice to be a certain type of way. I'm the adult now. I'm the adult raising racist kids. I'm the adult raising people with racist perspectives. Or I'm the adult raising kids that feel like my kids know the value of marriage. When I say that despite me being a single mom, I always emphasize the importance of the partnership, because that is why we have to have a balance. If it was not necessary to be balanced, then test tube babies would be taking over the world, and they are to the extent to where people are doing like IVs, but it's not natural. It's an unnatural occurrence to a natural, beautiful process. We're eliminating the connection strategically through different technological methods. Like I said, I've always wanted a baby, so I implanted this baby in some random person, or this random. I let some random person. Sperm banks have existed for forever, but it's to the point to where it's been made okay, and certain groups are going to sperm banks and focusing on IVs. We're not even thinking about that child growing up in a broken home. Oh, the home's not broken because I'm rich. It is still a broken home. They're still not going to experience that partnership, that love from both sides that continue. Like, man and woman, yin and yang, that's all one. When you find your one, when you find your whole, and it's not your half, your better half. No, no, no. You should be a whole person before you go out here looking for another person, not a half a person hoping for someone to put you back together. You should be put together and then you connect. And then once you guys get together, you create something beautiful. It shouldn't be, I'm so selfish, I'm so greedy, I want to have this kid no matter what. Because if it was something that was naturally supposed to happen, it would. It would be here. You would have a male and a woman put together, and then they would father their children, they would mother their children, and they would work as a unit to raise those children. Even if the relationship did not work out for whatever unforeseen reason, you still have that ability to talk to your mom, talk to them. My kids, their father is few and far between, which when we were married, even with the divorce on the rise, I would have never saw him behaving in the manner that he behaves. And I left. He came home from work one day and I was gone because the abuse got to be too tremendous. But again, like I said, I never in my life would have seen myself having a relationship with multiple having multiple kids, like having multiple kids out of a relationship. To me, I just feel like it's devastating to the children. I don't care what type of status you have. I don't, because I grew up without having a father figure. My mom's a doctor, very renowned doctor. We were not at all begging or on any street. Like if you go to my home in Jersey, my second home, if you go there, there's movie theaters in the basement, gym in the basement, huge house, and I still feel like stuff was missing. But we don't take that into consideration. Our selfishness and our desire to have what we want would not put that in position. And so now it's like baby daddy, oh baby mama, and yeah, like as long as I have the kid, and we're devastating our youth because we're not even giving them an opportunity to thrive successfully. We're giving them a disadvantage when we them into the world. Like, hey, I'm only half here, or I'm not here at all, and that's okay. That's the normal.
We're in a I want society. I think we've always been in it, but it's now because stuff is too easy to do. As well as you say, with the young mums wanting kids, so I'm just going to have a kid. They don't think about the consequences. Don't think about how they're going to bring the child up, or they're going to get benefits if it's in the UK. I don't know how it works in other countries. But
And that
in
shouldn't be
UK,
a goal.
yeah, in the UK, if you're a single mum and it doesn't matter if what situation, single mum, you get a house, you get everything paid for you. It's like they get everything for them on a plate. It's just you have to work for it. You know what I mean. It's just there, and
The
it's
good
wrong.
thing is
I
that they
agree with
can
what you
take
said.
care of
It's
their
just wrong the way society's gone. It really is.
it's good they can take care of their kids, but I mean, not even to me. I mean, like even single dads that are out here just getting girls pregnant, trapping them, getting them pregnant because they want kids or they want to populate
Yeah.
the earth, stuff like that. No matter how much money you have, having a child just because you want lots of kids, if you're not present in the home, is an unjust, and it's
Mhm.
doing the world a disservice. You are going to always have a child that's questioning why daddy wasn't there or why mommy's always busy, because even single moms that work, they cannot be present for their child on a consistent basis. And so I kind of respect the fact that the UK makes it to where the mom is allowed to raise her child, but is she actually raising her child? Like, is because in
There
the
we are.
United States, that's not happening. That
No.
first of all, if they give any type of money in the United, and I guess it's different per state, but if they give any type of money in the United States, it's not enough to raise a child. They're not giving out houses. They're not giving out
Yeah.
the means to sustain. And so, I mean, like, at least they're taking into consideration a mother should be raising their child and making that possible. But what
Mm.
about the time? Then what
But
happens to the child? Does the
I'm
child
just.
grow
I
up to
think
follow that footstep?
I think I've answered my own question. I said earlier on about personas, fronts, people, garden. As you've just said, there's a lot of single parent families out there now, more now than ever, because of the situation, the way life is. So you think about it, as you've just said, this child's thinking, "Oh, where's my dad? Why haven't I got a dad?" There's no father structure in the home. Not just that, you could have two ladies together, and that's fine. They're gonna be fine. They're gonna love the child just as much as a man and a woman it would. But you're gonna have children from a young age basically climbing up because they're not getting the love that they want, the attention that they want. And half of the single mums that I see in this area, they're out in the pubs all the time, so they're not looking after their kids properly because you see them out. I mean, I don't drink or go out myself anymore, but you just see them stumbling out of pubs at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and stuff like that. And you go, who's looking after your kids? Usually down to grands or something like that. Fair enough, but I think it's society that's made people this way. You've got youngsters probably climbing up from a young age because they're not getting the attention they want, or they're getting it from the internet or from the games. They think they're getting it, getting some sort of attention from the internet, or they get it from games consoles, stuff like that. Which is not proper attention, but that's what they've drawn to. That's their way of escapism, because they're not getting what they want at home, and it's sad because it's really sad. I mean, I don't like the way it's gone. My marriage broke up after 10 years, but in my case, my ex-partner came out as being gay. So what could I say? There was nothing I couldn't argue with that. I couldn't say to her, "Oh, you might be better next week. You might be doing." It's not going to happen. You're gay. You're gay. You are what you are. And we split up on good terms, and I saw the children every single day until I got in a relationship myself, and then it all went pear-shaped. I wasn't allowed to see the kids once I was in a relationship myself for 3 weeks, which is the longest 3 weeks of my life because I've seen them every day since they were born up to then, because I was a stay-at-home dad when they were young as well, and stuff like that. But there we go. You just get on with it. There's just something I remembered earlier. My grandparents were together about 50 odd years. They always used to bicker. I see them now on this little table, dining room, always bickering. Not nasty, nothing nasty, just the way they were.
Mm-hmm.
And one day, my granddad said, "Right, that's it. I'm going." And my gran says, "Yes, and I'm coming too," she said. And they went. And they didn't go anywhere. They just laughed about it and they just carried on. And I just think, well, that's, I mean, that's just brilliant. Like, you couldn't make that up, It's just brilliant, But like these days, you have an argument, you end up leaving. You don't try and sort it out. People just go. They say, "Oh, I've fallen out," and the next thing they're posting on Facebook, "Oh, I've fallen out. I'm single now. My status is single now." And I was,
yeah.
Just because they have an argument. It's just
Or on stage, yeah,
crazy.
telling everyone that they're single.
Yeah, stage, yeah, that's it, yeah. It's like on Facebook now, you have people tell everyone what they've just had to eat, and I'm at the hospital, and they just say that just to get attention. Don't tell people what they're at the hospital for. Could be going for a checkup. I'm at the hospital.
Or visiting someone. They're not.
Visiting someone. Yeah. Oh, don't say that.
Not,
just get all the attention. Are you okay? Are you okay? Just rubbish.
But
it's the blood boil.
A lot to do
most an old man.
with lack of attention, because again, something to look at were they born in single parent homes? And not to say single parent homes are the only homes that are causing disturbance, because like you were saying, well, a lot you'll see like some of the women that they'll be out and they'll be doing stuff other than raising their kids. But shout out to the single moms that grind. They'll be working 12, 15-hour shifts, nurses and CNAs, and they still not raising their kids though. So it's the same effect. If a mom is you know what I mean, working all day long every single day and not even in the home with the children. With like
Yeah.
who? How can you raise the kids? How can you even sit and provide for them? You're only
Yeah.
providing material things, and that's the thing. As long as you have lots of money and lots of shiny objects, you're winning. And then the kids, like, how can you be mad because you created this? You
Yeah.
kind of created this standard. Like, well, at least I've always bought you everything you wanted. I may have never showed up at a school play, or I never picked you up from school like a normal child, but at least you could say that you had lots of money when you were growing up, because
Yeah.
that was kind of the cop out for me. Like, well, your mom's a doctor, you should be happy. Doesn't matter if she's abusing you or
Yeah. Well,
being mean to you, she's a doctor. And it's
yeah.
just like, oh,
What
so
you
well, you
wanted
shouldn't
was your
that.
mum,
Yeah,
really,
it's
wasn't
your
it?
mom.
You
So
wanted your mum to be
it's
around.
your
I know.
mom.
I know it's difficult because you've got to have a roof over your head, haven't you? You gotta earn money, and I understand that's awkward and stuff. But what you wanted was your mum, you know.
Yeah, you want, and it's same with my boys. So, and my son was acting out. Like, I put him in a public school. We had to go through counseling. We went through team groups. We went through to a private school, and both a public and private school told me that there was no chance for my child. He was 6, and he would have to be in alternative school. We even explored the idea of alternative school. We went to this alternative school, and there were police everywhere, and they're sitting there with their guns. He's 6 now, and they're saying this is my child's only option for him to have a successful future. And so I'm, being the type of person I am, sacrificed everything at that time. I mean, I was getting money because I was doing so much overtime. I actually, the PlayStation they have came because I worked in 1 week by my well, for one check it was like 125 hours of overtime at my full-time job. And so it's like, oh, here you go, here's a Best Buy gift certificate. And so I was able to get, like, I got like $500 of Best Buy because I was the only person all day, all night. I mean, like, it was all day, all night. But I had no way in my mind comfort with putting my child in a school where he's surrounded by police. They had no playground.
No.
All they had was a basketball. It was literally, and we call it to this day, the jail school, because there's a basketball hoop inside of a fence, and that was his option. And they had given up on my child. They said, we don't want him here. But he told them, he's like, I don't want you people to teach me. I want my mom to teach me. We're doing a roundtable. We had social workers. We had the people that representatives from the board. We had like, it was like the principal, the counselors, the guidance counselors, and then the in-school police that was there for that school, at the public school. And this happened twice. Like I said, I took them to public school. Then we had the transition to private school, and they both told me that the only place was New Beginnings that would be okay for him. And so I had to sacrifice. I had to sacrifice what I was doing for the well-being of my children, which most people won't do. I got to get my money. And that's the emphasis. And that's what we'll focus on. And as long as I'm getting my money, my kids' well-being and them crying out for me does not matter, because I have to get this money. And then the kids grow up with the I'm going to have to get this money mentality no matter what. Having a genuine connection with people and loving people and caring for people does not matter, because I have to get this money. And then next thing you know, people are getting robbed because I have to get this money. They didn't ever tell me, well, my well being didn't matter. Why should yours? When I was a kid, I didn't want the money. I wanted my mom. And she told me I had to get this money that I didn't want. I could care less about the new Jordans. I wanted to spend time with dad. He said, we got to get this money. He didn't tell me that I had to care about how you feel. He told me to get this money by any means. Well, and you get it to where people get it handed to them, and so you would think, oh, well, they'll be okay. No, those are the worst. Now they're people that are super, super rich and probably have some type of control over situations and are manipulating people on a vast scale, to where their businesses, their employees are scared, they're hungry, they're hiding because they're not allowed to take any breaks. They have to do stuff to manipulate the system just so they can have a few minutes for themselves, because their well-being isn't taken into consideration because their boss has to get this money. Like, how do we get rid of this? How do we even think for a minute that it's something that could be altered or changed for the better?
Yeah. I'm not sure how it's going to change. Roger, Bob, have you anything to say about this?
It's interesting. I was thinking about what I was saying earlier, what Karma's saying about how many problems you have with your kids when you're split up, and what you were saying about your grandparents bickering. And I'm thinking, maybe that's our mistake. Maybe we had these big fights and we broke up. Maybe we should have learned to stay together and bicker with each other. And maybe somehow it's been our inability to communicate with each other, man and woman, and us splitting off into these single parent families that's done this to our kids, and that's put them in such a weak position in society where they have to face all these problems. And yeah, I don't know. It's really an interesting question that you've raised, John, about like why it is difficult to read people. I mean, with this amount of sort of chaos in our personal relationships, it's not surprising. It's hard enough to try and figure out what's going on in your own head without trying to figure out what's going on in somebody else's head, let alone another sort of 200 people that you sort of interact with all week long. But maybe we need to withdraw a bit from society and go and live in the bush.
And listen, you're saying it as a joke, but I was just about to say, shouldn't it be that we should be focused on ourselves? We're not, though. We're focused on making a mark in this world and making a name for ourselves and people knowing who we are. We're not even developing ourselves in a healthy manner, and we're just projecting our dis-ease, which it is a disease, but D-I-S, dis-ease, E-A-S-E, all over to society, all over our children, even staying. I wish, like we talk about staying and bickering. Oh God, if he wasn't beating and like molesting, like I wish we could have stayed, because I did everything to fight for my marriage. And sometimes it's not just, it's not, you know, it's not just
sometimes you
allowing,
can't.
because if we're just arguing, I could have stayed, even through infidelity, because it was never that stuff. It was not that. It was definitely my kids coming in my room and my entire face bloody. That, and then them asking me, "What happened, Mama? What happened?" And you have to explain. And
or
Daddy
lie.
did this. You know, yeah. Well, and for a long time, I would. I'm okay. But then you become the monster because you're a liar. Like no matter.
Because you're the liar. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
I was the liar. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that after all those years of me protecting my kids, that in fact what I'd been doing was lying. I was a liar mother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You think you're doing the right thing. You think you're doing the
right thing. By
hiding
the truth. Yep.
By hiding the truth, or by trying to be the dad as well as the mom. You know what I mean? You try to do your best, but you're not meant to be the dad. You're meant to be the mom. You're good at being the mom, and you're bad at being the dad. And all the mistakes that I made. No, that's probably a lie. Some of the really serious mistakes I made when I thought, I need him. What do I do here? What would he do? And then choose the exact wrong thing and go with it.
The thing is, with being a parent, there's no manual. You don't go and buy a book get a book from a library. This is how you become a dad. This is how you become a mum. You become a parent from being with someone you hopefully love and like want to be with and what have you. But then it's like, oh, crash course. What do I do now? Because there's no one out there. You can get advice maybe from your mum and dad if you're lucky to be in that position, but it's just all about learning. And every parent makes mistakes because you have to learn. Because how else are you going to find out? There's no other way. There's no like, can't put a TV show on at 12 o'clock every day. You've got to learn how to be a parent from this show. There's nothing. A parent, you've just got to learn, and it's hard. I'm still learning as a parent myself, and I probably always will. Doesn't make you a bad person because you make mistakes, because you were just trying to do your best. You were just doing what you thought was best. And as you said, if you were lying to your kids just to protect them, you were doing it because you thought it was best, and my ex, when I wasn't allowed to see my kids, she told them that I didn't want to see them, and I wasn't that at all. I wasn't allowed to see them, but she told them that I didn't want to see them. Years later, they're growing up. They know the truth now. They know exactly what she's like now and what's happened now. But back then, I was the bad one. I was the one, because I didn't want to see him, and that's what they believed. So there we go.
It's an absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible thing, And there's millions of us who are in it. We believed the scientists. We believed the psychologists. We followed their advice. We did these things, and we thought that. I'm not saying that it's okay to stay in an abusive relationship.
No, shouldn't.
I'm not saying that it's unfaithful. It's good to stay with an unfaithful person. I'm not trying to say you stay no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say that those things that drove us away from our relationships have to be fixed so that we're not breaking up, that we're staying together and bickering and learning to love each other and laugh with each other and bicker anyway. Good-natured toing and froing between people who've just been together. You're changed. You mature. You grow wisdom when you're with one person. Going
back to, like I said about my grandparents were together 50 odd years, but my gran was actually married before and divorced, because my father's real father was, I don't know the full story because obviously I was never told because I was too young, but he was extremely abusive. He had mental health problems. I don't know the full story, but she divorced him, and this would have been like in the 1940s, which would have been huge. Just didn't do it back then, and yet then she met someone she was together with the rest of her life until he passed away. So sometimes it's just about, you just find the right person, isn't it? Because we're not experts, because you say we can't read people. It's hard to read people. I can't read people. As soon as I speak to them, then I can start to read them. Then I can say, hang on. But skilled people, they can block themselves to a high degree. They get you hooked in them in a relationship, and then bang, it turns out then to be abusive wherever after. And you don't know that before you just don't know, do you? Because again, it's all a learning curve, isn't it? There's no manual out there to tell you, avoid this person, he's got these things, he might do this, who's to tell you that? You have to learn it, don't you?
When I hear you guys talking, the one thing that really sticks out to me is the word intimacy. I think people, like, it goes back to what your topic says, people today don't really understand what intimacy is. There's an old saying that says, into me, see. Whenever I'm with another person, I have to understand I feel love, okay? Just because I'm feeling love doesn't mean the other person is feeling the same way. So I have to be able to see if that person's really into me. All right, are they wanting to know more about me, wanting to know more about my life, what makes me tick, or is it all about them? And that's one issue. That's why I'm still single, is because I can't do that. I can't tell if another person is into me, if they're actually wanting to be with me because they want to be with me, or if it's some other alternative motive, So I told Karma before, I've actually been celibate for like the last 12, 13 years, and I chose to do it. It's not because I'm freaking some crazy priest in a monastery or anything. I chose to do it, and it wasn't because of the other people, it was because of my decision makings. My decision making is what caused all my problems. And until I was able to take responsibility for that, I kept doing it. I kept getting into those toxic relationships, and that's what they are. I mean, the one big reason that I see why most of these relationships are going bad is because they're just toxic relationships from the get-go. I just wasn't able to see it before I got into it, so but yeah, intimacy is something that I've really, it sticks out to me when I hear you guys. It was a good
People
talk.
are driven on materialism, and that's because our leaders, our influencers, the people that are in the spotlight are telling us that materialism is what the goals are. And so when you're already looking, if you've already lacked leadership because you were raised in a single parent home, or because your parents were preoccupied with their self and their goals, when you're looking to outside sources in order for them to guide you, and their guidance is get as much money as you possibly can, you're not there. No one's teaching you to build yourself confidently. No one's teaching you to love yourself. They'll say, oh, self-love is the best love, and if you love yourself, you'll get rich. And like, that's what it boils down to: having the most money you possibly can by any means. So we have like an influx of scammers. We have an influx of people just pretending to be something they're not. We have video synthesizers, voice synthesizers. People can say and look and sound how whoever they want to be, could make a whole entire new persona just because of the existence of satellites, internet services, and us being able to. It's not even the fact that these things are available if they were being used properly. It's the fact that the developers, the underlying notion is to use them for deception. Hey, I'm going to use this to deceive people into thinking I'm someone I'm not. And so that's the baseline, and then that's what's growing. Whatever your foundation is set, wherever, that's why you cannot build a house on swampland. Whatever foundation you lie, whatever type of existence you create, regardless of what you put on top of it, it's always going to be as good as what's there in the basement. No matter how you like to store it, them bodies eventually that you tuck underneath the house, they're going to start to smell, or a dog's going to dig up the bones, or all of a suddenly you're going to start seeing spirits. No matter how far you attempt to suppress what's real, it's always going to show itself one way, shape, or form. And it gets worse when you keep attempting to bury it. Like, oh no, that's not a body you see. So you keep like pushing it down under the ground. No, 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 no. I didn't have any dead bodies. And you're like, as you're with the shovel, just steady burying it in front of the person. Like, but why are you digging a hole deeper? No, 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 no. I'm not digging a hole. I'm just gardening. Okay, so what is that skeleton that you have right? The skeleton? No, are you crazy? This is fertilizer. And they'll just sit in your face and constantly lie and manipulate you. And then they'll have babies, and the babies will do the same thing. And so it's like one of those things. Like my kids, I'm very transparent with them. That's what I learned. I'm not going to lie for anything. Not like it's to my team. We're going to be real and we're going to be open. And like and my son, he told me, he checked me one day, and he was no, we were here, so he was 7 at the time, and he was like, I told them that I was okay, and then a few minutes later they caught me crying. And he says, "Mommy, why are you crying if you're happy?" Because we asked each other, "How do you feel?" Like when we started a good day, and we asked each other, "How do you feel?" Because we actually care. Like my mom never asked me how I felt, because if I told her something was wrong, then it was her fault, and now we're attention back on her. You're not doing what you need to do, or even if it was just something that I was dealing with. So I was never really able to express openly how I felt, which was probably why I went to school for psychology, and I guard that so importantly for people to be able to express how they feel, especially towards me, with me, even if it's in confidentiality, even if it's just openly, just be real about. And that's why I'm very expressive. I refuse to be oppressed or have my emotions suppressed because of people feeling uncomfortable about it. Because if you're uncomfortable with my feelings, with who I am, then you're uncomfortable with me. Then there's no reason for me to force myself on you, because this is who I am and I'm going to say how I feel. But he asks me, he says, You lied to me because you said you were happy, mommy. I'm happy when you're happy, but when you're sad, I'm sad. I said, I know. That's why I didn't tell you that I was sad. But mommy, you're not supposed to lie. You say, and they don't say like, mom, you're not supposed to tell stories. You say you're not going to tell stories. We're gods. You don't tell stories. And I'm like, you're right. And I told you a story and I apologize. I'll do better. But I don't like for you to feel anything that I'm going through. So it got to the mommy, you should just tell us we're a team because we can make it better together. I mean, for you to be 7 and you say this, and I have adults who are not even able to vocalize how they feel. I feel like I'm doing something right because you know that energy travels and that how I feel is going to affect you, and that we should be open towards each other about how we're feeling, regardless of how the other person may feel about what we're saying. Because if not, we're causing problems for each other. And I value that with them because, like, if someone's doing us wrong, and they want to know why these things are going wrong, I'm not going to sit here and put somebody in a light that they don't deserve. I'm not going to sit here and put someone on a pedestal that they should not be put on because we're all affected by this. Like my kids now, they'll know when their iPads are hacked and they're like, Mom, my iPad's hacked. Look, and they know what to look for. But a lot of kids nowadays are being hacked and being intercepted, and people are using their likenesses for their for whatever their own ulterior motives and personal agendas are, and they don't even know what to look for. They don't know what signs to be. So it doesn't. Oh man, my stuff's glitching, and then it keeps going. Oh man, this phone sucks. But it's not. It's literally their entire existence being intercepted by something that has no clue of their own. Because if it did, it would not look for others. It'd be too consumed and indulged in itself for it to even consider interfering with another's. But that's because they're scared of the inner work. The inner work means, hey, you know what? I might have made some mistakes, and wow, that was horrible what I did. I should not have treated that person like this. But people rather make excuses as opposed to correct the issue. And so and then they breed a bunch of excuses. And then their excuses have more excuses until someone says, you know what? Enough is enough. We have to sit here and hold ourselves accountable for our actions. We have to sit here and actively value someone's life as much as we value our own, or at least start valuing our own so that we're able to value others. Because if you feel as though others are disposable, it only ultimately makes you the most disposable at your hands too. Because there's some stuff like I don't feel like rapists and pedophiles should just walk around free, but we should definitely be doing the work to see where these mentalities come from. Because how many people have gotten convicted of such heinous crimes and they have kids out there? That's in their genetics now. We'll say, well, that's not necessarily how it's going to be, but you never know because what type of mindset you're in, what type of actuality you're living in has an effect on that which you bring into this world. Well, even if it's a plant, you cannot grow a plant strong and healthy if you're not strong and healthy to the extent that plant, unless that plant, because it's a living organism, has the will to be alive for you and says, you know what, you need my growth, and maybe that'll help you appreciate your growth and see your growth and have more growth within yourself. We don't even value plants enough to say that they would even have this type of consciousness, but they do. They have enough consciousness to sustain our life. There's no way for us to live without the presence of plants, without the presence of nature. But we like to believe that science is going to take care of it all for us, that we can do it without the source. But everything that we're developing has to be a product of the source. We have to get some type of mineral, some type of substance, some type of anything in order for us, whether it's the steel, whether no matter what it is, we're using stuff that comes naturally to create unnatural experiences and then wonder why it's not going the way it should go or how we plan it to go because we're not doing it right at the foundation.
Yep.
Okay, we've got a lot
And
of
I
time
think
left.
that's
Go on.
I think that's a big thing is that we have lost our way spiritually. Our society, our community, we lost our way spiritually, and so we lost rectitudinous men. We lost men who lived and died for honor. And I was just making a video this morning where I said that if a man doesn't treat a woman right, then she behaves wrong because the woman behaves in response to the men around her in her community, like her father and her uncles and her brother. A girl coming into that environment shapes herself according to the honor of the men around her. And then she enters into this contractual, intimate relationship, and she changes her character to reflect her man's character. And if he is doing things wrong, then she is doing things wrong. And I just think that we need these honor societies to come back for men to know that. I'm not talking about individuals. I'm not trying to reflect on actual individual men doing certain things. I'm just, mankind has allowed morality to slip and allowed honor to go away. And it just, yeah, I just think religion is the way to bring back that morality and that honor, and get the energies flowing correctly through the family unit. Anyway, fascinating conversation, guys. Fascinating idea, John. Why we can't read people.
Yeah, that's very deep what you said there. That made, wow, it was like, oh, it was really interesting. As you said, religion could help, yes, in some religions could, but then in other perspectives, religion is the downfall of man as well, and depends on which one it is, I suppose, or and what have you, because they're all infighting because of it, and you know.
It would be more spirituality would be something we'd have to be in tune with, because if we're looking at like the history of religion and its development, unfortunately religion was developed for consumerism, propaganda. The Vatican is the head of the religion. We have where the United States is the head of the military, and then we have where London is the head of the money, and they're the quote unquote holy trinity. But people, and that's why when we talk about God, you often hear that's why you often hear me hear the source. I grew up Christian, grew up in Baptist home, and it was always Jesus and God. But when I grew up and I learned that God could and has been used as gold, oil, and diamond, and that when they say in God we trust on the back of the money, that's the God they're referring to, not the ultimate source of power. And it kind of makes it to where you feel like you've been manipulated and deceived, or you give into that and you say, oh, that's right, gold, oil, and diamond, or any variation of the sort is what's important. And so at that point it becomes to where that's what you focus on, that's what you believe in, that's where your energy is incorporated with, because in your mind you feel as though, hey, as long as it's this, or as long as I have this, then I'm in my rightful place in society. And we're so focused on fueling the corporation, i.e., making money, that we don't even take into consideration the things that we are losing, or we don't take into consideration the separation of actual emotions, of actual experience, of actual accountability, responsibility. We're just, because we're so focused and programmed to fuel this machine, which is what we call a quote unquote country, but is really a corporation. And we're just doing whatever we can to remain relevant. We don't care about living life, experiencing life, and being substantial. We just would like people to know who we are, even if that means killing someone, because you're going to be remembered. Oh, I remember that. People talk about murders all day long. People talk about the horrible things that happen every single day for on a consistent basis. We hear about wars. We hear we all you hear now in the news: war, kill, kill, kill. More people died. There's, I don't know when I've ever turned on the news and heard something happy. Maybe, oh, and today's birthdays or this month's birthdays, you might get a glimpse of that. But what you're going to see is the negative. And as long as you're programmed with the negative, unfortunately, no matter how we'd like to deny the facts, that's what you become. You become what you think about most of the time. So, what we have you thinking about most of the time is being a baby mama or a baby daddy or fighting and being at war, then that's what you're going to become. So, it's up to you, up to us individually to say, hey, I'd rather think about something more pleasant. I'd rather root myself and ground myself in something more meaningful because what's being shown to me is weakening me and hindering me from as actual relevant and substantial growth.
Yeah.
Roger, anything you like to add? Anyone like to add anything? We're going to get ready to close out soon.
I'm all right. You guys said plenty, so I'm fine.
Popped up anything you'd like to add to it?
It was very interesting. It was great being with you. Just thank you very much. It was a privilege and an honor to share time with you guys. So
I
thanks.
definitely do appreciate you all for joining us and being here. It was a great panel and successful, yes, again. And we were able to keep the time to a minimum. So hopefully this helps a little bit as well with the engagement and the understanding. I know that the longer we go, it kind of makes it where it's like, where am I following? What am I following? So that was great. John, any last words or anything?
I love Bob's cat. I've been transfixed by him, she. I don't know what. Beautiful cat. I love the cat. No, I've enjoyed it. Yeah, it's been interesting. I especially enjoyed Bob's perspective of the. She said, from a woman, how you're affected by outside sources and the wrong way to behave, and that way. I was really impressed by that. But I have enjoyed the whole show. Yeah. It's been very interesting.
Alrighty then. Yes, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your shared perspectives, and we look forward to more in the future. Hopefully, everyone has a wonderful day. And again, thank you guys for coming, and we'll see you soon.
Okay. Bye bye.
Alrighty, good days, everyone.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I ended up making my live stream on ancient history when it should have been storytelling. I got everything set up to go for it, and I didn't realize that it was storyteller, so sorry about that to everybody. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the ancient history today, and then tomorrow I'll do the storytelling because I got it mixed up on the days. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome Karma Love here. Welcome, Karma.
Hi, everyone.
Okay. So last week I started with the Canaanites, and at first I wasn't going to go down into a lot of the religious stuff because the way I saw it at the time is I didn't want to get involved with too much religion when it comes to history because that's really controversial. But then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I need to do that. You know what I mean? I need to just do the religious part. So even and just the hell with the consequences, basically. So.
I mean, go ahead and throw the disclaimer out that the views and opinions expressed on this stream are not necessarily reflective of any of the sponsors or the listeners, and it's just for informative purposes only.
Okay. So, before we get into ball, I want to go through and discuss L. L's shorter, actually, so the best thing to do is start with what the wiki has for L and then go from there. So I'm gonna put the link up in the chat, and I'll put it in the Jitsi too, so that everybody can have a copy of it if they want to check it out. And I'll also do a screen share as well, since it's up there. We can get everything set up. Alright. I'm gonna take the chat off to the side so that it's easier to read too. So with that, I will do the reading for L. And now L, also ill, I guess, Agaritic, Phoenician, Hebrew, Syriac, Arabic, cognate to Akkadian, Romanized, Ilu. It's a Northwest Semitic word meaning God or deity, or referring as a proper name to any one of a multiple major ancient Near East deities, to any of multiple major ancient Near Eastern deities. A rare form of Elo represents the predicate from an old Akkadian and from predicate form in Old Akkadian and in Amorite. The word is derived from the Proto-Semitic il, meaning God, and I know that like right there derives from the Proto-Semitic il, meaning God. Doesn't match up with the Sumerians though, because God is On, or Anu, like that. So
Okay, so I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so then Allah, the name for God, is indigenous to what area?
That's strange, to be honest with you, because like Allah, they're from down south. That's more of the Arabs.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
I don't know what happened. I can hear you now, but it was like, that's strange because they're from and then it just completely blanked out.
Okay. Here, I'll hold this little thing in my hands again. That's probably what's doing it. But the Arabs are farther south from that region. You know what I mean? Like they are in the Levant. But like But like right where the Sumerians and the Assyrians and all of them are located in Lebanon, they weren't prevalent in that area until like after the Arab invasion, when they came up from the south to the north and ended up going straight into India. So that's something that I would like to check out too eventually, since we're on the subject.
Just because I see it says the Arabic and like Hebrew, and Phoenician, but I just knew too that Allah has been interchangeable within those cultures as well. That's why I asked the question, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
But Arabic, like it's really it's a broad term for that time period. You know what I mean? Because you had the Semitics, you had the ones that weren't Semitics, which were Aryan, that was over towards Iran. But back then it was Persia, and then you had the Midians, and then you had the Urartu. And
where's Midians at? Where are the Midians from?
The Midians would be where modern day Armenia is.
Okay.
Right up in that area. And Azerbaijan, right there in Georgia. All of that was Midian territory. So
something just happened in Georgia over there. Georgia. Something. I just saw it on the news. Do you know what I'm talking about? Something happened in Georgia.
I didn't hear anything about what had happened.
Is your mom okay?
Give me a second. I gotta find
out.
out.
Okay. I can keep reading if you like.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to.
Okay. Specific deities known as El, Al, include the supreme god of the ancient Canaanite religion and the supreme god of East Semitic speakers in Mesopotamia's early dynastic period. Among the Hittites, he was known as Elkanurisa. Linguistic form and meaning. Cognate forms of El are found throughout the Semitic languages. They include Ugaritic, Phoenician. Oh wait, hold on. Ugaritic. I think it says Ilu, plural, plural. Oh, Ilu. I'm, which makes sense because I am. Phoenician, which is I'm. Hebrew El. Aromatic, looks like Akkadian, Elanu, Elanu, yeah. In the Northwest, Semitic use El was a generic word for any god as well as the special name or title of a particular god who was distinguished from other gods as being the god. El is listed as the head of many pantheons, excuse me, is listed as the head of many pantheons. In some Canaanite and Ugaritic sources, El played a role as father of the gods of creation or both. However, because the word El sometimes refers to a god other than the great god El, it is frequently ambiguous as to whether El followed by another name means the great god. El with a particular epiphetic. Let me see. Epithet, 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 applied or refers to another god entirely. For example, in the Ugaritic text, ill milk, ill milk is understood. Oh, what happened just here?
Yeah, no, that's pretty crazy.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, you're moving it. I was reading it off of yours.
Sorry.
Hold on. When you started moving, I was just like, wait a minute. It's all so
Oh,
confusing.
man.
Hold on. It's understood to mean El the King, but has the God, but ew HD as the God had it. And then the Semitic root, is that Li? Li? May
So,
be with a parasitic H, and I may be abbreviated form of Lee, or is that an I or a L? I guess it's a. It looks like an L though. Yeah, so it'll be Lee. In Ugaritic, the plural form meaning gods is Ilhim, equivalent to Hebrew Lohim. Oh, I know that word.
yeah. So,
Powers.
Elohim.
Elohim,
Mm-hmm.
Elohim. Yeah, they don't always. Yeah, Elohim. Yeah, they say that in their prayers.
Yep.
Um, and the he I studied. Well, yeah. Anyway, in the Hebrew text, the word is interpreted as being semantically singular for God by biblical commenters. Wait, slow down.
I know. I'm
Okay.
trying to do
However, you're good.
it.
I'm gonna finish this and then you can go. However, the documentary, however, the documentary hypothesis developed originally in the 1870s identifies these that different authors, the Jawiz, Elohist, Deuteronomist, and the priestly source, were responsible for editing stories from a polytheistic religion into those of a monotheistic religion. Inconsistencies that arise between monotheism and polytheism in the text are reflective of this hypothesis. The stem Li is found, or L, is found prominently in the earliest strata of each Semitic, Northwest Semitic, and South Semitic groups. Personal names include the stem L and are found with similar patterns in both Amorite and Sabaic.
Yeah. No. Right there. It just, I mean, for me, you have to kind of be careful about all that. You know what I mean? Because, like, people like to tippy toe around the religions and stuff. So, This is
Because if you say something wrong or it sounds like it could be offensive, but nowadays I don't even understand how religion is still something that's off limits because
yeah, I know.
you know what I mean? It's like I feel like we're protecting it, quote unquote, for a reason. Because look at how
Yeah.
much stuff that is not protected. Sexuality is not protected, you know, and human rights in general are not protected. But when it's religion, it's whoa, 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 be careful there. It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Now, the Taoist or Yahwist, often abbreviated J, is one of the most widely recognized sources of the Pentateuch, the Torah, together with the Deuteronomist, the priestly source, and the Elohist. The existence of the Taoists is somewhat controversial, with a number of scholars. So I'm going to stop there. According to the documentary Hypothesis, the Elohist is one of the 4 source documents underlying the Torah, together with the Taoist, the Deuteronomist, and the priestly source. The Elohist is so named because of its pervasive use of the word Elohim to refer to the Israelite God. And that's the Elohist. And then the Deuteronomist, abbreviated as either DTR or simply D, may refer either to the source document underlying the core chapters 12 through 26 of the book of Deuteronomy, or to the broader school that produced all of Deuteronomy, as well as the Deuteronomistic history of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel and Kings. And the priestly source. The priestly source is perhaps the most widely recognized of the sources underlying the Torah. It is both stylistic and theologically distinct from other material in the Torah, and includes a set of claims that are contradicted by non-priestly passages and therefore uniquely characteristic. So that's just briefly what they were talking about there. Now you stopped at hypothesis, right?
No, at the bed.
You went.
The Egyptian god.
Oh, okay. So you went. I can barely hear you. What did you say?
I have carrots in my mouth. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I've been eating carrots like I told you, like I'm Bugs Bunny lately. But it's no. The Egyptian god, is it Ptah?
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, that's where we start.
All right. Now, the Egyptian god Ptah is given the title Gu-Giti, Lord of Gath, or Goth, in a prism from Tel Lachish, which has on its opposite face the name of Amenhotep II in circa 1435 through circa 1420 BCE. The title Du-Giti is also found in Sarabit text, or Sarabit text 353, and that's from Cross 1973 on page 19. Points out that Ptah is often called the Lord or One of Eternity, and thinks it may be the identification of El with Ptah that led to the epithet Olam, eternal, being applied to El so early and so consistently. However, in the Ugaritic text, Ptah is seemingly identified rather with the craftsman god Kother wa Kassis. Yet another connection is seen with the Mendaean angel Ptah or Ptahil, whose name combines both the terms Ptah and Il. Now, like right there, they're not basically saying that they're the same God. That kind of goes with what we were talking about earlier, where they kind of incorporate two gods together to create one, kind of like Transformers.
Yeah, yeah. We're from different areas, but the timeline doesn't add up.
Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear. Like they didn't get Toth or Ptah, I should say, from the Canaanites, according to them. And Ptah actually is a different entity than Toth. I don't even know why I was thinking about that. Yeah, Ptah. Now, Ptah is the ancient Egyptian deity, a creator god and patron deity of craftsmen and architects. In the triad of Memphis, he is the husband of Sekhmet and the father of Nefertim. He was also regarded as the father of the sage Imhotep.
And then Tawatis is who Toth is. So maybe that what Tawatis did was the reason you got Ptah and Toth, who would technically be Tawatis, kind of interchanged. Maybe that's why you were thinking that.
Yeah. Well, the freaking, I guess I can call it the Book of the Dead, but in that, with their burial thing, they're always talking about Ptah on there too. So like whenever they said Ptah, all of a sudden something in my head clicked, you know what I mean? So that's a crazy thing, how my mind works when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like Ptah is really predominant in Egyptian history. Like when I hear it, it sticks out, So, okay, in an inscription in the Proto-Sinaitic script, William F. Albright transcribed the phrase LDLM, which he translated as the appellation El, God of Eternity. The name Raphael or Raphael means God has healing in Ugarit.
Wait, that's what Raphael means?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I met a guy on New Year's. His name was Raphael. We called him Rafi. And that's wild.
The Gnostics believed in Raphael too. I won't even call them Gnostics, actually. Raphael was taken out of the Bible, believe it or not. He was an angel. And that's...
Why was he taken out of the Bible?
They didn't... Well, they censored through the Bibles. This wasn't only done with the Christians, but it was done earlier with the Jewish too. They just wanted to keep it... I don't even really know how to explain it properly, but they wanted to make it according to the way they wanted it to be written down. You know what I'm saying? Is basically it. Like there's a lot of books that I go through that are considered, or were at one time considered, forbidden texts. But Raphael was one of the angels of, and I'm not going to say the Gnostics because it's not them, but
I just think it's lit, given the nature of the circumstances in regard. And like right after I met him, he ended up traveling to South Africa. Like it's just crazy for what it means, given the nature, like I said, the circumstance of our meeting, and for it to say God has healing. Like, I don't know. That just means something to me.
Yeah. Now, Raphael, meaning God has healing in Ugarit, is attested to in approximately 1350 BCE in one of the Amarna letters. And the Amarna letters are an archive written of clay tablets, primarily consisting of diplomatic correspondence between the Egyptian administrator and its representatives in Canaan and Amuru, or neighboring kingdom leaders during the New Kingdom. And I've heard some of that, and I know they've got some good stories in there too that would be cool to go over at some point or another. So, found in Tel El Hesi from the ruler of Lachish, or Lachish is the Great One. A Phoenician inscribed.
Have you ever heard someone say the term hussy?
Hussy, yeah.
Oh, okay. No, just when you said hussy, it sounded like hussy. My mom, my great grandmom, they used to say hussy. You hussy? And they just be saying it to be funny. Not, I don't know. I know it's not funny. I just think it's funny to me because you're like hussy. Hussy means something completely different in regards to what they be using it for.
You never know with linguistics. That could be exactly where it came from.
Literally just had this conversation with the boys because they were like, Mom, isn't have H-A-V-E? And I'm like, yeah. They were like, well, how come when we say behave, it's B-E-H-A-V-E? And I'm like, you're right. And then they're like, because since it's a long A, it should be have. And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, well, the English language is just throw. Like, that's my explanation for all the words that I cannot explain as to why we say it a certain way. I'm like, because the English language is throwed. Okay, like that's helpful. But still, that's true, right? Behave. And then, but we'll be like, have. And I don't know. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Now, a Phoenician inscribed amulet of the 7th century BCE from Arslan Tash may refer to El. The text was translated by Rosenthal, 1969, page 658, as follows. An eternal bond has been established for us. Ashur has established it for us and all the divine beings, the majority of the group of all the holy ones, through the bond of heaven and earth forever. However, Cross, 1973, page 17, translates the text as follows. The Eternal One, Olam, has made a covenant oath with us. Asherah has made a pact with us and all the sons of El, in the great council of all the holy ones, with oaths of heaven and ancient earth. And see, oaths were a big deal when it came to the Jewish. In the Old Testament, you'll hear a lot of references to God making an oath with us, and with that oath, we had to do certain things. You know what I mean? That's why they did.
Even now, like in a court of law and stuff like that, they take and like doctors take an oath. You take an oath, and the Hippocratic oath. Like oaths are just important in society currently as well.
Mm-hmm. And like the animal sacrifices that they used to do was mostly because of an oath they had with the gods. You know, so. That was
the same with child sacrifices, you think?
I don't know about all that. It might be, but like the
Illuminati make you take an oath.
We went through the Phoenicians and everything, you know, and to be honest, I mean, I've heard people who talk about history with the Phoenicians about child sacrifice, and I've heard a lot of people make comments about that. And like the Canaanites, I've heard people say that they do the same thing, and to be honest, there's no actual facts that took place. I mean, a lot of people made the statement.
Child sacrifices?
Yeah, but
there are though. Holocaust itself means the burning of children.
No, I mean, definition. In archaeological finds, they've really found nothing concrete to prove it. I mean,
what about the kids under the churches and stuff like that?
No, I'm talking ritual sacrifices. Like, I mean, like if you go to churches, they'll like make this big impression of, you know, this horrible image of Baal with flames coming out of his mouth and little vases with babies in them and shit, you know. And there are certain things that have been found that could make it to where it was true, but as of date, they haven't found anything that was conclusive. You know what I mean? So, but a lot of that was perpetuated by the Greek and by the later Christians and everything. Cause
So you think all that stuff about like the slush fund and alias seeker and blood libel, all of that stuff, you know, you think that's just been made up?
I'm talking like history. You know what I mean? I am not getting caught up in all that whenever I'm focusing on history, you know, because we can talk about that and that'd be great at another time, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying historically, there's been absolutely no evidence of it whatsoever. Okay, none. I mean, nowhere.
That you found, though.
No.
That you found.
I mean, I've heard the conversation from other people, freaking that are experts, archaeologists, saying they don't have the proof.
But that means they don't have the proof. That doesn't mean it has not been found. Means it has been yet to be discovered by them. Because, like, you can't really speak for, like, everyone who studies it.
Historically, you've got a lot of bad things. Like, you've got people who were killing each other and hating one another so bad that they would say some of the horriblest things about them. The Greeks were notorious for it.
They said the same about Phoenicians.
The Greeks would just downgrade the Phoenicians. They were horrible, the freaking Phoenicians. Then they turned around and started going after the Persians, you know. And it's like I said before, Persia was the first kingdom ever in human history to freaking abolish slavery, okay? They believed that every human should be free. But the Greek didn't want you to know that. They wanted you to think that they were horrible and they were just the worst thing on the face of the planet, you know what I mean? And that's what they did with a lot of them. Like the Phoenicians, the only thing that they really had for the Phoenicians for the longest time was just information that was written down by the Greek or by the Christians, or, you know what I mean, passed on. But the original text, it's not there anymore because it was destroyed, you know. The Greeks hated them so much they tried to destroy everything they ever found that was Phoenician. So now we got freaking pottery with emblems on it that we have to try to interpret and figure out what that means. Like you see the pottery with the horse and chariots and everything on it. That's usually Phoenician. You know?
Oh wow! And then the Greek try to incorporate it as if it's their own.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They did that with the deities too. I mean, that's what they did, you know. And it just
kept mythology behind it to make it look like, oh well, this is not true, but really they were believing in these things, worshiping these things, and honoring and creating self in the image of these things. But then made them to be called mythology, which would seemingly be presented as something not to really believe in, just kind of for entertainment, storytelling type thing. And the whole time they were building their entire empire over accessing the power that worshiping and portraying.
Well, like.
That's crazy.
These deities we've been going over, okay, they actually started up near freaking the Caspian and the Black Sea, and they migrated downward into Greece, okay? So you had these Indo-Europeans that migrated downwards, and they made it to Greece, and with that, they came with the Indo-European belief systems. But as they traveled, the belief system changed because of time. You know what I mean? So by the time they made it to Greece, they were believing in somewhat the same belief system, but different. You know what I mean? So here you have these two societies that are believing in somewhat the same things, but they disagree. Kind of like you have different churches with different denominations today.
Mhm.
But instead of killing each other off today, well, they're doing that too, I guess. But um, that's what they're doing in history. They're fighting one another because they don't agree with the way each of them is teaching their beliefs. You know, and that's basically what that's all about. It's just
So may the strongest deity win. I feel like, right? That's
hmm
what happens, right? We
yeah.
just kill them, and then whoever lives, and that's how you
But
find out who the winner is. It's like the mom with the baby. You know,
hmm
they're splitting religion down the middle, and
yeah.
someone's saying, "No, let's not split it down the middle. Let's just be real about it. And if you're willing to be real about it, we're willing to let you live." They're like, "No, no, no, no. We don't want to be real about it. We want to split it down the middle. We did
hmm
this too, but you didn't really do this. No, we did. No, we're the originator. No, 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 no. We're the originator. Oh, okay. Well, you want to split the baby down the middle. So if
Well,
you're fine with killing the kid, kill the kid."
the the crazy thing about it is like these people were killing one another and they were believing in the same belief. It came from the same origin. You know
Like
what I'm saying?
God regardless, but they're like breaking it down to where like you can choose different beliefs and different religions. Or in like Arabs, they believe in God, but excuse me, Muslims, they believe in God, but I'm trying to swallow. I'm attempting to swallow the carrot.
Yeah, I
But
noticed.
they they believe in God, but then they have Muhammad as their prophet, whereas Jesus is
hmm
the prophet. You know what I mean? But there's
It's
some
the, it's the
yeah,
same. It's the same God. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing about it. Like they've
until you
these
get to
belief
science,
systems are all connected to one another.
until you get to the science people, then there's no God. But I mean, there's something that they have to believe in and say that there's no God. Because how can you deny something if it does not exist? Because then you have no familiarity with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I was just saying, like, I agree. I get it. I mean, it makes sense. I think that's cool. Like,
You're
yeah,
a little bit farther away from the mic. I can
kill them.
barely.
I feel like I like that idea. I think that concept is great. You know what I mean? Like, not really the fighting part. I mean, like, but I feel like to stop the fighting, there would have to be some sense of integrity, which obviously was lacked, and so they killed people. And
Yeah.
it's the same thing now, like you were saying. Like, it's literally the same exact thing that's happening right now. And eventually, now, as we're seeing with Israel and Palestine, and we saw with Russia and Ukraine, and it's still going on, but all the other wars too, Iran, Iraq, all of this, like, basically the killing is here now. The killing comes, and then you know what I
hmm
mean? Fight it out for the top spot. I like it. I mean, I don't like it, but I mean, it's what has to be done has to be done type of thing, right?
Well, I mean, if people don't learn from their mistakes, then they're bound to do it over again. So that's
They wouldn't be
basically,
fighting.
that,
Yeah, they would have. Yeah, they would.
you
They
know.
would have knew what was going on back then. They wouldn't be fighting now. They wouldn't choose that
Well,
path. They would say,
even today, they're still doing the same old thing. It's the same thing, but a different time period. You know what I
because
mean?
they didn't learn from their mistakes. Why do you think that is, though? Let's talk about that for a second. What do you think is so difficult to watch people die and say, you know what, I'm gonna do the same exact thing again and kill some more people,
hmm
but then cry about it and pray to God all of a suddenly to save us and stop these kids from dying? And it's like no one cared. Like no one cared
Yeah.
before, and now why? Like it's the same cycle. So how do you stop something like that? What do you think is the real problem?
I think that people forget. You know what I mean? And when I'm not talking about long term either. I'm talking about like short term. People forget the pain that happened 50 years ago. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
You think people remember the pain from 9/11? I often feel like we neglect stuff quickly. Like we live in a
hmm
microwave, immediate gratification. We want, robots to do the work. We don't want to go out there and dig up a hole. We're going to send something else to do the hard work. And that's what they call evolution. But yet, if we've evolved, how come we're still fighting and killing each other? I
hmm
mean, if we've actually evolved, because there was at one point that none of that was happening. But we don't talk about that part because we don't believe there to be true because everything that we read in our books tell us differently. So I
Well,
was just wondering, how do we change
it's
it?
not just. I mean, if people would read the books, they would understand that this shit's happened. You
Well,
know?
they know it happened though. They
No,
know
they
it
don't.
happened. It's just, you
They
think that
they
people
they
don't know there's been
choose
wars?
they choose to ignore it. Okay, that's why the average person has the ability of reading for no longer than 7 minutes, 4 minutes. You know that's the longest most people are willing to read today, and the reason why is because they freaking are stuck on these internet, and they can just click and click and click.
But you still have to read there too. I don't feel as I mean maybe they're just not engaged with the material. I mean
we're reading, okay? We're reading, but like the average person on the internet doesn't read. The average person that gets on the internet goes to Facebook and they play Facebook games and they don't even touch their
or
keyboard.
check statuses. They have to check the status. You got to read the status. Does that not count for anything? If you're reading everyone's status out, if you sit on our
Look
internet,
how long they are. I mean,
look,
they're
but that's what I'm saying. Technically, you're reading longer than 7 minutes. You're not reading certain information. I mean, the information you're reading is trash. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. But I know people that'll sit and read every tabloid from front to back. That takes way longer than 7 minutes. It's just what they're reading is garbage. And you know what I mean?
Each comment is what, maybe 2 minutes, not even a minute long, maybe 2 minutes.
And now, and see, if you're the type of person like me, if I'm looking for something, I'm going to read everybody's comments. I'm probably going to their profile. I'm probably reading their stuff. I'm just going to do that a little bit. I'm the catalyst for private accounts. Shout out to me. And I mean, like, you know what I mean? And it is what it is. But I'm saying we're still reading. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're saying the average. So that's kind of misleading. We're not reading the right stuff.
Check this out. They tell you when you make a freaking blog, okay, don't make a blog any longer than 15 minutes. Once you make one that's longer than a 15-minute read, the reader pretty much loses their attention. They were saying that 12 years ago. Okay?
They've been saying it for That's why I think it's fun now.
So,
look at it.
So now, if it was freaking 15 minutes 12 years ago, I guarantee you it's freaking even smaller than that. Now they're telling
you better use little words.
Yeah.
If it goes above 4 letters, you probably lost them.
You know, so I mean, that's their threshold. Like, a person doesn't want to actually sit down and try to read 1 page a day at least. Read a page. You know, pick something up and read 1 page.
But you're saying they don't do that, but they are doing that. They are. They're just not reading what you think they should be reading. They're on social media. They're reading more than you, most likely. They're just not reading informative stuff.
I guarantee you right now, me and you have read a heck of a lot more than what 95% of the people on the internet has read.
You think so?
Right
How? If they say
just
right
right
now in this one comment.
Just right now, man, okay?
No.
In the small bit that me and you've actually read right here, I guarantee you we've read probably more than what 95% of the people on the internet's read.
I hear what you're saying, but there's no way if you're in everyone's business all the time, you're just reading trash, man. You're reading, it's just trash that you're reading.
And
like, it's not anything that's going to tell you about the wars that are
that's
going on.
Been a problem for a while. It's not just with the internet, okay? It's people don't want to remember. I'm talking about the physical mechanic that's right inside of your head, your memory. They don't want to remember. They don't want to take the time because it gives them a headache. Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you something, but I'm wait for this helicopter to do its thing. Okay.
So.
No. Listen. Now you're saying they don't want to remember.
Mm-hmm.
What would be a reason someone would not want to remember?
Because it's hard for them to freaking think. Nobody wants to think for themselves. They want to have somebody else to come in and swoop in and do everything for them. You know, I mean,
okay, it's not that case. People are if I hear what you're saying, what you're talking about, but that's not what this is, because that's not the same. You know what I mean? You're right, people are not reading what they have to read in order for them to be able to grow in a direction that'll stop the wars and stop the killings. That is completely honorable, true. But when you're saying people are not reading or because they don't remember, and then the reason why they don't remember
is because they're not reading.
They're not, but listen.
They don't know.
Maybe it's the complete opposite. Because think about it. If you had to read, what if you wrote in your diary about all the times you were getting beat up? You know what I mean? I'm just using an example. Every day I write in my diary about everything that's horribly happened to me, right? Now I wrote it down. If we know anything about storytelling, we're still telling a story, even though it was the past. With the nature of the story itself, there's no way for it to be the past if we keep rereading it. Every time you read something, it is the present. It is happening right now in a dimension, one way, shape, or form, regardless of how you look at it.
the thing is, man, like,
We gotta write better
ask the
stuff.
average person who freaking discovered America. Okay, ask them who discovered America.
They're going to say Christopher Columbus, and we know that's not
Okay.
true. But okay,
Ask them who the first president of the United States was, especially if they're under 18.
it's going to be George Washington and not John
You'll
Mason.
know that.
But listen,
You'll know that, but ask a teenager that. I guarantee you they won't know.
Listen, this is what whose fault is that though? Is that their fault?
Think about it.
Is it their fault?
That's a good
You don't
question.
feel like they're just meat for the grinder? Like, I've been saying this forever, and it sounds horrible, right? But literally nullifying everything in order for them to be zombies and easily and automatically attackable.
What happens to, like, parents that are supposed to make sure their kids are
They're
smart
already
and
dead.
educated?
Listen, hold on.
You know what I mean? It's like
they're already dead. It doesn't matter. And so you have the choice, especially if you're dealing with something that's already dead, you have the choice to either allow that around you to live or to kill it right along with you. And that's just what's real. Like, that's what happens. So have you ever noticed, like, a plant that dies? Sometimes there's other stuff that grows around it, even if that initial plant is dead. You understand? There's other stuff. There's still life going on around it. Even death is a continuation of something. Now, when you're saying what happens to the parents chose their option by allowing this to happen to their
They chose
flock.
their kids to be stupid and not know what the history is of man and what's going on. You know,
that's the history
people
that's
are
written
killing
in books.
each other today because they're doing the same shit they did 50 years ago, the same shit they did 100 years ago, the same thing they did 2,000 years ago. And the reason for that is because people aren't being educated to the fact that this happened before. Okay? This happened before. And if you read this, you'll find out that it happened before. Okay?
But how is that going to stop it now? That's just bringing it back over and over
because they
again
know
every
that
time
it's
you read it.
wrong. See, they know that it's wrong, that it's happened before.
Pedophilia is wrong.
Yes, I know.
Engaging with sexual activities with underage girls because you
I'm
think
talking
they're
about
fooling is
history
wrong.
here, man. I'm not.
But there's a lot of stuff that's
you
wrong.
See,
no, you're saying it's wrong, and that's what's making the war. But that's not the reason the war is happening. It's because
Yes,
it
it
makes
is.
them powerful.
It
It's
is.
happening because it's wrong.
It's happening because people don't freaking want to learn their lesson. Okay.
Do you think that the people that start the war don't know this?
Do you realize how many people died in World War II? How many people
No,
died
I
in
don't
World
keep
War
track
I?
of that.
Okay.
No, I don't keep track of deaths.
No,
I keep track of lives.
That's real life. That's what happened. Okay.
It's death. Yep.
And if you don't want to recognize that, then it's going to keep happening.
Can you not recognize it without keeping track of it? If you're building for a better tomorrow, do you continue to think about yesterday? Like,
Yeah,
how
it's
do
important.
you build a better
Thinking about
future if you're
yesterday
living
is
in the
very
past?
important. Thinking about yesterday is very important because if you forget
To the people that
past,
live in the past?
No, if you forget the past, you're going to do it again.
That's not true. You have
Yes,
to grow
it
from
is.
the
It
past.
is
No,
true.
it's not. It's a continuation. Okay, so that's only if you're going from 1 to 9. But if you're going to get to 10, the past no longer exists. It's a building block. And you continue on from it.
That's
It
the
is. That's how
same.
that's
That's
what
the same mentality.
That's what counting is.
That
That's
is
what
the
counting
same
is.
mentality that is allowing freaking terrorists to freaking destroy tablets
by
in
going
Nineveh.
by having that base foundation of what
the
stuff is,
same
but adding to it
mentality.
to make it
It's
more.
the same mentality that is
What's,
causing.
what's the mentality? What's
It's the same
Explain
mentality
to me
that's
how I
telling-
think. Please tell me.
Hey, it's the same mentality that is allowing terrorists to go into Nineveh and destroy freaking ancient tablets. It's the same mentality of freaking people in Georgia thinking
What's
it's
the
okay
mentality?
to tear down
You have
freaking
to
statues.
vocalize it. What's the vocalize
It's
the mentality?
It's the mentality that freaking nobody thinks freaking history is important when it's very important.
Who says that it's not important? Who said this?
You're saying it. You're
I
saying
said,
it right
why do
here
we
now.
have to constantly
You're saying that
think
we
about
don't
it?
have to
You're putting words
read
in my
and
mouth.
we don't
And
have
this
to
is
know the
recorded.
history.
I didn't say we
because
don't have
that's
to know
not
it. I said
important
that's
and it's
knowledge.
dead.
Knowledge is the foundation. You're lying. You're lying.
No, I'm
'Cause
not.
I
You
didn't-
just said it.
No,
you just said it.
I said you don't have to constantly think about it. To
You
know
have to
something and
remember it.
constantly think about it.
You
to
have
know
to
something
remember
and
it.
You have to be brought aware to it. A lot of people are not even brought aware to it.
That's
so
my
you're
whole
telling
point.
them,
That's
but
my,
no,
that's
you're
what I'm
telling,
saying.
but no, listen. You're saying that the reason that people do not know is because they cannot remember. But how are
They
they
don't.
supposed to remember something that, hold on, that they were never educated about?
That's
Because the
my whole
educated,
point.
hold on. Education is to bring something out of the mind, which means it's there. It's knowledge, the foundation of all things in
That
existence.
doesn't pop up out of the blue, okay? It's not. Like,
How not? How
It's-
do you? How can you speak for everyone?
it
How are you?
doesn't-
Who gives you that
people
authority?
just don't automatically know that World War II happened. People don't automatically know that freaking Jews were lined up and put in freaking tanks and burned alive and fucking
And why?
shot in a
Okay.
line.
Why not though? Why
and
not?
buried.
Why don't they know it? And why is it for everyone to know?
So
because
no,
not
no,
all
let's
knowledge
stay
is
on
for
track.
everyone.
How do kids know that happened? Huh? How do kids know? They just miraculously know that?
No, they teach them in school, right?
You said that they shouldn't teach them.
I said that they shouldn't teach them.
You said that they
When you
shouldn't.
go back and play this recording, make sure you send me the exact spot where I said they shouldn't be
You
taught.
said that
people
that's
shouldn't be
dead.
taught.
And they
Make sure
don't,
you send me that.
They should know that.
And they should know that?
That's
no.
what you said.
That's what you
You
heard.
just said
No,
that.
that's not. And make sure. No. Hold on. I said how? How should they know that? You're not listening again. How
Mm-hmm.
should they know that? I mean, how can someone know something if they're not educated? Education means to bring out from something that's already there, which should be knowledge. Knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence, which means if education means bringing something that you already have awareness, knowledge, knowing of, if that's what it means to educate, they do know it, but they're not accessing it. And then I asked you, why are they not accessing it? Why is it that these
Because they
people
don't
have
want to
this-
read. Which you say they don't have to read, remember?
I never said that anyone does not have to read. I'm telling you that you can learn without reading. Absolutely. And then you're forcing your idealism on someone
I'm not
because you
forcing
don't know
nothing.
the
I'm
accuracy
just,
in it. Listen, no, you don't know the accuracy in any of these books. All you know is someone did this and said that they did this. You're taking someone
what's wrong with
else's
their saying?
word
I mean, what's
for it.
what's wrong
Yes,
with
I
what they've
hear you.
written down
Believe in
here? I
someone-
mean,
and I'm saying,
I mean,
you're
you're jumping to
you
the
should learn for
conclusion that
yourself.
these
Make
people,
sure their word is good.
You are jumping to the conclusion that these people are just telling you a bunch of lies, and that's all they're doing. They're being
No, I'm not. I never said that.
What's
Now
wrong-
you're putting words
what's
in my
wrong
mouth.
with
All
what
I'm
we're-
saying is learn for yourself. I'm saying I would not believe you before I believe myself, and that's just the truth. There's nothing you can tell me. You shouldn't believe me before you believe yourself. You shouldn't believe me before you believe anyone else. Like honestly, you
know
should
what?
believe yourself
You know what?
first.
I would believe anything that's freaking written here before I believed anything that comes out of freaking anybody's mouth who freaking wants to tell
That's
me.
coming out of someone's mouth.
No,
that's coming out of someone's mouth. That's the same thing. You're doing the same thing in a different manner.
Telling
You're
me
doing the
to
same
frickin-
exact thing.
No, listen, telling me that I freaking am not needing to read. I don't have to get information and research for
I
myself.
never said that. I
No,
read every
anybody
single
who
day.
tells
So
me
I'm
that,
telling
I
you
will
that
not
it's
listen
better.
to-
You
that-
read so you can hear how other people think and how you can understand how the world activates. That's why you read. But you don't read to formulate yourself. That's
I
my
do,
point.
actually.
But
I formulate
no,
myself.
Of course. Just
You
do.
know?
Yeah, because that's the copycat mentality.
No,
I
it's
have
not.
to be like
No,
you.
it's not.
I have
I'm
to
educated.
do this like you.
I've educated myself to certain facts, okay?
Okay,
I've learned how to discern the true from the false. Okay, I don't.
And how have you done that with other people's work, right? Not through your own work, through
I
other
can
people's
listen
work,
to people
right?
talk. I can listen
Through
to
other
people talk.
No.
and I
Answer the
know.
question.
Answer
the question.
I can actually
Have you-
listen to people talk and actually know when they're talking shit and when they know what they're talking about.
Okay, so listen, this is my question. Can you recognize that within yourself?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you feel as though that people should not actively engage in living their life. They should read about it from someone
I
else's
did
standpoint.
not say that.
No. I'm asking. I'm not telling you anything. Unlike you, I don't do that because that
I
makes me a
didn't.
liar.
I didn't
false
say
prophet.
that. I
No, you
didn't
told
say
me a
that.
lot about myself tonight. Make sure you run it back. This is on record. I'll be recording it.
This
screen
is right
recording it,
on
and
the
playing it
video,
back.
man. I
This
mean,
is-
you
yeah,
listen to
this-
the video. I mean, you're telling me
I
that
know
I need
how
to play
I
it
think,
back.
so I know how I speak. It's the confused, confused that have the issues with understanding. It's not what I'm saying that's the problem.
Okay. I mean,
And what I'm saying is, like I was saying before, reading is very important. Let me just make this clear for the obviously confused. Again, fused. But when I'm saying reading is important, it's important for you to understand other people's perspective and take that into accountability, that it's not your brain that you're reading someone else's brain, you're reading someone else's thoughts, you're reading someone else's experiences that you are incorporating within to your own. The same goes for when you read these social media statuses, the same goes for when you read some doctor test results. Whenever you read anything, it's coming from someone else's perspective, someone else's findings, someone else's conclusion that they have drawn for you to engage with. That is not your thoughts or your experiences. They're telling you a story. And that's with anything that you're reading. So it's important to understand how people think in order for you to operate in accordance to how you're supposed to be. Because I would like to emphasize that when you read, that is not who you are. And so you should take the time to learn where you fit into that play, which would mean reading would not just be enough. Watching someone else do it would not be enough. You would have to actively engage in the process itself in order for you to even think for a minute your experience or verse with the ability, the knowledge, and the accountability, the actualization of being and contributing to its growth. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're supposed to read, but that's not supposed to be your foundation. You and your experiences, your life, and what you comprehend from all that you accumulate is your foundation. And that's all I'm saying. Definitely make sure you pick up the books, kids. Make sure that you're reading. And that's with being said, I'm on mute.
No, you're not. I can hear you. You there? Oh, okay. I get what
I
you're
was
saying.
telling you I was on mute. I missed a whole lot of carrots when I was talking. So,
Okay.
I mean, I just
Well-
muted myself. I was done. You can talk.
I'm just gonna end this now. It was supposed to be on history, and history's pretty much shot for this one, so we'll just go ahead and end this.
Like history, because people be getting shot, and war. They be dying because you said a shot. It's not funny. To me, it is.
But
I mean, you said shot. You said it. I didn't say it. I mean, history is pretty much shot. A whole lot of people.
yeah.
Exactly.
So we'll just go ahead and end it. It's like at 55 minutes anyhow, so.
Okie dokie.
And
Well, we'll holler at you then tomorrow.
all right. I will see you later. Now, hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. I am Roger Hanson, and today we are going to do things a little bit different. I've been offering everybody the opportunity of coming on for a few streams that I've been doing with Jitsi, but I've decided that I'm no longer going to do that and do that for a couple of streams any longer. For one reason, I'm usually the only one who ends up showing up for the streams, and second, I'm probably the only one interested in the subject matters, so I'm going to start doing things with the story. I'm going to start doing that with the storyteller, which is this one, unless I get more people who wish to tell their story. And also I'm going to do it with my history stream. Now I'll share the videos though on Mind's chat, and I'll have them available here on Rumble. Plus I'll also have them uploaded to YouTube, Odyssey, and BitChute, so those are always going to be available. So just wanted to let everybody know these videos will be shared, and I'll also post the schedule of the streams and stuff on my Live with Roger Hanson chat on minds.com or mindschat, and I'll also be ending my history and my storyteller streams in the near future. I believe that this one is my 16th. I'm not quite sure for the storyteller. I know it's pretty close. but at right around the 16th video that I get for them, I'm going to end it. I also want to say that it's not ending my streams, definitely. I only want 16 of these videos pretty much for this year. With that being said, these streams, they're not going to be gone forever, but just for the remainder of the year. They'll start up again next year after July. That's when I was scheduling on doing this part of my content, which before June it was video games. And I wanted to get into this, and I didn't get into it until about August, maybe September, so I was late on it. And at the end of December, I wanted to go back and get focused more on my video games, and these I'm going to also be sharing on podcast or Spotify. It'll be through Spotify. So next July I'll be doing these streams again for the storyteller and for history, but until then, these will also be available again on Spotify. So if you guys want to, you can check them out after January again on Spotify. So now that I've gotten the technical stuff taken care of, let me go ahead and start on the story. Now, I've been going through authors that kind of inspire me, and or have inspired me, and I come to Duncan Williamson. I don't know how many people would know much about him, but he was born in 1928 to 2007. He died in 2007, and he was one of Scotland's traveling people, born on the shores of Loch Fyne or Fyne. He has been celebrated as the bearer of Scotland's greatest national treasure, the richest trove of story and song in Europe. How Duncan came to be the custodian of such a valuable oral tradition is in itself a fascinating story. He explained, "As traveling people, we were very poor. We didn't have radio or television. Mother and father could not read. They had no need to read because our education came through stories and songs. You gathered around the campfire in the late evening, and you were told stories that would last you through your life. They were never written down in any books. Some were very old, having been passed down by word of mouth through hundreds of generations. Stories were told to you as a matter of teaching, because every particular story had its own lesson. Oh, there were many wonderful tales. There were tales for the small ones about animals. There were ghost tales, tales of witches, spirits, boggles, giants, ogres, tale of farmers, tales of everything that would teach you to grow up naturally in your own environment in life. Now, my father would say, sit down there and listen carefully, because by listening to this story, you're going to learn something that will teach you in life. And remember, carry the story with you all of your days, because this story was told to me by my father, who would say, well, thank God this is Christmas Eve. Come down beside me and I'll tell you a story. Now remember, children, any toy I could buy, what's the sense? No. Now remember, children, any toy I could buy, what's the sense of buying you a toy when you'll only break it? It'll be destroyed in a couple of days. even if I had the money to afford it. But this story will last you the entire time of your life. My father told me a story when I was only 5 years old. Now that's almost exactly 60 years ago. And I can remember that tale the way he told it to me, just the very way. I can visualize him sitting there by the fireside, a young man putting coals in his pipe, smoking his pipe, and all the little kids gathered round the fire. He sitting there telling them a beautiful Christmas tale, which was far better to us now when I look back than anything he could have bought for us. And the old travelers knew in their own minds that they were leaving something behind, a treasure that we could treasure their memory by. I mean, traveling people don't need to go when their old people die, buy a great granite tombstone and put it in a graveyard to remember them by. They don't need that. They had things that were more important, the beautiful stories told to them. And the moment they told that story over again, they could picture in their mind their father, their mother, their granny, their uncle who had told them the great story. The photo, the picture in their mind would never die as long as the stories remained with them. And that's what the old people left with us, because they knew the same thing had happened to them when they were young. And that's what made storytelling so wonderful. When we walked on the road on a cold winter's day and we were wet and tired and hungry, traveling on, each carrying a part of our little bundle on our way to help us when we got a little camping place at night. We were miserable and tired, but once the tents were up, the fires were kindling, and we had a little to eat, got ourselves dried, then it was story time. The thought of everything else, the day's tortures, was gone till the next time again. After a good storytelling session, everybody was happy, It was great, magical. I've got many wonderful memories of my childhood. Life was really hard, life was rough, and we were very poor. But we were very happy, really happy as children. I think the happiness comes with the love and respect from parents to children and children to parents. That's the most important thing of all, what really makes life happy for anyone, I would say. And that's what our stories were told. And that's what our stories were told us for the first beginning. The stories chosen for the present collection follow the solar year and mark the progress of its seasons according to the traveler tradition. Ancestral storytellers of the traveling people knew the foundation for behavior. Their work and their love for family was in natural order. Again, Duncan explains. The traveling children learned the crafts of their people, basketry and metalwork, from the very earliest age, when they were able to sit next to their fathers and mothers. And as a child, you grew up to revere Mother Nature, because Mother Nature was your primal teacher. She taught you how to collect berries, how to collect food. She grew animals and plants which supplied the materials for your making things. And Mother Nature gave you cures from herbs. The traveling people were known for their cures and their healing powers. and it was because they preferred to stick to their own beliefs and ways of thinking that the settled communities came to distrust them. They were different. For example, schools were not valued by the traveling community. Instead, stories were told and retold and passed on. Stories were the education which gave you the lesson you needed to grow up to be a good person. The stories in this collection show a world that is drawn from the natural order of seasons, but more than a simple alignment of subjects and events to periods of the year. The natural order of traditional story is seen to endorse and uphold the ethical foundation of human life, what it is to be a good person. The 12 seasons begin in winter darkness, the forest bereft of fruit and nuts and food. Survival is only possible for a moral imperative which will not tolerate greed and wickedness. The woodland elves controlled the 12 seasons, but they do more than that. They sustain virtue. Sweet and helpful Mary triumphs over unnatural adversity and lives happily ever after. In the stories that follow, light lengthens as bright mornings and full moon herald spring, waken wild animals to new life. Rabbits, hares, and hedgehogs become naturally active, finding a balance of wholesale diversity. Wit is rewarded while the proud fall. Then summer brings its fullness. Swallows arrive with their messages. The first nightingale sings. Our dispirited golden bird is freed to join his mate. Strawberries, spiders, and flies take over the garden. Still, with the height of the summer comes frightening reality. Old age and cunning demand the death of weaker creatures in Lion and the Four Bulls. At the sun's zenith, man makes his gravest mistake. A child is sacrificed. The Boy and the Snake is a story with roots that stretch as far back as anything we can imagine in writing, to the Sanskrit Panchatantra. As part of this warm season's ripening humans acquire knowledge. Young ones learn to add, collect, and sift information through experience. Here are the well-loved stories of Jack, bringing the maternity of true love and nature home to the listener like no other. Princess and the Glass Hill is an excellent example of mother's youngest son, who may be lazy, a misfit, unruly, and untidy, but always by stamina and proper values. Jack comes out on top. Only a young man of moral worth can solve the problems and settle the disputes. Even death must take a blow from the young son in Death in a Nut, when Jack decides to intervene and saves his mother from the old man with the scythe on his back. Now these are stories that are within this book, and right now I'm going over Duncan Williams, and it's the beginning of The Flight of the Golden Bird, where I'm reading this out of. It's Scottish folk tales for children. It's an excellent book. So if you guys want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. But I wanted to take a pause so that I could say that, and let you guys know that's where you're getting all these names like Death in a Nut. So if you guys are interested, check this book out. It's pretty good. I've already gone through it endlessly in the last year and a half. It's an excellent book. So let me go ahead and continue. The back end of this year, autumn, is represented by a story of major change in society. The Steed and the Bell describes clearly how law and order get established, how unforgivable wrong is punished. Following the humblest knight and his faithful steed, finally stabled, we face the winter again. Days cold and short, nights long and frigid, put an end to life's fullness, with the old and infirm at risk of dying. It is time for the coming of spirit, and the traveling people know well the meaning of this season. While the wealth of stories told by traveling people of Scotland are undoubtedly pagan and pre-Christian in form and content, a good many tales owe their depth and breadth of understanding to ancient Christian beliefs. 3 stories in this collection pertain to Christmas. The deeply compassionate crippled John, the birth of Christ through the eyes of the old collie in Dog and the Manger, and the joyous, the hare and the scarecrow, a tribute to the poor, inanimate scarecrow who makes all productive life possible on the farm, leading us into the most important of all celebrations for the traveling people of Scotland, the New Year, is the hen wife and old Father Time. This story gives the assurance of life eternal, for time which makes you older, it itself never dies. And as Duncan says, everyone looks forward to the new year coming in. It is a new beginning. Finally, Death in a Nut brings us back to the first month of the year and affirms the cycle of seasonal life. In this very popular and most meaningful of all traveler tales, 7 of the 18 stories are published for the first time in this collection. 11 others have been previously published. The 12 Seasons, The Boy and the Snake, and The Lion and the 4 Bulls from the Genie, and The Fisherman, Cambridge University Press, School Books, 1999. Rabbit's Tale was a reading level 2 school book from Cambridge University Press in 1996. The Hedgehog's Race first appeared in Mary Medlicott's anthology Time for Telling, Kingsfisher, 1991. Dog in the Manger and the Hare and the Scarecrow were published by Canongate in Tell Me a Story for Christmas in 1987. Penguin published Death in a Nut, The 12 White Swans, and The Henwife and Old Father Time in a Thorn in the King's Foot, 1987. The Steed and the Bell is from Central Regional Council's Reading Project for Local Traveler Children, in 1984, and Linda Williamson. So that is what I am going to cover when it comes to this stream. I hope that it was enjoyable to you. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I have my chat that's on right now, and I noticed that my screen went black. And don't get me wrong, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want it to be more podcast oriented. So if you're wanting to see something on the screen, I apologize, but this is more of a podcast oriented stream. So with that being said, I believe this is showing up on my chat now of what we, yeah, of where I'm at. So let me see how, yeah, there we go. So this is going to be a relatively short stream, but I really wanted to get in here and get this done. This is a good writer. If you guys have never experienced reading anything from Duncan Williams, you really do need to read his stuff. He also has a book out has a book. He's passed away, but he has a book out that talks about the Holocaust as a gypsy. It's adult material, so I will warn you that if you read it, you should probably read it and maybe wait for your kids to get older to read the story. But other than that, he's really into telling Scottish folklore for children, and they're good stories. I've posted a lot of them on my YouTube channel if you guys want to check out a couple of those and kind of hear what they are. I've also got them on my podcast on Spotify, Live with Roger Hanson, so you can check them out there as well. And like I said, Christmas is coming up. Jaffe Ryder is wanting to get things kicked off with Operation Secret Santa Claus, which is very important to him. So if you guys want to check him out, you can. He's also on WPRPN. That's on YouTube, and he's also got a chat on minds.com. So with that being said, I guess I can end it now, to be honest. It's good that I was able to cover 40 minutes, though. Got that taken care of, and the recording is going to be 25 minutes. So, like I said, this could be possibly my next, or my last video for the storyteller for the year. I'm going to check it out and see how many I've got for it. But once I get up to about 16 videos, then I'm going to end it for the year. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, please like, subscribe, comment. I'd appreciate comments because I really do enjoy the conversation. Even though I know it's a routine for people to say that, I actually do enjoy the conversation. If you go on my YouTube channel, you'll see every comment that's made. I've always responded to it. So just understand that I do enjoy comments. I do enjoy having conversations about the content, getting to know people, things of that nature. That's what's important to me. So I'm going to go ahead and end this, and I appreciate everybody who has listened, and thank you very much for your time. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I wanted to get back into, well, I'm doing my topic on gaming, and I have Karma Love here. Welcome, Karma. And
Hi, everyone.
Before I get started, I wanted to let everybody know that I'm doing screen capture, and there's going to be a lot of seeing my OBS and stuff like that. But the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm going into another emulator, kind of showing everybody what it's all about and stuff like that. So I need to use screen capture rather than changing from screen to screen. So with that, I'm going to tell you what the emulator's called. It's called RPCS. And out of all of the emulators that I've been using, this one is probably the one that I think is the best out of all of them. For you to get the emulator itself, you have to go to rpcs3.net, and they have a 64-bit download, and I believe that you can get it. You can get it for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and free BSD. So it's available to a lot of computer programs if you guys are interested in getting it. I also wanted to tell you, once you download that, you can do like I did, or you can download it into your app data, whichever one. But what I did is I just downloaded it into an empty file that I named emulators, and it came down into here where I have all my emulators in their own folder right here. And this is my RPCS3 folder, and it just downloads all of this. So you get this set up. Down here is your application file, and what I did with that is I right clicked here, and I went up and I created a shortcut. And after I created the shortcut, I went over here and I put it in on my screen, and as you see, I've got it down here too. And how I did that,
Your screen isn't sharing on this side, just so you know.
It's not sharing. It's probably in the blocker thing. Let me see. I've got to find out if maybe the settings are set up, because I was talking about that before, where there's certain things they aren't seeing. Let me see here. Properties. There we go. Yeah. It shows that you're not seeing my screen at all. Oh yeah.
No, I see the chat.
I know what you're talking about now. I have to switch it to screen share. Yeah, I was saying that earlier or before I started it. I didn't do screen share on here. There we go. That way you can see it too. Can you see it now?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Yeah, on the OBS I did it to where it's screen share, but on the Jitsi it wasn't doing it. I forgot to switch it over. Okay, so basically here is the website that I went to, and to get the download it, you go to rpcs3.net and you come down here and you hit download, and like right here, it's a PS3 emulator. It supports C++ for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, and FreeBSD. So it's available for a lot of programs on the computer, and that's a one plus that I've seen there too. But then I also wanted to show the what I did. Now you can go into your local disk drive C and put it in your app data like some people do, but on this game you can also just bring it into your documents and create an emulators file, which I did right there, and then download it into here. And this is where I got my RPCS3 in my documents, and it just downloads all of it. And then right here is the application. You look for that one, you right click on it, and you come up here and you just create a shortcut. So, and you can run as administrator too if you want to, but I've never had to do it with this program, so it's up to you if you want to do it. But I come up here and I create a shortcut, and it'll pop down underneath this. Then I cut and paste. I cut it and paste it here on the desktop. And then down here you'll notice that I've got it right here on the bottom too. And what I did with that was it gives you an option to pin a program right here to here, actually it should be in here, pin to start. And when you do that, when it's popped up right here, it'll stay here. So all I have to do is come in here, click on that, and it'll fire right up. So this is basically what it does, and it'll ask you if you want to update because there's a new version of it available. Now I always do it. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I always do it every time. And if there's any updates that goes into it, it just takes care of it right there. And you have your log and your TTY. Make sure everything went through. Now, the thing that sets this apart from the other ones is it has all of this right here. It has all your information. But over here too, you have compatibility. All right, it's telling me that this is what's the compatibility of these games with the computer that I'm running with this program. So these are in the yellow, which they can be played, but there's problems. You know what I mean? Like you'll have little problems with it, and that's for Infamous 2 and I believe Lost Planet right here. That's really, really good. And if you want to, you can also click on here and you can check game compatibility. Come down to here and click on that, and this is what it does. It brings you to their website where you can see where it is, like playable is green, in-game is yellow, and then intro, they just added that, I think, because I've never seen it before. And then loadable is here, and then nothing is here. So that's what those that's what the color references mean right over here. And if you want to double check by going to the website, or you want to check ahead of time if the game is compatible or if there's any problems with it, this is where you need to go to. And they keep this updated too, so before you decide if you want to play a game or not, you can come to the NPC or mpcs3.net/compatibility page, and it'll show you what you want to find. And then they got build history too right there, so you can come through here. You got just tons of information on just this one game. So this, like I said, this is probably the best game I've found out of all of them, or the best emulator I have. So you go get your game, you come in here, and you get the download, and after that you pop up this, like I said, and over here it says install firmware, I believe, or you can add games. So you come here to add games, go to documents where your emulator file is, and you just, I have mine as emulator games. Besides, this is the emulator, and I have another folder for emulator games. Then inside of it, I have another folder in there for specifically RPCS3. And I created these files too, by the way. So set it up to where you have emulator games and then the games that you're playing in it. So you come in here and you pick one of these. Okay, and what it does is it will, once I hit select folder, it'll add it to this library right here automatically for you. Now I believe it will also install firmware and packages and wraps and stuff like that. So then right here you can remove firmware, create firmware, cache. You can do the same here, and then it has boot recent, which this is the last game that I booted on here, which was Infamous 2. And then I have the one, it's a list of them. So if I don't want to come over here and just click on these, I can do it the hard way. Just come in here and boot recent, which it's not even that much complicated, because all you got to do is just click on this and it'll start booting it. Now this isn't the game, this is the digital manual that you get with the game, so it's not like gonna fire up Infamous 2. Just wanted to show a demonstration of how it looks. This is these are PlayStation 3 games too, so it's not like the retro for Pokemon like I did last week. And while I was doing this too, I'll also bring it up that having emulators isn't illegal. And if you want to use ROMs or ISOs, the legal way to do it is to use ROMs and ISOs that you create off of your own cartridges or your own disk. Now,
You made this right here? Oh, that's just your collection. I was thinking it was a video game you designed yourself. Okay.
No, not Infamous. I wish. This is probably the greatest game ever made, being honest. It's fun. But that's basically the process of how it pops up. And then when you want to go out, you say, it says, do you really want to exit? You just hit yes. Now, with the game, it's down here, and this is the actual game. That one failed. It's probably because here's the game right here. And this is how it does. Now on
Oh, that looks dope.
Yeah. Now, what I was saying before was now if you go and you get them off the internet, the ISOs or the ROMs, that's considered piracy. But I'm not going to be the judge on that. That's your call on what you want to do and what you think's right and not right. So I'm not going to say it's bad or good. It's up to you guys to decide. So. You can put this in full screen too, by the way. I keep it like this for streaming purposes. I want to be able to watch my OBS while it's being played. So I usually sit it over here. Yeah, you see, there we go. I have my controller already set up, but I can go through and show you guys how to set your controller up after this. I'll show you why this game is so cool, Karma. See that?
Him scaling the building? They do that on Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, but they don't do this either.
Oh dang, look at his patch on the back though.
Of that.
No, they definitely do not.
And you can be a good guy.
Glass looks like ultraviolet, right?
And
Oh, you could be on either side.
You can be a good guy or a bad guy. It's your choice. Now these power lines right here. See these?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
No, I don't see no power lines. Nah, I see them. Oh, no, that's lit. Whoa, boys, look. Can you do it again? Look at
Yeah,
it.
I got another one right here.
That's just the right again. Man, that's not thick or what it is.
That's so nice.
No.
I really want to watch that movie though.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Can you put that on TV?
This is a show.
But that's what and like I said, this is the best emulator in my opinion. Like right here, if I wait, let me figure out what button I'm trying. There we go. Right there. At those power lines, you can travel all over town.
That Thompson? You Thompson?
I see I can get carried away with this, so I better get off here because I'm actually trying to like do a tutorial of some kind. It's not really a tutorial, it's just showing you guys what I'm doing, but
You finish your food? Look, it's in Florida. The Florida's on the bottom. That's it.
It's the beast.
Should boil out.
It's a pretty good game, and that's one reason why my gamer name's Infamous. To be honest, I was inspired by this game to make it my gamer name, so it's a really good game.
That's why I thought it was the game you designed, because it had your name.
Yeah, I wish, being honest. My nephews actually introduced me to that game, and a lot of people like to, compare it to like Spider-Man and everything, but nobody realizes like Infamous was doing this like years before the new Spider-Mans came out on video game, like this is
the
part
boys are
two.
like, it looks like Fortnite. When they were at summer camp, some kids have Fortnite, and they saw Fortnite over there. I don't let them play it, so when they're looking at it, they're like, "Oh, it looks like Fortnite," and they wanted me to tell you that. I said he probably knows it looks like Fortnite, but it's not.
Now, Fortnite is more of it's got a lot more stuff involved with it. Like you can actually create your own stuff on there and your own weapons. You can even make the area that you're in look like Alice in Wonderland, or you can turn it into a wrestling match, a wrestling arena.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it does have more capabilities.
Yeah, they only got to play a little while. Like, that was one of the standard games they actually had at their summer camp, which I kind of got on them about because it's like not everybody's parent lets their kids play violent games.
Yeah.
And people don't know that, though.
Fortnite's pretty adult content.
Yeah, I know. That's why it was random that they had, because the kids' age stemmed from 4 up to teenage years, but like they were letting the 4-year-olds play, and that didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And every time Juice came home from playing, he had a bad day. He got real aggressive. I mean, it was like almost immediate that he would respond in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd be calling me. I'm like, don't call me because you got him sitting on Fortnite.
Yeah.
Oh, he's had a great day until it's time for video games. Gee, I wonder you got him sitting in front of Fortnite. Don't call me. I'm not going to be there. It's going to take a while. I'm out of town. I'll be there in a little bit. That's crazy. Yeah.
So
Fortnite is intense.
So now here is the configuration. First starting out, I wouldn't mess with a lot of this stuff. Now, what I would say is to come in here and look for your controller, and that's usually in it's been a while since I've had to look at it, but yeah, here it is. It's in your configuration. You come down here where it says pads, you hook up your controller right here, and if you're using an Xbox, up here in this area that I got with my mouse, you put X input. Then you, right here where it says design devices, you put X input number 1, and then you have to go through, you click on up, and then on the, each area where you have to go, like on the D-pad, you hit up, and it syncs it up, and you go through here where the stick is, the thing that you move around, the knob. You point it up, left, right, down. You have to sync all this up, and then this is L1, and this is your trigger, which is L2. Then select start, and then your PlayStation button, which you don't usually have to do because it's PlayStation. Then so forth and so forth. But your face buttons. That's your Y, X, B, and A. You sync all that up, and then your right stick, which is the opposite of the left stick, because now they got 2 of those sticks on the controllers instead of 1, and they generally look like this on PlayStation, but on the Xbox controllers, usually they got 1 here and then 1 down here. So once you're done with all that, you hit save and it'll save it. But down here is kind of cool too, because you have a stick preview, and like the sticks I was telling you about, like you see those dots. Those dots move according to how I move my stick, so it'll show
Which dots? Which ones?
The ones right here.
Oh, okay. You talking about the joystick? Yeah. You calling them dots? Those are the actual controls on the PlayStation. Like the dots, I'm looking like for the 3 dots on Jitsi.
Now, if you want to see how precise it is, or if they're working, you come in here and you just move your stick, and you notice the dot in the center is moving, so you can tell they're working. Then like here on the right one, so that's a pretty good tool, and most emulators don't have that, by the way. Like this is one of the very few that do, so it's actually pretty useful. And then if you have 2 controllers, you can come in here to player 2 and set up a player 2 joystick so that 2 people can play. And just you plug in 2 controllers into the same computer, and bam, you're playing together. And you can have up to 7 players on this one. So I only need
Oh
one.
wow, you can do more than you can do to a regular console.
Yeah.
7 player, yeah, I think they tap out at like 4 on the regular console.
And I know a lot of the younger ones are thinking like PS3 is old school and it's out of date and everything, but it's really not. I know a lot of people who still today are playing PlayStation 3, so, and they're still good games. There's a lot of good PlayStation 3 games, so this isn't a bad idea to have, even if you do have a PS5 or a PS4 or whatever you're playing. This is really good for PlayStation 2. And another thing that I wanted to mention too, which I should have mentioned, but like right here in the emulation, like say you're playing, I hit play and the game is playing, right? I'll start it up so I can show you. So say the game is playing and I want to pause it so that, like maybe my character freaking is in a bad situation and I have to get up, go to the bathroom or something, and I don't want to die. What I can do is come in here and I can hit pause, and that game will literally pause exactly where it's supposed to pause. Then if I want to hit resume, and the game starts up. Now right here's a good way of showing you. See, it just stops dead right in the beginning.
Yeah, you fall to Minecraft, you're going to die regardless.
Mm-hmm. Now if I want to restart it, I hit restart and it just restarts the whole game over right there in emulation, and then it has to stop. You can stop the game too, and you can get these games, I believe, off of Vim's Lair too. I believe he does provide PS3 games, but I'm not sure. And like I said, out of all the websites that I trust, Vim's Lair is probably the only one that I trust completely. I mean, I've had absolutely no problems with any of the ROMs that I've gotten from there. And I'm not endorsing piracy, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also telling you, like, just to be safe, because there aren't too many reliable websites out there. So when somebody who you trust tells you, hey, you can get one of these from this website, then this is where you need to go, because it's not finding too many trusted sources even. If you know somebody who's into it and they've found that this website is good to go to, then cool, you know what I mean? But don't take a stranger's word for it. I'd rather try it on my own, because if I have to, because if something is spammed or it's a bad file, at least I can blame myself, so that's just the way I feel about it. I always make it a point to warn people, because you can say I'm encouraging piracy, or you can say I'm preventing people from freaking causing harm to their computers. Either way, I just don't want people walking blindly into it. But Vim's Lair is right here. You can find it in the search engines. I go to the vault, and in the vault you got PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, You got the original PlayStation. They've got all of these games right here. So I come to PlayStation 3, and right here they got God of War 3, Skate 3, NCAA Football 14, Spider-Man Web of Shadows. You even have Minecraft PlayStation 3 edition. So you can play the PlayStation 3 edition of Minecraft on the computer. So I think that's cool. I mean, being honest, because I'm big on Minecraft too, or I used to be. So the fact that you can play the PlayStation 3 version on the computer now with an emulator is just cool as heck.
I've been wanting to play it on the computer. It costs like $30 to download it, so I didn't. And I just been doing it on an iPad. But because you have that Buildcraft thing and the kids and I be watching the videos, I was thinking about putting it on my laptop, even though I have a lot more other things to do than perfecting my Minecraft skill. It was like I said, it's like $30, so I was just like, no, I'm not gonna buy it. But yeah, so that is cool. Good to know anyway.
Now, let's see. And like I said, this is probably the only one that I would 100% say is a good website to go to. And I'm not going to pop up any of the other ones, you know what I mean? Because I can't say that about any of the other websites. Even when it comes to the retro games, I can't do it because you're taking risks on these websites. It's a hit and miss, and I don't know who the guy is that does Vim's Lair or whatever, but whoever it is, he really cares about the games and how he's doing it, because like I said, I haven't found any of them that are spammy or anything. They're pretty decent. So, and he's got a whole library of them in here. He's put a lot of time. Sonic the Hedgehog, you know. So, what do you think?
Sonic is a classic. Sonic is a classic and a fave. Yeah, I love Sonic. See, I wish that I could figure out a way. Like, you know, Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. You remember them?
Yep.
Yeah, they're on there too, right? I think
Yep.
I feel like I saw Crash.
Here's another thing I should probably mention since you brought that up. Up here on the right-hand side, it says "Find a Game." Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you come up here and you type in Crash.
I need to bring it up. Nice.
You see, and Crash Bandicoot.
Mhm.
I keep messing up. How do you spell Bandicoot?
Oh, yeah, no. I'd be phonetically Bandicoot.
Bandicoot.
Hold on.
Let's see if I can. Bandicoot.
Let me see if I can search it on the internet to get the right spell. I think it's like the Q though, Bandicoot. No.
Actually, I should have had it in the vault. I had it on the Sega games. So go into just the vault first and then type in Crash. Because here we go.
Bandicoot.
Alright, hold up.
Bandicoot.
Bandi. Crash.
COOT. It looked like that's probably it right there where it says at the top. It says it's on Xbox. I never played it on Xbox. I've only played it on.
You're right. Crash and Spyro Super Pack. Crash and Spyro.
Oh man, they got them both together. Shut up, boy.
They got Volume 1, 2, and 3.
Spyro is so dope too. That's why that's really neat. They got a lot.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And over here they've got the flags next to them, and this indicates the region where the emulator was created. So
Oh, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I dropped my controller. It was
Well,
sitting
at
on
least
my
you ain't
lap.
dropped yourself.
Yeah,
I'm like, dang, what did you fall out the chair?
it drives me nuts when I do that too. I hate dropping my controller.
Please, I
So,
dropped all my cards last night on my shelf. I dropped all of them, and I was just reading them off the floor. Like, I'm not going back down there, and I'm like reading the cards off the floor. Like, okay, there's this, there's that. It was crazy.
but yeah,
Oh, that's why you're crying, because it's raining. She keeps crying, the cat, and I was wondering why she was upset, but it's because she.
hate going out in the rain.
But it's hardly raining anymore. It's just a light drizzle. But she wants to be out here because I'm out here. It feels so good. It's been hot all day, and so it cooled it down.
No, like a Crash right here. I won't download it, but I'll just kind of show what it looks like. And it's right here. You can play it online, or you can download it. No,
If you download it, go ahead.
if you play it online, you just get this right here. You hit start.
That's
game.
what I be doing for Tetris. I had it downloaded and then I undownloaded it and I just play it online. But like when you download it, it seemed like it run glitchy on mine. It run like it's a text file. Like I don't know, I must be downloading it something wrong or something because when I attempted to put it on the Mac, it did something crazy.
Now, which emulator was you playing it
I was
on?
on this. I was on the vault and I was attempting to get Tetris that day that I started with Tetris.
Oh,
The day that, yeah, it was wild.
now, let me see. There's yeah, this is in Game Boy Advanced. So, what
Oh,
you
do
want-
we have it on PlayStation?
now, Game Boy.
I
When
never
you,
played it on Game Boy.
you see right up here where I have it highlighted.
Yeah.
When you go to look at it, you find out what game system is, or it's on, and you have to have the emulator that goes with that. Now, when you do the emulator with the game, it'll be a lot smoother. I have Gambit, so that's the black and white one. I don't know for sure if it would work the same with, but I'm pretty sure it would if I used it. So,
Come here, fat cat.
but I just showed a Gambit last week and everything. So later
I
on,
watched the stream. I watched the stream because I missed it. I watched it, and yeah. But it's better for me when you explain it to me so I can stop you and ask questions. I didn't watch all of it. I watched a bit though.
now
It was only 35 minutes.
on that one, or even on this one, okay. I'm not like trying to do it in a tutorial kind of format. What it is, like if you see it and you want to do it yourself, like go to the part where you have to do each step, okay? Like do the first step, pause the video. When it's done, hit play and see what the next step is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're not doing it in the explanation. You're just doing it in as an introduction,
Right.
like introduction to the space. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, just
I recognize the difference. Come
kinda,
here, baby.
that's what I'm just kind of like trying to show you how to do it in the order that I do it, you know, and just follow along, hit pause, and when it's done, go to the next part that I'm talking about, and it should be fine. Now, right here, it'll come in a compressed zip file.
Yeah, see, okay. I need you to show me this because
What I do with the compressed zip file, that goes into my downloads, okay? So I don't put it.
So when it comes on, that's when it downloads it. Asks me if I want to download it, and I download it, and then I add it to my application. You know how to do it on the Mac? There's a
I've never owned a Mac. I know that the Macs that my family members have on the phone is Mac, but I don't have any knowledge of Macintosh. So that's now on. I should point that out too. On Windows, this is how I do it. So this doesn't apply to like anything when it comes to Macintosh. But
Windows is Microsoft?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. I just realized that.
Mm-hmm. So what I do is whenever the download wants to send it somewhere, I make sure it goes to the downloads. And I've already got a file on my downloads I can show to you guys. So let me see. Here is here's another one. This is a zip file. Okay. So if I want to unzip this, I go to instead of going to extract here, I can extract it directly into my documents where I have my emulators. So I hit hit extract files, and this will pop up here. Now I'm messing up. Okay, so this will pop up, and there'll be this ad. You just get rid of it. Right here, it'll show the game that you got, and then these three buttons. I click on those three buttons, and over here on the left hand side I go to documents, bring it down to emulators, which it's already into. Let me back up. I go into documents, then I go to my emulator games, and that one was a game that was on Vim's Vault was a Game Boy, and I don't have Gambit, but Gambit is in my Mupon, maybe. No. Oh, I put all my Gambit stuff inside of RetroArch, which they can play on RetroArch too, and I can go over that on another video how to do it, because it's probably the most common emulator when it comes to retro games. So
is RetroArch? It's not in relation to retro gaming. It's just is that a program or something?
Well, it's like this emulator right here, the one that I was showing you, this right here.
Yeah. So it's not like, because you game with retro gaming. You're saying when you're saying retro art, it sounds like you're saying retro archives or something like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm just clarifying.
To me, I think they did that on purpose. I caught on to that too. Like, it has that retro archive kind of sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were kind of hinting at, or like insinuating with the name. Like, you named it, but you're saying it's not a program. I got you. That's what I was asking.
I kind of picked up on that too whenever I first started. Like they're archiving retro games. And don't get me wrong, there's some games that RetroArch works really good on, but there's some that they don't work good on. So, like, when it comes to Pokemon, I'll leave the Pokemon Yellow in the RetroArch folder, but I'm gonna play it with Gambit, you know what I mean, which is Game Boy Advanced, for colored version.
What's the other that you have? Like, what are the other alternatives that you have?
For Pokemon?
Yeah.
For Pokemon, it's that or RetroArch. Now, I don't know for sure if you can use Dolphin, but you might be able to. I'm not gonna say that 100%. I've never tried it, but for me, I've used it on both RetroArch and on Gambit. The reason why I use it on Gambit is because it's got a glitchy kind of feel to it, and laggy and stuff like that. And there's a few other games that you don't want to use on RetroArch either. So, especially Mupon. These are Nintendo 64 games. You don't want to use these with Gambit at all. So I had to go and I had to use Mupin 64 Plus, which is kind of like what I'm doing with Gambit, you know. And I can also play Zelda, the ones that me and Raptor are doing. I can play those on the Mupen 64 too, so. And once you get it in the file, you hit extract, and it'll extract this entire folder into your documents folder. You just choose the destination, which is emulator games, and I didn't download nothing. I was just showing you the path, stuff like that. And it would come in here, and if nothing else, I would use Crash Bandicoot on RetroArch if I didn't have any other choices. But
Why do you say that? Because it's a better operating system for the game, right?
No, just it would be my last resort, is what I'm saying. Like, if I had a choice, I would use Gambit for it, which is what I use for Pokemon. And this is the one I use right here for it. So, and emulators, I believe they also have emulators right here, to where you can come in on Vim's layer and go to the emulation layer, and like these are a list of the emulators that you need for Nintendo. These are the emulators that you need for Genesis, Super Nintendo, Saturn, PlayStation.
So maybe I did that because I didn't now notice that it has the Mac and it has the Android and it has the Linux on. So maybe I downloaded it in the wrong one. That's probably what I had going on, because it downloaded it as a text file. Oh, that makes so much more sense now then, because I didn't understand why I could not play Tetris on my computer. I could only play it on the website. Like whenever I downloaded it on the computer, something weird happened. I'm unsure. But that's probably why I probably touched it on that. But that makes sense.
Now, Nintendo. I haven't dove too much into Nintendo, to be honest with you. I've done PlayStations. So a lot of these I've never tried, so I'm not gonna say those are good, you know what I mean? And like Kiga, I've heard about it, but I've never tried it. I've tried Chronos for a little bit, and I wasn't really too impressed with that. And with the Saturn, that's a kind of tricky right there. Now with Saturn, I use Zemu.
Do you think the older they are, it's the better, just because it means that they've been around for a while, so they sustain a lot? Because I see some stuff that just came out, like it says release date. Oh, does it mean just that version is the release? Oh, okay, so it's still because like you have these, but see, no, because does that mean there hasn't been a new one since 2018 for the other one? So it's not the release date. It's not the update date or the version date. That's when it came out. So then, if it's been around for a long time, you probably can guarantee its accuracy or efficiency at least. Or do you feel as though it's been around long?
Not really when it comes to like these emulators, because here, let me find a good example. Okay, Nintendo 64. You got Project 64, which I use, okay? Now, no, that's a bad example because it's the oldest, and I do recommend Project 64, actually, so, PCX 2, alright? I have used PCSX2, but I don't recommend that for like a a person that's just getting into emulators, because you have to learn more when it comes to using these emulators. And like when you go into a PCSX2 emulator, you have to know how to do the settings and kind of work on getting it to where the game plays right, because if you don't have it on the right settings, then it'll be glitchy, the graphics will mess up, stuff like that. So if you don't know what you're doing, you could mess up your game. So like that's one example I have. Like that's the one thing I like about this right here with RPCS3. Like you don't have to worry about all that. Sometimes you have to go in and make a couple adjustments, but that's it. And they have the website that I showed you where you look at the compatibility, and if there's problems down on the bottom part, they'll have instructions on how you can fix it if it's fixable. So I don't know if all that made sense or not. But and then like Xbox Zemu.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just still trying to figure out how you can determine, because I don't like to download a lot of stuff on my laptop or any of my devices, just because like technology. And so like I'd like to download one that I know would work and be efficient and get the job done. But I guess it's different things for different games, just like even just depending on what I'm gonna play. So I guess I'd have to see what I'm gonna play that I'm definitely gonna be engaging with. Like I know Pokemon, but I definitely want to get Spyro and Crash, and like and Sonic. So I'm gonna have to see what I can play those on, and then I'm gonna have to figure out which one, and then maybe I'll just ask you which one's better. Because like I'm not gonna put a whole bunch of stuff on my laptop. Like I'm not gonna do it. And then so it's just
now
that's why I was asking about the dates. Like, do they matter? Like, what's older is it better or whatever?
On these, this is one thing you do need to know that's important. Like this Xbox 360 right here, they suggest that you use this emulator. I personally, with me, I wouldn't play any Xbox 360 games.
I don't like Xbox. I'd rather just play PlayStation because I'm comfortable with PlayStation. But Super Nintendo, because I think like Super Mario, I have to get on Nintendo. I don't know it on anything else. But I know they have like the little fake versions on PlayStation, but I don't want that. I would like the original. But like Xbox has always been difficult for me. Like even on like a regular console, I never really like the controller. I don't play Xbox.
It's just as complicated, or it's just as bad on the emulators too. Like I'm okay with Zemu, but this Xenia emulator is horrible. I mean, it's just really horrible. I personally, I won't play X360 games on an emulator because of it. I did Gears of War, and I love that game, but it ruined my whole experience because of all the bad stuff that happened with the actual emulator, where it came out glitchy and stuff like that. So I basically don't even want to do the games anymore, because it's just that it was a bad experience. And down here, I haven't. Well, I've gotten into these, but what I was wanting to show you was I haven't gotten into these, but I'm gonna check these out too. This Dolphin emulator. Now this.
I just heard about this thing too somewhere else.
This works with the Wii, and it works with GameCube. So here before long, I'm gonna give it a try on some of the games and see how well it works. I haven't tried it yet, but I did want to mention that like you can play Wii games and GameCube games on it. So, and I do have the download for it. I just haven't used it yet. So yeah, Dolphin right here. So I do have it. It's just I haven't had a chance to get around to playing it. So, and actually, I don't even know if I've got a game to play it with yet. Let me see. No, wait. Yeah, I do. Yeah, Dragon's Lair. I got Dragon's Lair trilogy that I want to do with it. So, I don't know if you've ever played
You about to
Dragon.
do it? No, I have not. But a game about dragons is right up my alley. So you about to do it now? You gonna play it a little bit?
Oh, I can't. I've got
Oh, you
a,
have to set it up.
yeah, I've got tons of stuff to do. I just wanted to go through and kind of talk about the emulators and like, which right now what I'm wanting to do is just kind of cover the ones that I trust, that are good, that you can actually, play the games on without having too much of a hard time. Because like down here you can see I've got a couple of them already posted, but there's some that I wouldn't recommend to people just starting out, like this PCSX2, which is right here. It's for PlayStation 2, but like I said, the settings. Now, once you get used to working with the settings and stuff, then yeah, you can do it. But starting out, it's pretty complicated.
And you know why it looks different is because you are on something different. You're on Vimeo.net/emulate. The before we were on the Vault.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it looks different.
Yeah, it's up here. Up here, I'm on the emulator. Now the Vault is here.
Yeah.
And the emulator is one selection higher. I've checked out these manual projects, but I don't know if I want to get involved in that. It's just kind of weird. Then they got a message board. So, I mean, it's a pretty good website. It's not as good as our PCS2 or 3. I mean, but it's pretty good, and they've been around for a while, so they're pretty reliable. So I better straighten my my capture up, get everything going to where it needs to go.
Can people, when you stream on OBS, like if I'm not on Rumble, people are not supposed to be able to see my stream, right? Because then I'm just recording my screen or recording whatever it is I'm doing, right?
Yeah, on screen capture.
Yeah, if I'm not streaming, then but I'm still recording. I'm just recording what I would be streaming if I was streaming, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Like there's no audience. It's not supposed to be an audience anyway.
Not supposed to be. Not supposed to be,
That's
all right.
great. How your screen looks.
Not unless you're doing like we're doing with the Jitsi and stuff. I mean, now if you're doing that, that'd be different. But
no Jitsi. I knew that already. I was just confirming. But you and
hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am going to do another stream for my topic on conspiracies. Now, this is a part of history that I've talked about before, where you've got the deep, dark, ugly part of history that nobody wants to talk about. And today I'm going to bring it up because it's an issue that I'm having. I'm actually having to stop doing my history because I wanted to go in and I want to discuss the Canaanites. And the Canaanites have been accused of sacrificing their babies to Baal, which I brought it up as with archaeologists, there's been no evidence finding any kind of sacrifices to Baal from the Phoenicians and the Canaanites. This is all stuff that was mentioned during or within holy scriptures, like the Old Testament of the Bible and stuff like that. Now, that caused an issue on my history channel, and I wanted to make it clear why this is happening. Now, see, when this all started out, what it was about was the Greeks were using this kind of hate against the Phoenicians. So they ended up saying that the Phoenicians sacrificed their babies. After that, the frickin' Jewish people started saying that the Canaanites were sacrificing their babies to their gods. So you go from the Greeks to the Jewish people that are doing it. Now, lo and behold, later on, the Christians of all people start accusing the Jews of sacrificing their babies to their gods, or to the devil, actually. So you get this story, this propaganda that's been propagated for thousands of years, passed on from one generation to the other. And mind you, when I say Christians, I'm saying the early Catholic Church, okay? The early Catholic Church used that same tactic with witch burners, okay? They were burning witches on the stake and using the same kind of tactic. Now, it escalated to the point where eventually we had World War II and Jewish people were being put to death in gas chambers and stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up and make it a topic. So hold on a minute. Yeah, so let me go ahead and get it started here and get things set up and ready to go. Alright, I've got some stuff to straighten out here. Alright, so let's see here. And like I said, if anybody has any problem with this, they can come on in and say there are two pieces. So this started out in the Middle Ages when it came to this anti-Semitic stuff. There's continuous hostility to Judaism from the late Roman period into the medieval times. During the Middle Ages in Europe, there was a full-scale persecution of Jews in many places with blood libels. Okay, blood libel or ritual murder libel is an anti-Semitic canard which falsely accused Jews of murdering Christians in order to use their blood in the performance of religious rituals, echoing very old myths of secret cultic practices in many prehistoric societies. That's what I was talking about with the Canaanites, and that's what I was talking about with the Phoenicians. They passed it on to the next generation. Now all of a sudden the Catholic Church is persecuting the Jews the same way the Jews persecuted the Canaanites and the Greeks persecuted the Phoenicians. Forced conversions and killings. In the 12th century, there were Christians who believed that some, or possibly all, of the Jews possessed magical powers and had gained these powers from making a pact with the devil. Judensa, or however it's spelled. Let me get back on this so that I'll just read the little bit. Judensa is a folk art image of Jews in obscene contact with a large sow, which in Judaism is an unclean animal that appeared during the 13th century in Germany and one other European countries. Okay, its popularity lasted for over 600 years. Now, although the Catholicized Visigoth kingdom in Spain issued a series of anti-Jewish edicts already in the 7th century, persecution of Jews in Europe reached a climax during the Crusades. Anti-Jewish rhetoric such as the Goat of Love. Eckhart was a Benedictine abbot of Sconu, a writer and a brother of the mystic Elizabeth of Shonu, whose wife he recorded. The Goat of Love. Anti-Jewish rhetoric such as the Goat of Love began to appear and affect public consciousness. At the time of the First Crusade in 1096, a German crusade destroyed flourishing Jewish communities in the Rhine and Danube. In the Second Crusade in 1147, the Jews in France were the victims of frequent killings and atrocities. Following the coronation of Richard the Lionheart in 1189, Jews were attacked in London when King Richard left to join the Third Crusade in 1190. Anti-Jewish riots broke out again in York and throughout Europe, or England, in the first large-scale persecution in Germany after the First Crusade. 100,000 Jews were killed by Rottenfleisch Knights and Rindfleisch and or Rindfleisch movement was a series of massacres against Jews in 1298. The event, in later terminology a pogrom, was the first large-scale persecution in Germany since the First Crusade, and that was in 1928. The Jews were also subject to attacks during the Shepherd's Crusade of 1251, and the Shepherd Crusade of 1251 was a popular crusade in northern France aimed at rescuing King Louis IV during the Seventh Crusade, and that was in 1320. In the 1330s, Jews were assaulted by the Armleiter. The Armleiter persecutions were a series of massacres against Jews in Franconia and Alsace in 1936 and 1336 to 1339, led by Arnold von Essenheim. Arnold III von Essenheim also blessed Arnold und König Armleder circa 1298 to 1336, was a medieval German highwayman, bandit, and renegade knight of the Usenheim family of the village Usenheim of the same name. He was the leader of the Armleder massacre against Jewish. And this started in 1336 in Franconia and subsequently by John Zimberlin during 1838 to 1839 in Alsace, who attacked more than 100 Jewish communities. Following these crusades, Jews were subject to expulsion, including in 1290 the banishing of all English Jews in 1396. 100,000 Jews were expelled from France in 1421. Thousands were expelled from Austria. Many were expelled Many of those expelled fled to Poland. In the Black Death, plague swept across Europe in the mid-14th century, annihilating more than half of the population. Jews often became the scapegoats. Rumors spread that they had caused this epidemic by deliberately poisoning wells, an accusation that appeared in the 1321 leper scare. In 1321, lepers' plot was an alleged conspiracy of French lepers to spread their disease by contaminating water supplies, including well water, with their powders and poisons. According to the American historian Salman Grizel, leopards were the most abused group of people during the Middle Ages. Hundreds of Jewish communities were destroyed by the ensuing hatred and violence. Pope Clement VI tried to protect Jews by a papal bull dated July 6, 1348, and by an additional bull soon after. But several months later, 900 Jews were burnt alive in Strasbourg, where the plague had not yet affected the city. The Jews of Prague were attacked on Easter of 1389. The massacre of 1391 marked a decline in the golden age of Spanish Jewry. Now, we have the relationship between the Muslims and the Jews in the Islamic world. Now, this is what's weird about all that is from the 9th century onward, the medieval Islamic world imposed dhimmi status on Christian and Jew minorities. Nevertheless, Jews were granted more freedom to practice their religion in the Muslim world than they were in Christian Europe. Jewish communities in Spain thrived under tolerant Muslim rule during the Spanish Golden Age, and Cordova became a center of Jewish culture. However, the entrance of the Amravides from North Africa in the 11th century saw harsh measures taken against both Christians and Jews. As part of this repression, there were pogroms against the Jews in Cordova in 1011 and in Granada in 1066. The Almohads, who by 1147 had taken control of the Amravids, Maghribi, and Andalusian territories, took a less tolerant view still and treated the dhimmis harshly. Faced with the choice of either death or conversion, many Jews and Christians took a third option if they could and fled. Some, such as the family of Maimonides, went east to more tolerant Muslim lands, while others went northwards to settle in the growing Christian kingdoms. At certain times in the Middle East, in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, at certain times in the Middle Ages, in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, decrees ordering the destruction of synagogues were enacted. Jews were forced to convert to Islam or face death in part of Yemen and Morocco and Baghdad. 6,000 Jews were killed by the Muslim mob during the 1033 Fez massacre. There were further massacres in Fez in 1276 and 1465. And in Marrakesh in 1146 and 1232. Now, right there is what I wanted to discuss about that, and I also want to talk about these blood libels more in detail, because that is the thing that was the worst part about it. Is like these people today believe that this stuff is true, and the truth of it is it was headed up by freaking Catholic religious orders who created it as propaganda to justify them going out and murdering people, okay? And that's how it started. This is not actual true. There's nothing true to about these stories, okay? The only truth about it is these stories were used to murder people, and that's it. On many occasions, Jews were accused of drinking the blood of Christian children in mockery of the Christian Eucharist. According to the authors of these so-called blood libels, the procedure for the alleged sacrifice was something like this. A child who had not yet reached puberty was kidnapped and taken to a hidden place. The child would be tortured by Jews, and a crowd would gather at the place of execution, in some accounts the synagogue itself, and engage in a mock tribunal to try the child. The child would be presented to the tribunal naked and tied, and eventually be condemned to death. In the end, the child would be crowned with thorns and tied or nailed to a wooden cross. The cross would be raised, and the blood dripping from the child's wounds would be caught in bowls or glasses and then drunk. Finally, the child would be killed with a thrust through the heart from a spear, sword, or dagger. Its dead body would be removed from the cross and concealed or disposed of, but in some instances, rituals of black magic would be performed on it. This method, with some variation, can be found in all the alleged Christian descriptions of ritual murder by Jews. The story of William of Norwich from 1144 is often called as the first known accusation of ritual murder against Jews. The Jews of Norwich, England, were accused of murder after a Christian boy, William, was found dead. It was claimed that the Jews had tortured and crucified him. The legend of William of Norwich became a cult, and the child acquired the status of holy martyr, little Saint Hugh of Lincoln, and that was in 1255, and that was done by the Catholic Church. Now, in the 13th century, reputedly had his belt cut open and his entrails removed for some occult purpose, such as a divination ritual, after being taken from the cross. And that's Simon of Trent, 1475. In the 15th century, was held over a large bowl so that all of his blood could be collected. It was alleged. And what they're trying to do there is describe to you how this story had changed over the time period. So it went from one type of ritual sacrifice to 3 different ones, I believe, right there. Okay, and that's what this is about. These are just stories that people are fabricating, and as time went on, it evolved. Alright. Now, during the Middle Ages, such blood libels were directly against Jews in many parts of Europe, and believers of these false accusations reasoned that the Jews, having crucified Jesus, continues to thirst for pure and innocent blood at the expense of innocent Christian children. Jews were also sometimes falsely accused of desecrating consecrated hosts in a reenactment of the crucifixion. This crime was known as the host desecration, and it carried the death penalty. So that's basically where all of that came from. And I want you to keep in mind that this right here, the victim of this child who was the victim was actually even made into a holy martyr. Little Saint Hugh of Lincoln, you know. And who does that? It's the Catholic Church, you know. And you can read about the witch hunts, and you can find the same kind of text that was written that was used as propaganda against witches during the witch hunts. That is the thing that really gets me. So I get fired up about this stuff. This is something that I really didn't want to even try to mention, but I'm tired of hearing it. I know that there's people out there who believe this stuff, and all I'm saying is it's garbage. And if you got a problem with me about saying that, then that's on you. But get over it. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you about the rat line. This is the rat line. This is where we get into the Nazis, and this pertains to the last days of the Reich, whenever the Allies were moving in on Hitler and all the cities were destroyed, and what remained of the Nazi officers were looking for a way out, a way to escape. Now, the rat lines were systems of escape routes for German Nazis and other fascists fleeing Europe from 1945 onward. In the aftermath of World War II, these escape routes mainly led towards havens in Latin America, particularly in Argentina, though also in Paraguay, Colombia, Brazil, Uruguay, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Guatemala, Ecuador, and Bolivia, as well as the United States, Canada, Australia, Spain, and Switzerland. There were two primary routes. The first went from Germany to Spain, then Argentina. The second from Germany to Rome, then Genoa, then South America. The two routes developed independently but eventually came together. The rat lines were supported by clergy of the Catholic Church. Starting in 1947, some U.S. intelligence officers utilized existing rat lines to move certain Nazi strategists and scientists. While reputable scholars unanimously consider Nazi leader Adolf Hitler to have committed suicide in Berlin on 30 April 1945. Various conspiracy theories claim that he survived the war and fled to Argentina. Now, the Vatican rat lines, Spanish Foundation. The origin of the first rat lines are connected to various developments in Vatican-Argentine relations before and during World War II. As early as 1942, Roman Cardinal Luigi Maglione, evidently at the behest of Pope Pius the 12th, contacted an ambassador of Argentina regarding that country's willingness to generously accept European Catholic immigrants in a timely manner, allowing them to live and work. German priest Anton Weber, the head of Rome's Society of Saint Raphael, traveled to Portugal with intentions to continue to Argentina, similarly to lay the groundwork for Catholic immigration. Catholic leaders apparently accepted working with the Nazis in order to fight the common enemy of Bolshevism. By 1944, rat line activity centered in Francois, Spain was conducted to facilitate the escape of Nazis. Among the primary organizers were Charles Lescat, a French member of Action Francoise, an organization suppressed by Pope Pius XI and rehabilitated by Pius VII, and Pierre Daillet, a Belgian with contacts in the Spanish government. Lescat and Daillet were the first to flee Europe with the help of Argentine Cardinal Antonio Caggiano. By 1946, there were hundreds of war criminals in Spain, as well as thousands of former Nazis and fascists. According to then United States Secretary of State James F. Byrnes, Vatican cooperation in turning over these asylum seekers was negligible. Historian Michael Fire argues that Pius VII was primarily focused on fighting communism and would prefer fascist war criminals to the New World rather than in POW camps. Unlike the Vatican immigration operation in Italy, which centered on Vatican City, the Spanish rat lines, though fostered by the Vatican, were relatively independent of the Vatican Immigration Bureau's hierarchy. Bishop Hoodel's involvement. Austrian Catholic Bishop Elias Hudel, a Nazi sympathizer, was rector of the Pontificio Istituto Teutonico Santa Maria dell'Anima in Rome, a seminary for Austrian and German priests, and spiritual director of the German people resident in Italy. After the end of the war in Italy, Hudel became active in ministering to German-speaking prisoners of war and internees then held in camps throughout Italy. In December 1944, the Vatican Secretariat of States received permission to appoint a representative to visit the German-speaking civil internees in Italy, a job assigned to Hudel. Hudel used this position to aim the escape of wanted Nazi war criminals, including Franz Stangl, commanding officer of Treblinka, Gustav Wagner, commanding officer of Sobibor, Elios Brunner, responsible for the Druncy internment camp near Paris and in charge of deportation in Slovakia to German concentration camps. Erich Priebig was also responsible for the Ardeatine massacre and Adolf Eichmann, a fact about which he was later unashamedly open. Some of these wanted men were being held in internment camps, generally lacking identity papers. They'd be enrolled in camp registers under false names. Other Nazis hid in Italy and sought Hudel out after learning about his role in assisting escapes. In his memoirs, Hudel said of his actions, "I thank God that I thank God that he allowed me to visit the comfort many victims in their prison and concentration camps, and to help them escape with false identity papers. He explained that in his eyes, the Allies' war against Germany was not a crusade, but the rivalry of economic complexes for whose victory they had been fighting. Those so-called business used catchwords like democracy, race, religious liberty, and Christianity as a bait for the masses. All these experiences were the reason why I felt duty bound after 1945 to devote my whole charitable work mainly to formal National Socialists and Fascists, especially to so-called war criminals. And that's why I'm touchy about using terminologies, because a lot of these things that people are saying, they are either intentionally saying them or they don't have a clue what that means, like race baiting and stuff, you know what I mean? That's what these Nazis used to call it, you know. It was baiting and catchwords, you know, race, religion, liberty, and, you know, you got to be careful about these people and what they say, because, like I said, some of them know what they're talking about and they're doing it intentionally, or some don't even have a clue what they're saying and they're freaking just saying it because they heard about it from somebody else. Alright. According to Mark Ahrens and John Loftus, Hootle was the first Catholic priest to dedicate himself to establishing escape routes. They claim that Hootle helped the Nazi fugitives with money and, more importantly, with false identity documents from the Vatican Refugee Organization. These Vatican papers were not full passports and thus were not enough to gain passage overseas. They were rather the first step in a paper trail. They could be used to obtain a displaced person passport from the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, which in turn could be used to apply for visas. In theory, the ICRC would perform background checks on passport applicants, but in practice, the word of a priest is particularly a bishop would be good enough. According to statements collected by Austrian writer Gitta Soreni from a senior official of the Rome branch of the ICRC, Hootle would also use his position as a bishop to request papers from the ICRC made out according to his specifications. Sereni's source also revealed an active illicit trade of stolen and forged ICRC papers in Rome at the time. According to declassified U.S. intelligence reports, Hootle was not the only priest helping Nazis escape at this time. In the La Vista report, declassified in 1984, Counterintelligence Corps CIC operative Vincent La Vista told how he had easily arranged for two bogus Hungarian refugees to get false ICRC documents with the help of a letter from a Father Joseph Galav, who ran a Vatican-sponsored charity for Hungarian refugees, asked no questions and wrote a letter to his personal contact in the International Red Cross, who then issued the passports. According to Aaron and Loftus, Hootle's private operation was small scale compared to what came later. The major Roman rat line was operated by a small but influential network of Croatian priests, members of the Franciscan order led by Father Krunoslav Draganovic, who organized a highly sophisticated chain with headquarters at the San Girolamo degli Illirici Salamaro College in Rome, but with links from Austria to the final embarkation point at the port of Genoa. The rat line initially focused on aiding members of the Croatian Ostas, including its leader, or Pavlovnik, Ante Pavlik. Pavlik. Priests active in the chain included Fr. Valem Saselja, former deputy military vicar to the Ostasi, based in Austria, where many Ostasi and Nazi refugees remained in hiding. Fr. Dragutin Camber, based in San Girolamo. Fr. Dominic Mandic, an official Vatican representative at San Girolamo, and also general economist or treasurer of the Franciscan order, who used the position to put the Franciscan press at the rat line's disposal, and Monsignor Carlo Patrinovic, based in Genoa. Valem would make contact with those hiding in Austria and help them cross the borders to Italy. Camber, Mandic, and Draganovic would find them lodgings, often in the monastery itself, while they arranged documentation. Finally, Draganovic would phone Petronovic in Genoa with the number of required berths on ships leaving for South America. The operation of the Draganovic rat line was an open secret among the intelligence and diplomatic communities in Rome. In early as 1945, Allied commanders in Rome were asking questions about the use of San Girolamo as a haven for Astasi. A year later, a U.S. Department report on July the 12th, 1946, lists 9 war criminals, including Albanians and Montenegrins, as well as Krauts, plus other not actually sheltered in the Collegium Illyrium, i.e. San Girolamo degli Illirici, but who otherwise enjoy church support and protection. In February 1947, CIC Special Agent Robert Clayton Mudd reported 10 members of Pavlik's Estasa cabinet living either in San Girolamo or in the Vatican itself. Mudd had infiltrated an agent into the monastery and confirmed that it was honeycombed with cells of Stasi operatives guarded by armed youths, Mudd reported. It was further established that these Krauts traveled back and forth from the Vatican several times a week in a car with a chauffeur whose license plate bears the 2 initials CD, Corpo Diplomatico. It issues forth from the Vatican and discharges its passengers inside the monastery of San Geronimo. Subject to diplomatic immunity, it is impossible to stop the car and discover who are its passengers. Mudd's conclusions was the following. Draganovich's sponsorship of these Kraut Estasias definitely links him up with the plan of the Vatican to seal these ex-Utasha nationalists until such time as they are able to procure for them the proper documents to enable them to go to South America. The Vatican, undoubtedly banking on the strong anti-communist feeling of these men, is endeavoring to infiltrate them into South America in any way possible to counteract the spread of Red doctrine. It has been reliably reported, for example, that Dr. Vrancek has already gone to South America, and that Anti-Pavlik and General Kren are scheduled for early departure to South America through Spain. All these operations are said to have been negotiated with Draganovich, because of his influence in the Vatican. The existence of Draganovich's rat line has been supported by a highly respected historian of Vatican diplomacy, Fr. Robert Graham. I have no doubt that Draganovich was extremely active in siphoning off his Croatian Stasi friends. Graham claimed that Draganovich rat lines was approved by the Vatican. Just because he's a priest doesn't mean he represents the Vatican. It was his own operation. At the same time, there were 4 occasions in which the Vatican did intervene on behalf of interned Estasha prisoners. The Secretariat of State asked the UK and US government to release Croatian POWs from British international camps in Italy. Now, they're throwing this thing up about communism and how the Catholic Church was so stout and against the Catholic Church or the communism, and that's why they supported it. And personally, I think that's a load of shit. The Catholic Church was actively attacking the Jewish community way before World War II. They were doing it all through the Middle Ages. Okay, so it's no doubt in my mind that they not only supported the Nazi movement, but they were a big part in it. All right, so I'm sorry, but I have to disagree there on that. I don't think it had anything to do with communism. Now, the U.S. intelligence involvement. If at first U.S. intelligence officers had been mere observers of the Draganovic rat line, this changed in the summer of 1947. A now declassified U.S. Army intelligence report from 1950 sets out in detail the history of the people smuggling operation in the 3 years to follow. According to the report, from the point of U.S. forces themselves had begun to use Draganovic's established network to evacuate its own visitors, as the report put it. These were visitors who had been in the custody of the 430th CIC and completely processed in accordance to the current directives and requirements, and whose continued residence in Austria constituted a security threat as well as a source of possible embarrassment to the commanding general of USFA. Since the Soviet command had become aware of their presence in U.S. zone of Austria, and in some instances had requested the return of these persons to Soviet custody. These were suspected war criminals from areas occupied by the Red Army, which the U.S. was obliged to hand over for trial to the Soviets. The U.S. reputedly was reluctant to do so, partly due to a belief that fair trials could hardly be expected in the USSR, and also their desire to make use of Nazi scientists and other resources. Now this is Operation Paperclip they're starting to refer to, and that is a real deal. So that did happen. It's documented, so there's no conspiracy there. Just so I can put that out there and let people know, this is the dirty stuff that the United States was involved in when it comes to all this stuff too. The United States intelligence used these methods to get important Nazi scientists and military strategists to their own centers of military research in the U.S. Many Nazi scientists were employed by the U.S., retrieved in Operation Paperclip. Alright, so how much time did I put into that? Okay, I've got a minute and a half, and that will make it to an hour's worth of stream, I believe. The recording is 48 minutes. I am basically going to end it here because this disgusts me. It turns my stomach. Every time I hear people talking this kind of garbage, it turns my stomach. I've been nice about it, and I kept my mouth shut. Alright? But it's garbage. Now, I am okay with listening to stuff. Don't get me wrong. I have no problem with it. But when I make streams about history, I don't want to hear about baby killing Jews, and I don't want to hear about the frickin' island of Atlantis. I don't want to hear about any of that, okay? That is it. This is why I set up this frickin' stream, is so that I can focus on this stuff on this stream for this topic today, just like I have strangeness. That's when we discuss strange things. This is when we discuss frickin' conspiracy. I discuss history when it's history. And until I feel safe to where I can actually discuss history as it was, not the way these people want it to be sounding, then I will no longer be doing that. I've got 2 more freaking streams of it, and it's coming to an end. Okay? And I've had my fill of this. This is the reason why I stopped doing this stuff, is because of crazy garbage like this. It just gets to you, and you start seeing the darker way of life. I'd love to be spiritual and say, oh, I love everybody, and the world's a great place, but it's not. It never was. Okay, there's been evil people who've been doing evil things, which has freaking led to what we've had going on in the last 100 years. People are freaking dying because of this garbage right here. Okay, and it's been happening since the beginning of time. This goes all the way back to the Canaanites and the Phoenicians and all that. Okay, and it's got to stop. And that's just how I feel about it. So with that, I am going to go ahead and bring this to an end. It's something that I felt that I needed to discuss, and I don't regret doing it, you know. If I get a negative result from this, I don't care, you know. I've had my fill of it, and if you don't like me after this, then you don't have to be around me, you don't have to talk, you don't have to say nothing. But I'm just not going to put up with that kind of garbage. Period. It's just not going to happen. So, with that, I hope you guys have a good day, and I'm going to end this now. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today, we have an interview. It's a good one, and this is going to be with George Ramsey. George Ramsey, welcome to the show, and welcome Karma. She's going to be on the panel, and today I want to turn it over to you, George, and kind of give us a background about yourself and let everybody know where you're from, stuff like that, and just think everything in general that you'd want to tell us about yourself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you because you was in a good conversation before we got on here, so I don't want to interrupt that. That sounded really good, so you're fired.
Well, my interest in government began when the school I was going to decided to teach us the democratic process. And for the first time in, 59, 60, 61, 62, 64, in 1965, they decided that we should have class presidents, not officers, presidents, secretary, treasurer, and sergeant of arms. And out of 12 people who knew each other, I was chosen president. When we choose a president in this corporation, we don't know those people. And we have no idea what their allegiance is or what their background is or anything. All we know is that they're a Republican or a Democrat. Nobody else is allowed into that uniform party that they have up at the District of Criminals. And in the 8th grade, I saw a picture of Peter the Great's soldiers cutting the beards and the hair and the long coats off of the Russians in a white background of snow on the tree limbs, on the ground. The only thing that wasn't white was what had been cut off of these individuals, and their coats had been shortened so that they would look like what the French and the English were wearing. And the only reason, the way he could resist the onslaught from the West that is pressing against Putin today, the very same one. And he had to uniform his people so that he would know he had become militaristic, in other words, to the point where he would know exactly who was following his orders and who was not. And that's why you had the hippies getting in all this trouble against the war in Vietnam, because they were not following orders. They were not cutting their hair. Like myself, when I didn't cut my hair, my dad said, I never tell you anything twice. You don't cut your hair tomorrow, don't come back here. Well, I didn't go back here, but he was right next door because he'd moved out of the house into his workshop, and I just wasn't allowed to be on his side of the property anymore. And so I didn't have to go far to get away from my dad, but nevertheless, I lost him until my little brother was killed, and the same day I got a 2-year scholarship to school, college, the indoctrination centers, in other words. But that's another side of the story. The fact is that I've been aware of what I didn't realize. When I saw that picture of Peter the Great cutting the hair and coats and making these Russians look like Frenchmen and Englishmen, I didn't know that the Frenchmen and Englishmen were princes of the papacy. And if you'll go to constitutionallaborparty.com that I put together to run against Abbott, in other words, the Federalists, the the Maritime Admiralty Maritime Law Federalists, Democrat and Republican Davis and Abbott in 2015. You go there, and the first thing you're going to come to is the Treaty of Paris of 1763 that ended the French and Indian War, also known as the 7 Years' War, between England and France to decide who was going to be the Prince Elector and Arch Collector of the misnomered Holy Roman Empire, otherwise known to me as the Roman Republic, which went by the name of Holy Roman Empire. And today it's the Empire of the City, consisting of the District of Criminals, the true title of that, after they changed the name of Rome, Maryland, over to the District of Columbia. That is actually the corporation of the city-state. City-state. I've heard silly people talking about making it another state. It's already a state. State more powerful than all the 50 states put together, because it is the military arm of the papacy. And their financial center is the inner city of London on the fort that they built there when they conquered England way back 70 years after Jesus died. There's some people that they don't believe that there's Jesus or a devil or anything like that. They believe that we won the Revolution and the War of 1812 and the Civil War was about slavery. They believe all those lies, and they believe that they're kin to monkeys. It's just a horrible thing that we're up against, trying to make sense, common sense, which is what I am, common law jurisdiction sheriff Rattlesnake Ramsey, the first one since 1938, when the bank took legal possession of the corporation and usurped common law jurisdiction based on the Magna Carta and common sense, and replaced it with Admiralty Maritime Law jurisdiction based on commerce. That was brought about, and if you go to Sheep Survival, that I've also made available to you at the constitutionallabor.party.com, you'll see Howard Freeman and his son, both Howard Freemans, and the dad is going to teach you sheep survival, in other words, how to use common law jurisdiction defenses in court using Magna Carta defenses, as he calls them, 38 and 45, like using the 38 and 45, very powerful defenses. And things that you haven't been taught, not in your law school, you weren't taught that. But the judges know, they take silent judicial notice of this, and they just pocket the money that comes their way. So without taking the whole hour of sitting up here like a teacher, maybe there's a couple of questions that you might have for me by now.
Yeah, when you were talking, there's three of them actually on top of my head, but one thing I want you to kind of go through and explain to everybody, when you're saying indoctrination, can you go a little bit more into detail on that and kind of tell people how that works and kind of dive in on that a little bit?
Okay. When I took anthropology, because I couldn't make it in music, because I couldn't learn to play the piano good enough to pass Piano 1, after taking it 3 times, I had to change my minor from music to anthropology. And in the anthropology, the first thing that kind of startled me and caught my attention was that they put human beings with the primates, along with the lemurs and the gorillas and chimpanzees and spider monkeys, and that's indoctrination into the evolution bullshit. And then in sociology class, I was surprised to learn that they wasn't just upper class, middle class, and lower class, but rather upper, middle upper, and lower upper, and upper middle, and middle, and lower middle, and upper lower, and middle lower, and lower. And I have taken poetic license and added one more to this group of commoners. And I've added the upper homeless, and the middle homeless, and the lower homeless to that. and they did not mention the gentlemen and the esquires and the knights and the gentry and the aristocracy. They did not mention that. That those people are members of what they call today the elite. They just changed the name. They changed the name from the War Department to the Defense Department. They changed the name of eugenics from eugenics to Planned Parenthood. They changed the name of the chemistry department to the Food and Drug Administration. They have no problem with using a different name to obfuscate what they're doing.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, here, let me give you some more. When I was taking American history, which is the most important thing, first of all, you don't have very many American history students because we don't need that many American history teachers. Mm-hmm. So that's not that many students. And secondly, one day my teacher, Mr. Light, said, "I'm going to give you some notes for your test." And on those notes was George Washington pardoned the Tories. It's going to be on your test, and that could be like, did George Washington pardon the Tories? True or false? Or George Washington pardoned blank the Tories. George Washington pardoned the blank. Something or multiple choice. George Washington pardoned the Iroquois. He pardoned the Hessians, or he pardoned the Tories. Which one is it? A, B, or C? Something very simple-minded like that. That's what kind of stuff you get in these institutions of higher learning. And if you want to get really indoctrinated, go to Harvard or go to Georgetown University. Georgetown University is the den of snakes, and those snakes are Jesuits. And they say when you get out of Georgetown University, like one of those CIA guys, or many of these people that are in higher positions, they have no loyalty to family nor country, and especially since this isn't a country, it's a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, what happened?
Oh, you're there. It's just I was muting so that I could give you the full stage of it and everything. So now
I can hear you, but I don't see. Oh,
it's just you. You're front and center.
Okay, well now, the thing was that here's the deal about George Washington pardoned the Tories. Why did George Washington pardon the Tories? Well, George Washington pardoned the Tories because the Most High of the Holy Roman Empire told him to do so. And the Most High of the Holy Roman Empire has a vassal that you know as the United Kingdom or Great Britain. And Great Britain, the monarch of Great Britain, King Charles III today, is the Prince Elector and Arch Collector for the Holy Roman Empire, otherwise known as the Empire of the City today, and way back when, in the past, when they killed Caesar for getting too big for his britches and crossing the Rubicon, he crossed the red line. In other words, they went ahead and killed him. And these are the people that I'm talking about. What happened?
They just lost your camera is all.
Okay,
you can hear me. You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you. I don't know how to bring this thing back, but
it's fine.
Wait a minute. Get started. Maybe.
I'd rather have your voice above anything. When it comes off, or when it comes back on, it'll pop your video back on. So let me ask you something else too. Now, I'm kind of drawn between the next questions because you brought up some good topics, but I'm going to skip over two of them and ask you this one because I think this is important from what you were talking about with indoctrination. Could you explain to everybody a little bit more about maritime laws? Kind of give everybody a little bit of a explanation on what you mean by that.
Maritime is commerce by the sea, okay? And that's how they did commerce before. And in the past, when there was a bad merchant that wasn't paying for his commerce, he would be assassinated. They had assassins that would take care of that problem. And Rome decided that it was better to give these people an opportunity to have courts to go to. And so they made a good thing by making a commerce courts, but it was bad because they turned everything into commerce instead of law. Because law only addresses damage. And can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, law addresses damage, and legal compels performance. The letter to the letter. That's like you sign a contract and you've got to. What's this say? Session expired. Please log in. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
I don't know what's going on with this phone. Well, anyway, be that as it may, that's contract law. We're under contract law, and that's one of the things that you do when you defend yourself in court is that prove that I have signed a contract with you when you're dealing with common law defenses. That if you'll go to, I made that, and also I'll back up a little bit. Howard Freeman, the Sun, his blog is the UCC connection. It's basically the same thing. And back to what the water, commerce by water, they've got it to the point where it went to the point of our existence itself. In other words, your mother's water breaks, and you come down the birth canal, and you land at the dock, and the dock fills out a manifest of goods delivered, and that's called a birth certificate. And when you get that birth certificate, you become a person, and a person is a corporation. And so you completely understand that concept. The United States is a corporation. It is not a country. It is not the United States of America. It is the corporation of the United States.
Yeah.
All right.
I understand that. I was really big on Maxwell, and Jordan Maxwell was always big on talking about that in his earlier days. So
yes, he was. That's where I probably picked up this information.
So that's one reason why I thought that was important is when you mentioned that, because I think the viewers should know about that, because that's really something that gets missed a lot of times.
Well, then I'll just it is the precursor to the currency. Okay, as far as subject matter is concerned. Now I can go into the currency, because the currency is the same thing as this maritime admiralty, maritime law jurisdiction that we're under, because it comes from the same place. It comes from the papacy. And the currency of the Federal Reserve Bank is the very same currency as the satanic papacy's Vatican Bank currency. It just has the name Federal Bank on it instead of Vatican Bank. It's a subsidiary, just as much as the Bank of England is a subsidiary of it, and was a subsidiary of it when it was imposed on the colonists that had about 10 years of leeway to come up with a better way to handle their own affairs. And when they came up with their own currency, and sovereign states, the 13 colonies were sovereign states with their own militias for common defense and common currency with their common non-interest-bearing currency based on production. That was called colonial script. And when King George needed money to pay back the money that he borrowed to defeat the French, he started looking at the colonies that were doing really, really good. And he decided to put the debt slavery producing Bank of England, satanic Vatican Bank, papacy, otherwise referred to as usury in theological terms, onto these very Christian colonists, and they rebelled against having their prosperity being cut to the bone, to the point where instead of being the envy of their English cousins, I emphasize English cousins because they're white English cousins, just so everybody gets that through their noggins. And they rebelled against it, and they came up with the Declaration of Independence and followed through with that. Unfortunately, they did not win. They were defeated by the same way that the English were defeated, by treachery, by one of their own being a traitor. And in this case, it was Washington and the other guys, along with Jefferson, Hamilton, and Franklin. They were all ruling class, and General Charles Lee and General Richard Lee, they're aristocrats, and Richard Lee was Robert E. Lee's a dad, and so now you have another aristocrat leading that attempt to go back to the Articles of Confederation. That's why it's called the Confederacy, because they wanted the Articles of Confederation back. Yes, they had slaves. That was another issue, but that wasn't the main. That was just a made-up issue that had a lot of emotion to it. And same thing as the War of 1812. That was about esquires in the Congress delegating for these people that had said that no titles of nobility shall be granted, and they just brought up the issue of American sailors being conscripted by British ships to serve on British ships, and that was an issue, yes, but that was not the issue. And for the Revolution, they brought up this stupid tea bullshit. Now you got even a Tea Party bullshit to further the bullshit, when in fact it was the currency. That's what the deal was. This debt slavery interest producing debt slavery interest-bearing currency that we have today in the Federal Satanic Bank, that believes in their twisted mind that we owe them $33 to $38 trillion, when I don't know of anybody around here that could live long enough to count to $1 trillion.
I doubt it. I really doubt it. Now, before we go any further, let me ask Karma if she has any questions. Do you, Karma? I don't know if she's hearing it, so the next thing that's why.
Let me ask you. You had 19 people before with your conversation, did you not?
Yeah.
Were you unable to hook up with them?
Yeah, it was just me, Karma, and you for that. Naroki was here a second ago, and he had to leave, I guess. So, but it's fine because, I said.
Jaffe? What about Jaffe?
Jaffe, I have no clue. He didn't even answer. So.
Okay.
Right now, though, I'm okay with it because I really wanted to get the interview with you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
that's fine. That's fine. I'm ready to field whatever question that I might have produced in you.
You've done good so far. I mean, you've said a lot of good stuff. Now that we've covered indoctrination and we've covered the maritime law. Is there a way you can dive a little deeper into the papacy? And I noticed you said the Jesuits, but
okay, I'll tell you about that. The Jesuits started out as a Society of Jesus. They were the ones that conducted the Spanish Inquisition. They did those horrible things to anybody that wouldn't bow down to the Roman Catholic Church and pay what do they call them? Pay so that your loved one will go to heaven. What was the name of those things? Anyway, people were paying the church to have God take your beloved to heaven. So no matter how evil you might have been, and be paid enough, you could go to heaven. There's a word for that, and it won't come to me right this minute. It will eventually along the way.
Tithes?
No. It's tithes is what you pay on a regular basis every time you show up. No, that this was called, you paid when one of your beloved died and you wanted to, or you sinned or something like that, you go and tell the priest about your sin and give him some money to cover the sin. Indulgences, they were paying an indulgence. They were indulging the Roman Catholic Church. That's what they were called, indulgences. That's what Luther was about. You've heard of Luther, Martin Luther, haven't you?
Yeah, I've heard about Martin Luther. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, that's where the Lutherans come from. The Protestants as well. They were protesting paying a priest to talk to God for them. They said, we can talk to God ourselves. We don't need to pay you to. And they said, well, we'll just drive a stake right through your body. We'll torture you in some kind of a bull-looking thing or something in an oven so you die a horrible death. We'll teach you not to bow down to the Roman Catholic Church. That was the Spanish Inquisition, and it was led by Spanish Alumbrados, and that's who started the Society of Jesus, this evil motherfucking misnomer, lying, satanic thing, and that became the Jesuits. And in 1773, Pope Clement XIV issued a bull, as they say in the church. The church is divided between evil and good, so it's very, very difficult for people to see what the church is when all the evil is being presented, and whatever good there is, it's basically just with the devout, like my cousins and other Mexicans that are actually believe in Christ and try to lead a Christian life. Those Catholics are actually Christians, but those popes up there, they're not Christian at all. They're pagan, demonic demons, demon-possessed, satanic bastards, and they'll lie to you to your face without even any thought to it at all, just as a regular thing. And just like you're lied to in school when they tell you that we won the revolution, and they tell you that you're kin to a monkey, and they tell you that the highest level of the class system is the upper class, and leave out the ruling class, and don't tell you about that part of it. Or they don't tell you about the papacy. They don't tell you about the satanic currency. They don't tell you any of those things. And it's what's called official curriculum, and also the official narrative on the media, on Fox News and CNN and all those. Oh, we're kicking Russia's ass. We're spending good money. It's money well spent. It's money, borrowed money. It's not, we don't have any money. We borrowed money, and we borrowed money so that Ukraine will have the ability to pick up the trash in the morning and send some more money to the military-industrial complex to make some new weapons after giving them all the old weapons to appear to be on their side, when in fact they're not on anybody's side except the bank's side.
Yeah.
And that bank is satanic.
Yep. Now, that actually is a perfect entryway to what I wanted to mention to you after the papacy and the Jesuits. Now, you mentioned...
Let me add a couple more things to that, okay?
Okay.
When you have the Gray Pope, there's 13 families, and one of the families that most people are familiar with is the Medici, and that was during the time of Michelangelo because of the Sistine Chapel. And that's why that name is kind of familiar to people. But today, it's the Orsini family that's at the head, and he's referred to as the Caesar. The heads of the family, the ruler of the families, has always been called the Caesar ever since they killed Caesar. And so the Caesar today is Orsini. The Caesar in Washington's day, referred to in that document as the Most High, was the Caesar as well. Okay, so now below the head of the families, the Caesar is the Black Pope. The Caesar is called the Great Pope. You don't ever hear about him. And then you've got the Black Pope below him. He's the superior general of the papacy's military, and all the members of the military order of the papacy are referred to as Jesuits. Remember, I told you that they changed their name from Jesuits to, maybe I did mention it, but they in 1773 when they killed the Pope for banning them, they changed their name from Jesuit to Illuminati. And
yeah, that was the first time you mentioned it. I'm glad you brought that up too, because I've heard you say it previously in other conversations.
Well, Fauci is an Illuminati. He's the highest paid Federalist. All Federalists are under the control of the papacy. And no matter if they're Federalists in Mexico, they call themselves Federales. I know them quite well. I used to be a marijuana merchant. They called a smuggler back then.
Now, you mentioned also what I'm taking it as is the city within the city of London. Now, is that what you're discussing when you were discussing that earlier?
That is referred to as the corporation of the city-state of the inner city of London,
exactly.
on the site of a Roman fort, just the way that the District of Criminals is on the site of Rome, Maryland. Did you know that?
I've heard people talk about that, but
Rome, Maryland has got a river next to it, and it's got 7 hills. Same thing as Rome.
Yeah. Now, on the city, could you kind of go into that a little bit deeper and kind of explain to people what the city consists of and what it's about? And like,
are you talking about the Empire of the City?
Yes.
Well, it consists of the District of Criminals, otherwise referred to as the Corporation of the City-State of Washington District of Columbia, and the Financial Center, referred to as the Corporation of the City-State of the Inner City of London, and the brains behind everything, otherwise known as the Corporation of the City-State of the Vatican. That is what the Roman Republic has evolved into, and that is the only way to use that word, evolve, because we certainly didn't evolve. We were created just the way we look.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to that luck, but I wanted to cover luck a little bit, because I used to be Lucky George. You know why I was Lucky George?
Why?
And that's the only. I've had 10 or more nicknames in my life, and that's the only one I gave to myself. And the reason was because I had so much good luck and so much bad luck.
So a little bit of both.
And then I started thinking about it. I started thinking about luck and Loki. You know who Loki is?
Oh yeah, the trickster.
Luck and Loki sound pretty close to. They sound pretty close to the same thing, right? Luck, Loki, luck, Loki, luck.
Yep.
You hear this resemblance? How about Lucifer? Can you hear Lucifer in there? It's L-U-C, just like luck, L-U-C.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are the same thing.
Now,
and
earlier,
Satan, you've heard of beginner's luck, right?
Right.
That's Satan pulling you in.
Mm-hmm.
I know, because I had beginner's luck. The first marijuana I ever brought across the Rio Grande was Acapulco Gold.
Okay, so Federal Reserve, you mentioned that. Is there a way we can get a little bit more information from you on the Federal Reserve?
The best way to get information on the Federal Reserve is Secrets of the Federal Reserve by Eustace Mullins. And Griffin, what's his name, came up with the creature from Jekyll Island. He just plagiarized Eustace Mullins, that was a pupil of a man that was speaking against these moneyed people, money market people, and had been put in an insane asylum. And the first thing he told Eustace Mullins when somebody told him to go check him out was find out what's going on with this Federal Reserve, and he did find out, and that's your best source.
So what's your take on the Federal Reserve, though? I mean, what's your personal beliefs when it comes to that?
I believe it's satanic.
You don't have any.
It's the devil's work because the Federal Reserve is Federalists, and Federalists are under the satanic papacy. Everything they do is against the people.
Right. Now,
They say that we borrowed $200 billion to go over there and kill Russians, and it's money well spent. Gray, one of those stupid motherfuckers up there said it's money well spent. You know, we've ruined the Russian army, which is total fucking bullshit. Russia's stronger now than at the very beginning of this bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to the Federal Reserve and the history of it, do you feel that there's ties between the Federal Reserve and the elites where they control the money being passed off to people directly without having to go through the government?
Between the Federal Reserve and what?
And the elites?
Oh, well, the elites are the ones that put it into place.
All right, there we go.
And Theodore Roosevelt helped Wilson, and those people that were opposed to it were put on the Titanic. They were lured into the Titanic, and you know what happened to them?
Yep, they sunk to the bottom.
And the ship's captain was a Jesuit, like Fauci, and he knew those waters very well. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he got him a boat to get on, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, there you go then.
Now, before we go any further, maybe Karma can talk now. I noticed she had to go off and come back on.
But
do you
I
have
wanted
any?
to say, it was the Democrats and
I don't
Republicans
have any
working
questions.
together.
Okay. What'd you say, Karma? She said she's just listening, I believe is what she said.
Yeah, I said I'm just listening. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
All right. Have you heard much,
I'm pretty sure
or
she...
did you just come in?
Yeah, no. I've heard a good bit of it in regards to like the Fed and different laws and just how but I've heard you speak before in regards to your standpoint. I guess I thought this was going to be more like more of your life story type thing, like where you come from.
I
Like, we
could tell
heard
you.
about your elections and stuff like that when you were in 8th grade and what caused you to start running. I think they said that you're like running for Texas sheriff or something like that. If you like to elaborate a little bit more on that, that'd be cool. But other than
I am
that,
okay. I'll tell you about that because that's what I'm in right now. I've got another year until November the 24th next year, or whenever the election is 4th or 24th, whatever it is. And maybe I'm thinking Thanksgiving, but be that as it may, it's in November of next year, and I've got until then to teach the idea of common law jurisdiction and the difference between common law jurisdiction and admiralty maritime law jurisdiction and how that came about. And it came about in 1938 when the bank took legal possession of the corporation because FDR, a cousin of Theodore Roosevelt that helped bring the bank into being, pawned the corporation of the United States to the bank, and the terms were payment in gold. You've heard of Roosevelt taking up the gold, haven't you?
yes.
He started taking up the gold when he had taken all the gold out of Fort Knox. When people say there's no gold in Fort Knox, well, that's the reason, because FDR gave it to the papacy, and then he took up everybody else's gold and gave it to the papacy, and they said more gold to satisfy the terms of this contract. Remember what I told you, that legal is contract law? To the letter of the law. Their contract said such and such amount of gold, and there wasn't that amount of gold in the Corporation of the United States to satisfy the terms. So the papacy, otherwise known as the Federal Reserve Bank, took legal possession of the corporation, and the judges take silent judicial notice. That was the highest judges at the time, attorney generals and people like that, and they take silent judicial notice of the usurpation of common law jurisdiction, which was used up until 1938, right after 1937, when they passed the Marijuana Tax Act to keep hemp fuel out of the picture, in case you didn't know. And Rockefeller is Rothschild's bitch, and Rothschild is King Charles's bitch, and he steps out of line. The papacy will assassinate the bastards, and they know it. And they get plenty of money and plenty of everything for their service, so they're quite happy the way that they are. They're not going to try to usurp the papacy, because they know that what happens when you try that. They have agents all over the world ready to take your head off anytime that you get sideways with the assholes. Especially if you're a billionaire and somebody that's got a lot of pull. You've got to be walking on very tender feet with these bastards, because you have so much attention, and they want the attention that's given to you, with you being subservient to the fucking love of money, as it were, the root of all evil. That which brings you the power to be a billionaire. Why you want to be a billionaire?
That's good. Now, that is a good question, though. I mean, what possessed you into wanting to run for sheriff, and how is that going with you?
Well, I'm not running for sheriff. I'm teaching.
Oh, you're teaching?
Because people don't know anything about common law jurisdiction or admiralty maritime law jurisdiction, and here's the other thing. You go to onevoicenow.org. That is an idea that David Frank came up with in Indiana. He's a great patriot. And it is a way for us to have a podium and a voting booth, just like Dancing with the Stars. You remember Dancing with the Stars?
Yeah.
You could vote on the dancer that you liked, right?
Right.
As a matter of fact, Stupid Perry was up there. Did you know that?
Oh, there were quite a few stupid people up there, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, well, he didn't even know what fucking department he was supposed to take over.
Yeah.
Be that as it may, it's the same concept, except that in this case, you're not dancing. You're up on the podium telling the people what you think should be happening in your community. If you think that you should have more drag queens and more transvestites, and they should be uplifted and put above heterosexuals and Christians, anything like that, well, then you can stand up there and tell everybody we need more of these kind of people, and everybody around you can say, yeah, great idea, or you're get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
We don't agree with you at all. And that gives you democracy, because we don't have democracy now. We have assholes acting just like they acted during the revolution, when they were acting like they were with the Patriots, when in fact all they were trying to do is bring the Federalists in with their Federalist Papers. Finally, Patrick Henry became wise to them, and he wrote the Anti-Federalist Papers. And the reason we have a Bill of Rights is because he knew that he had lost, because he saw some of the aristocrats that his men had tarred and feathered and taken their plantations and arrested them. He saw them at the Constitutional Convention. He realized he was dealing with monarchists, and in the Constitution is a little clause that keeps everything still in King George III's. The thing started when King George II, but King George III finished it, and it kept him in control of everything. And all the contracts issued to the Virginia Company by the charter to colonize North America to this day are active because of this little clause. And I'll tell you, and I had to study and finally came to realize what it meant. And this is the clause. Ex post facto laws are prohibited to the federal and state governments. Can you repeat that?
Ex facto laws are prohibited.
Ex post.
Oh, ex post.
Facto laws are prohibited to the federal and state governments. Do you know what that means?
Not ex facto, or ex.
Ex post means after the fact.
After the fact.
After the fact of these laws put into this Constitution, no law can be passed against this law that we just, and that law says that the contracts that are in place at that moment remain in place. They were And why do they remain in place? Because they were not brought up at all. There was no discussion about these contracts issued to the Virginia Company. Okay, so all the colonies stayed in King George's control. That it takes an ex post facto law like we could pass right today to nullify that, and we could if we got together as one, and we can do that through OneVoiceNow.org. That's the importance of that, and you need to go up there and see what he's got to say, because I promote him.
You've sent me a link. I've already joined up on it and read a lot of that. It's pretty good stuff. So, just so you know, I've already got that set up.
Okay, but here's the deal. To get that to the public broadcast system, you can't go to the city hall because it talks against the city hall. That's the city people there, that what do you call them, city commissioners or whatever. They're under control pretty much as anyone that makes it up to Washington D.C. You know, they've got to be under some kind of control before they have the funds to promote themselves. Okay, it's not a matter of the voters; it's a matter of the funds that they have.
Yeah.
How much exposure can they give themselves? All right, and the people that want them in there will give them the money to do so. So he speaks against that. If you've listened to him extensively, he speaks against the city hall. So we can't go to city hall to get the city hall to help us. We have to, as another individual I talked to, we've got to swarm the public broadcast system like NPR or whatever that in your town and city that provides the public broadcast system. We got to swarm them with telephone calls where they can't do any business until they allow we, the public, to enter OneVoiceNow.org into their programming, so that there's a program for us to get together on. And that's going to pretty much eliminate the city council and the state governments and the federal government, because democracy doesn't call for those things. Democracy calls for the people having a voice. And we don't have a voice. Have they asked you if you agree to any of this things that they're doing today?
Yeah. Now, whenever you were just talking too, right there, you were mentioning the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist, okay?
Yes.
Just so that everybody who's listening understands, could you kind of explain that? Just kind of focus on those two subjects. So, like, what is the Federalist and what are the Anti-Federalists? You know?
Okay, the Federalists are subjects of Rome, and the Anti-Federalists are Articles of Federation patriots.
Okay, so whenever the Constitution was put in place, now this is what was supposed to have taken the place of the Articles of Confederation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
and so they came up with their own thing, and they're under the papacy, because the ones that made it possible for signing that treaty, those were all ruling class individuals that signed the treaty, including Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, and Adams, and Hamilton. And Hamilton and the other guys wrote the Federalist Papers. And the reason that the Patriot Vice President, Aaron Burr, killed Hamilton in a duel of honor was because Hamilton was a shill for the Bank of England. Remember me telling you that the Bank of England was a satanic subsidiary of the Satanic Vatican Bank?
yes.
That's why Hamilton was killed, not the bullshit that they tell you about some woman being offended or something like that. That's just bullshit that they make up. They're always making up bullshit. So people, it sounds good to people. Fighting for a lady's honor. Oh, well, that's really good. Oh, the asshole killed Hamilton. Ooh. And then they said no more dueling. Why didn't they want any more dueling in the East? Because they didn't want any more shills killed in honor.
Exactly.
In the West, they said, fuck you, we're going to kill anybody that thinks that they're going to draw faster than I do.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Anti-Federalists, what's your take on the Anti-Federalists? How were they formed and what are they about?
Well, there are the anti-federalist papers. If you want to look it up and read them yourself, I just know that the anti-federalists were patriots that wanted to have sovereign states, state militias, and non-interest-bearing currency based on production. Otherwise, could be referred to as just practically enhanced barter. In other words, you produce 100 chickens, we're going to print enough currency to represent those 100 chickens. And that way, somebody that drops a colt, that we're going to print enough currency to buy 100 chickens, well, now you can just buy one chicken at a time if you want to, because the currency is there for you to do so. That's enhanced barter. And you can't do it by going to the gold standard, because that's not the issue. The issue is it interest-bearing, debt slavery producing satanic currency, or is it enhancing barter by using non-interest-bearing currency based on the production that it's representing? You build a ship, you print enough currency to represent that ship. Right now, our currency represents nothing, just zeros and ones made up in some satanic mind.
Yeah, fiat. That's one thing that I've always talked to people about too. Like the money is basically fiat, which is just make believe. It goes off of it doesn't go off of gold standard, and I'm glad that you brought up
the gold. Don't even talk to me about gold.
Yeah.
All I gotta say is eat your gold. That's all I gotta say to gold. Eat your gold.
Well,
my favorite Roman story is a Roman that went somewhere, I think west of Rome. I was reading about it anyway, and he goes to steal gold from somebody else that has gold, and he got gold. His army got conquered, and he got all the gold that he could swallow down his throat, melted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite Roman, and my most awfulest Roman stories when they were having a birthday party for one of the Roman higher-ups there, one of the children from the nobility there, and they were going to have some Christians be eaten by the lions, and so they didn't take off. They nailed them to the corral there, and they were moaning and groaning from having nails driven through their hands to hold them in place. And they went out there and said, "Would you hold it down? We're trying to have a party here."
Damn. Must have been Nero.
It's like these goddamn football games right now. I go to my Blues Jam, and it's nothing like it used to be, because people they want to know what the fucking score is going to be of that just waste of money bullshit.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you have playing football. I used to do that too. I was a good football player, and track and just whatever was available to do, except for basketball. I never was any good at basketball, but they're just getting youngsters ready for boot camp and trying to tell them that those Russians are going to come kill you, or those Chinese are going to come kill you, or those Iranians are going to come kill you, and fool them into fighting for their country, which isn't even a country, it's a fucking corporation.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to all the stuff that's going on today and all the stuff that you've just discussed, I mean, what's your take on everything when it comes to that in general, like the whole situation of stuff going on in the world? I mean, what's your take on the whole thing as a whole?
The papacy is satanic, and Satan hates God's creation. That's my take on it. That's why so many people are dying, not only from bombs falling on them, from hunger, from droughts produced by technology, from floods produced by technology, anything to disrupt the peace and glory that God intends for us.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it right there. It's just like whenever it comes to like the food shortages and stuff like that, do you think that a lot of that is being produced pretty much? Like, is there food and food sources and stuff being held back? Do you think?
Of course.
You know.
Of course. And when they talk about Mao Zedong killing millions of people and Stalin killing millions of people, they're not talking about shooting and dropping bombs on people. They're talking about starving people. And how do you starve people? You kill the self-sufficient farmers, the farmers that don't go along with the bullshit. They say, that sounds like total bullshit to me. Bam! You're out of here. And then those people that don't know how to farm don't know how to grow food for themselves. But even if they're sent out to the farms, they just don't have the expertise.
Yeah. I've noticed too, like in we had a conversation in one of my shows the other day, and it's like a lot of these welfare programs we have here in the United States kind of encourages people who live in the country in small towns to move to the city, like they're trying to herd them.
They're encouraging all these migrants coming up from the south. They're paying them like $2,200 or $2,300 just as soon as they get here, and then they're going to get more help than any American that's been working all their life in their Social Security.
Yeah.
You know, they say, come, we've got this stuff for you. That's why they're coming over here. They're saying, they're not coming over here to bust their ass to build their family back up like the immigrants that came from Ireland and Italy, and, you know, they were fucked with because they were immigrants. They came here to work. There was no handout handed to them. You see the difference?
Yeah, the one thing that I noticed when we were talking about that the other day too, and it's like even in that aspect, you know, like things have gotten so crazy when it comes to this immigration thing, you know what I mean? Like and for me, I'm finding it kind of odd that it's actually like taken off as bad as what it really has, because if you really stop and look at it, I mean, migrants coming to the United States was a big deal. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many Irish people just freely came through New York without any kind of paperwork, you know.
I still got the papers from my Swedish grandfather coming over here and rejecting his allegiance to the King of Sweden and giving it to the federal government.
Yeah, you know.
But
I mean,
I'm going to tell you something else about these people coming across the border and that wall thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all bullshit. I used to be a smuggler, okay, and I know it got to the point where a fucking rabbit couldn't cross across there without them knowing that somebody had been across there. Okay, they don't need a fence to know that somebody came across that river. They got to the point where you're not going to cross this river because we can sense that you're crossing the river.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's from an old. The river was my swimming pool ever since I was a youngster. Want to know a little bit more of my past? I grew up out in the country, basically, walking around. I didn't have a television to sit and stare at. The woods. Wanted to join the Boy Scouts. My dad, so we could go camping. My dad says, he pointed to the woods. Get with it. You want to go camping? Get with it.
There's the woods. Go. That's pretty much.
Go do it.
That's pretty much it.
I kind of figured that I was born 200 years too late. I was going to be I would have been a mountain man, you know.
Well, you can be a mountain man right now if you want to. I mean, it's your choice. I prefer being able to go to a blues club and jamming out with some blues musicians. Yeah, there you go. But it's like, that's another thing though that people today just don't understand either. I mean, it's like you said. I mean, you want to be a mountain man sometimes. Heck, you can do it. You know, you're not bound to these restrictions where you have to be what everybody else expects you to be. You know what I mean?
Sure, that's true. But if I wasn't a blues man, I wouldn't care nothing about being in the city. And my sons have moved out of the city. I have none of my sons live here in the city anymore. Even though one of my sons is in Fort Worth, in the city of Fort Worth, but the rest of them are out in rural situations.
Yeah.
I have 5 sons.
When I was younger, I was big on living in the city and stuff, but like after I hit about 30, 35 years old, I started really enjoying the small town kind of atmosphere. You know, it's not as bad as what I thought it would be.
Yeah, one part of me is for that, but I would have to. I got 3 sons within 30 miles of me here, and I got work. I mean, I still work. I'm 70 years old and I'm still working. I don't want any handouts from the government. They're always saying, well, we've got, $3,000 for you. We got this and that and the other. And we've got fucking doctors that will give you prescriptions as well.
Yeah. Yep.
That's poison. That's how they get rid of old people.
Yeah.
If you want to sit on your ass and do nothing, it's almost like taking a fucking, excuse the language, a suicide pill, sitting on your ass watching TVs. It'll lead to your death because your body's not working, your brain's not working, and you're just sitting there vegetating and eating crap, more than likely.
Exactly. Now, we've come up to the end of the hour. Before we go, though, I'd like to have you kind of give yourself a plug, let everybody know where they can contact you and anything that you want people to know about how to find you and maybe read about the stuff you're interested in, stuff like that.
If you go to the Constitutional Labor Party, first thing you come to is the Treaty of Paris of 1763, and then you come to the Treaty of Paris of 1783, and then you come to my teachers, Howard Freeman and Carl. God Almighty. Anyway, he's got Know Your Constitution. He talks about Supreme Court decisions that you can use to protect yourself with, starting with the 1803 Marbury versus Madison. And that Marbury was an attorney that had gotten a federal judge's commission, but they hadn't been delivered to him, and Madison had gotten a hold of him and hadn't put him out there. So they were suing to get their commissions, and they lost because the Constitution says that the president can appoint his own federal judges, and he wasn't in favor of these people. And one of those people in that lawsuit happened to be a Ramsey that I might very well be related to.
Hey, everybody's got a black sheep, Everybody. It's like
everybody's kin to somebody, more or less.
That's right. Now, do you have a website or YouTube or Rumble channel or anything like that?
YouTube, you go to Rattlesnake George,
okay,
and you'll see some of my videos I have speaking about the government and about me against the COVID bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've got that, but I just wanted to make sure that you said it on the stream, you know what I mean, so everybody else knows.
Yeah. So you can go to Sheriff Ramsey on Facebook if you want to give the CIA and the NSA and the which is the other one, the FBI, everything that you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I tell them I'm against them every day, no problem. I'll put my posse on your asses.
I'll tell you what, I love hearing you talk. That's the reason why I wanted you to give this interview, because I love hearing the stuff that you have to say.
Well, like it or not, I may be today's Patrick Henry. I don't want to be that, but I don't see anybody else explaining things the way they're supposed to be explained.
That's the best way to do it, And
that's why we have the Bill of Rights, because Patrick Henry threatened rebellion against Washington if he didn't include it in that monarchy-influenced Constitution. And he knew that we were going to have a fight, so we had to be able to speak, and we had to have weapons so that we can commandeer whatever we need.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, man, you're more than welcome to come back on anytime you want. All right. I mean,
Okay.
you are completely welcome. I enjoyed what you had to say. And before you go, I want to let you know that I do have a copy of this being recorded, and I'll send it to you with a link from Google Drive to where you can have a copy of the interview.
I would love to be. I would love to be able to share it with the people around here that I know and my Facebook friends, so that they could hear more than they're likely to hear at any other time.
Okay. And I will send that to you in a personal message. And besides that, I'm also going to have the interview on Rumble, YouTube, Minds.com, and it'll be on Odyssey and BitChute as well. So.
Well, I hope that it reaches good ears that are sick and tired of Satan's work around here. Oh, okay. I will say one last thing.
Go ahead.
Before this, I was listening to Pastor Chuck Baldwin from Liberty Fellowship in Billings, Montana.
Yeah.
And he became my pastor when he said that the 501c3, the IRS 501c3 government churches were in bed with the devil, along with all the nonprofits that are making this evil Fed IRS appear to be benevolent. Like they're letting you give us money so that you don't pay taxes on that money that you're giving us. That's just keeping the enemy in place, and the enemy is Satan.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and so that I'm going to end it with that, because he was talking about today. He was talking. If you go to Liberty Fellowship, he was talking about the liberty, the Israeli attack on the liberty, and how our government went right along. I knew that Johnson. I even heard Johnson say, "I want that goddamn ship to go to the bottom of the sea." Mm-hmm. It's exactly what they had in mind. And the survivors, he has survivors that have come on his show, and he read what they had said on his show before, and just verified things that I've heard before. But it was such a great. I shared it with my Facebook friends. I had to start over because they kicked me off after I had 5,000 friends and over 1,000 followers, and all kinds of people wanted to be my friends, and I spoke too much truth. I called Lucy from Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
I called her a satanic little bitch. That's because she always pulled the football out and let Charlie Brown fall on his back. I think that's the reason my dad, he had all of the Charlie Brown books, and I think Charlie Brown was kind of like how he looked at his life, you know.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'll rest in peace, Dad.
And that's the best way to end it. So I'm going to say thank you for being on here, and I guess we can end the stream and everything.
Well, I want to thank you kindly before I leave as well.
Okay. And I'm more than grateful to having you here. This was a great interview, and thank you very much, George. I appreciate it.
I hope that I made a lot of information available to the folks to the constitutionallaborparty.com, because basically I'm just sharing the things that I've learned along the way, so that people don't think I'm just talking. They can go right to the documentation and see it for themselves.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you did that.
Okay, but bye now.
Bye. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. With that, we're going to bring this to an end, and thank you for being here.